This time on Flipping Bangers.
It starts with an idea.
Classic, iconic British sports car.
Under £1,000.
How are we going to find that?
Which kicks off a challenge. Take what is possibly the country's worst MGF
And suddenly,
and turn it into a country's best.
our great plans come undone.
I've got a terrible sinking feeling about this car.
Oh, that is hilarious. 250.
I couldn't let it go as little as that.
Stop pouring out from under here.
That looks like exactly what we want.
That is no good.
Day 5 and it's the worst it's looked.
Oh, this is absolute madness. We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
It's time to go hunting, and the new, slightly damp caravan is where we start the journey.
Do you want to do some work?
I am working. I'm currently thinking and forming a thought.
While you formulate that thought, do you want to throw some names of cars out? Because that's what we're supposed to be doing.
Tell you how far I have got.
OK.
I want something which is fast, British, and the sort of thing that when we drive this around, people go, yeah, look at that.
OK. So, first of all, I'm just thinking iconic British sports car. I'm thinking MGB, but A, we've done that, and B, you said fast, didn't you?
I did.
Spitfire, but oh, hang on, we've done that, and oh, you said fast.
Yes.
What about V6 Capri or a Mantra or TVR Wedge?
No, I don't think we've quite got that in the budget. A few hundred quid, under £1,000.
Yeah, well, how are we going to find that? Don't think there is anything like that.
We agree to a race. Who will find something good first? With our thumbs worn out from phone scrolling, it's now time to hit the road and follow up the leads we have. But which one of us has found a car?
I got exactly what you wanted. I got a car that is, on the face of it, relatively unattractive. It's up for spares or repairs, but it's from a main dealer, and he took it in part exchange and he just wants to get rid of it.
Not making it sound very appealing.
Two-seater, quite zippy, and I think you're going to like the badge.
Tell me now, put me out of my misery.
MGF.
MGF. MGF.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, look, mate, don't get me wrong. It was a very popular car in its day. It just didn't have the cachet
No.
of any of the other MG.
And we need to make money, so we really need to look at cars that aren't in the limelight. And this ticks the boxes.
How much?
At the moment, on bids, £250, and nobody has bid on it.
Well, that's a very cheap car.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. I'm relatively excited, but I wouldn't say I was completely
No.
over the moon.
Well, let's wait till we see it. It might be beautiful. Might
It might be.
The MGF seller Pete is a dealer in modern-ish cars, and immediately we see why the project MGF does not fit his stock at all.
Oh, come on. Great British classic.
It looks it, yeah.
While the seller finishes something, we're free to look the MGF over alone.
I can see you're excited. It's better than you thought, isn't it?
Don't get too excited.
It's got a couple of dings on the wing here.
The suspension is heroically low on this side.
Well, they're all like that, sir.
Is that true?
It's part of the maintenance, wasn't it? You had to pump them up, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I suppose so.
But look at this. This is the original paint, and this has held up brilliantly well, hasn't it?
Apart from that nasty end over there.
Yeah, that worries me a bit, whether that's ever going to come back to being the same colour as the rest of the car. That's
tell you
always
what.
going to taint it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I'll give it a little rub, but it looks like it'll polish up.
You reckon?
But it is a slightly different colour to the rest of the car.
Yeah, that is going to be a thing, isn't it?
It is, yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Although the plastics have gone the same. Door handle on this side's the same. Mm-hmm. The wheels are brilliant. On this side, they've not been scuffed at all.
Yeah, they're passable on this side. Roof, however.
Yeah, but look, there's no crease across the back window, and they were all creased, weren't they?
Well, I bet it's because it's been stretched, because it's been sat around a long time.
Hasn't been anywhere, has it?
Definitely got an issue here. Oops, Gus.
Don't break it.
That wasn't me, it was like that already.
Yeah, that was clearly you. But look at this. Do you remember them being this good inside? They're beautiful, aren't they? Proper plush, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a bit of a tear on this side, but that literally is wear and tear. Seems to have the keys in the ignition as well. Give it a little go.
Yeah, let's see. Right. Don't break it, though.
This could be the bit where it all goes horribly wrong, Gus. Oh, hold on.
Well, you don't know how to operate it.
Yeah, but... No, on its side, at least the immobiliser works. No.
And it lives! Ooh, one cylinder,
but
two cylinders?
Not very much.
Pete,
Hi.
it was his idea.
Okay.
He saw the keys in it.
I couldn't resist it.
I think it might be running out of petrol, actually. It's a little bit low. It's probably evaporated.
But the engine sounds fine.
It's not bad, is it, for something that's been sat around?
I'm genuinely excited about this. I know I shouldn't say that, but you walk up to it, your first impression is, well, it's so much better than it was built. Spares or repairs?
It is. It's a bit of tinker time for somebody to get back on the road. It doesn't really want much. I know it's a little bit faded.
Classic MG, though, isn't it? Tinkering, that's what they were all about.
Classic British sports car.
Exactly that.
A little bit of polishing.
What's the story with the bonnet?
When it's in its younger years, it had a small front end shunt, and so this has all been painted, which is why it's faded. It's been sat in all weathers for the last 6 or 7 years.
Has it?
Yeah, just round the corner there's a big moss patch where it was.
Is there? Seems a shame to take it away.
It'd be really nice, to see it back on the road, because it's worthy of it.
Be a bit apprehensive about buying it without giving it a little test drive.
It's been off the road a long time. There's no MOT on it.
Ah. Okay.
Maybe we could performance test it around the courtyard, could we?
Yeah, of course you can. Fill your boots, I'll leave you to it.
Excellent, thank you.
Nice idea, Gus. We suspected the MGF might need some fuel, and we came prepared. So we gather our spare clean petrol and take the roof down because we're sun in the hair kind of guys. But can we get the MGF to run?
Right, moment of truth.
Yes. I have all of my fingers crossed.
Don't go too crazy.
What could possibly go wrong, Gus? It's time to hit the car park. There we go.
Is that it?
Yeah. Suspension's right down. Don't want to damage anything on this great big lump here.
That's very grown up.
I know, I'm a good boy. I'm also like to keep an eye on the temperature for the engine. K-series engine, got a nasty habit of overheating.
We could push some buttons. Ooh. And then unpush that. Well, the lights come on, whether they work or not, I don't know. That works.
Well, that's good. This one works.
What's that? Indicator?
Yeah.
Oh, God. That works.
The wipers don't work.
Do they not?
No, but if you look carefully, there is one position that does work.
Oh, yeah, the off.
The off position. I know that's not the biggest test drive. It's made it this far.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a pass.
I've no idea why Will has decided to rob us of the chance of finding out how the car steers, changes gear, rides and sounds. But he's such an awful driver, maybe this is a lucky escape. But despite his early misgivings, he's coming round to liking the MGF, and so am I.
Before we stick it on there...
Should we buy it first? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should.
Good.
Cool.
I agree.
Pete is a nice guy, but now we have to hit him with some difficult numbers.
Looks like you've crashed it. Pete!
Oh,
How
Well,
did you
mate.
get on?
Well, we like it. Of course we liked it. It's
great.
perfect. We want to put it on the trailer. We want to take it home, but we need to know what you want for it.
Oh, right, OK. Well, it's on an auction site at the moment, and so 500 quid, take it off.
500 quid? We haven't even driven it.
But you love it. You've been round it, I saw you.
Easy, Tiger. Gus has brought me down here on the pretext that we're looking at a spares and repairs car for about 250.
You'd be lucky. Right,
Well, I'm feeling lucky.
I couldn't let it go as little as that, I'm afraid.
There are certain things we need to do to it. Would you take 350 quid for it?
Let's see how badly Pete wants the MGF gone.
We're just going to put it back on the road.
We are going to put it back on the road.
And show me some pictures.
Well, we can do that, can't we?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
We can take it away.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. OK, 350.
All right, OK, yeah, yes.
Excellent.
Oh, cool. Brilliant.
We might have to get,
We're going to have to work out how to get it on the trailer now.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Cheers, Pete. Pete's advert said the car was for sale elsewhere, so he's reserved the right to end the auction early. Here you are.
Thank you.
So we've done nothing wrong apart from getting a steal of a deal.
Look.
The sun is shining on the MGF's faded red paint. We're feeling all right.
It's back to base we go.
I actually thought it was quite funny being an MGF, but now we've got it, I'm actually genuinely excited about it. I think it's great.
Me too, admittedly, I was a little bit sniffy. It's got a lot of work that needs doing. Good thing is, the majority of that work is not rocket science.
No.
And we've got a very, very cheap car. We like a bit of cheap.
We do like a bit cheap, yeah. This could be someone's pride and joy, couldn't it? It's a fast, zippy, you're sitting right down on the road, so it feels like it's fast. And I was looking here, I reckon it's 1,500 quid's worth of anyone's money. Yeah, I think so. I think so, yeah.
This type of car, the MGF, slipped through the net in this popularity, and it's one that people have probably missed.
We buy cars that no one else is going to buy. That's why we've got it, isn't it?
It sure is. I mean, who else would buy that car?
The day closes well, and the morning after, we have the chance to sleep on our purchase, not literally, and plan our strategy. It's about to rain, so before the MGF goes inside for all that, I'm stealing a moment to sort out the ad for when we sell it.
Well, maybe the camera never lies, or maybe I just took the pictures from the right side of the car, but the MGF actually looks okay. So I'm just working out what I'm going to type into the advert. And I think red MGF VVC, good mechanicals, all original, rare aircon, MOT, because of course it will have one by the time we sell it. One owner, last 7 years. And the fact that it's not gone anywhere is on a need-to-know basis. Let's have a look at prices. Let's see, hang on. So, a really good MGF will cost you £3,000, if that's what you want. And a snotter will cost you about £1,000.
On this new day, I can see my previous valuation of 1,500 quid is far too stingy.
So somewhere in the middle, let's say 2,500 as a buy it now price. We'll start the auction at 499. Or is that madness? You know what? I think what I'm going to do is do a fixed price auction. I'm going to do a fixed price at 2,799. I don't know why that figure, but it just feels about right. Or offers. Good.
But my enthusiasm takes a huge knock once the MGF is taken under the lights and its condition is more exposed.
I've got a terrible sinking feeling about this car. Since we've slid this one off the trailer, it looks more like a dead animal.
I think you're just being mean. OK, well, let's look at it. The majority of the work on this car is mechanical. Suspension stuff that I don't think we're going to be able to miss. Engine stuff that we need to be thinking about.
Yep.
And we also don't know anything about the state of play with the cam belt, do we?
The other thing I was thinking is in our exhaustive test drive, we didn't actually get it hot. No. And we know that overheating is a problem with K-series in MGS. But if we ignore the cosmetics, we're mad. So if we ignore the wings, the bonnet, the bumper, the roof, we're going to lose money.
There's also the interior.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah.
That's all the fascias have got to come out, haven't they?
They have, and they've got the air conditioning. Do we know if that works?
Well, if it doesn't, roof comes down.
I like your backup plan.
This is why I'm having a moment. They might be little things, but there's so many things to do to this car.
Don't fret, Gus. We're not aiming for perfection. It's just got to be good enough. I think we just get fired straight into this one.
Yeah, we definitely need to get stuck into it, don't we?
Yeah.
We kick off slightly out of sync in terms of standards and plans. But what we do agree on is that the engine and mechanicals need an overhaul, and it's a good place to start. So we get stripping the trim from the snug mid-mounted engine.
So it seems to me that the one thing we really need to know is whether this has ever overheated and whether the head gasket is blown.
Yes.
Have we still got the flush?
We have, yes, cooling system flushing. So put some of that in there. Bleed the systems out properly, all the way through to the radiator, and then push the car outside, start the engine, run it all up to temperature, check the electric fans coming on at the right time.
Yes.
If it's all working properly, we know this engine's sound.
Yeah, we do it absolutely by the book. And then if it has got a blown head gasket or it does overheat, we know the rest of the engine's clean, don't we?
We do. Engine flush is a chemical which works like hair remover in the sink. It removes debris from the cooling system, which can't function if it's full of sludge.
Have you got the key?
Yes.
Do you want to start it up and we'll get the water circulating?
The engine turning will circulate the flush, and we need to open up the bleed valve to expel the air. And the MGF offers up a nasty coloured liquid.
It's very green, isn't it? Go on, have a sniff and a listen at that.
That looks like neat antifreeze.
I think that maybe is organic, not antifreeze, because look at the way it's coming out. It looks like pond water. Can you see the streaks in it?
Yeah, I wouldn't go licking that. The bright green liquid needs to be bled out.
Stopped hissing.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, well, that system fully bled up then, yeah? We ready for our outside test? Can you see where you're going?
Oh. That'd be right, won't it?
Yeah.
It's a great thing about sports cars, isn't it? It's so easy to get in and out of.
Oh, a piece of cake. Well, what do you reckon then? Leave it for half an hour, see if it keeps all its water in, don't overheat?
About time for a cup of tea.
Oh, a nice cup of tea, lovely.
If the MGF overheats now, which is a common issue, then we'll likely have a leaking head gasket. And with all the other jobs on the car, it will certainly mean we've bitten off more than we can chew.
That is amazing. If it was going to overheat, it would have done so by now. So that really puts my mind at rest. We've not got an overheating engine, we've not got a blown head gasket, and we've flushed the coolant system. Let's go home.
No, we have done very well, and it is okay. But I'm thinking, while we're on a roll, should we roll it back indoors, pump up the suspension?
Yeah.
Won't take us very long.
I'll get a tape measure.
Okay, I'll drive it in.
The MGF has hydrogas suspension, which does fail but can be pumped up.
Come on in, come in.
If we do that, we can cure our listing MGF and tick off an annoying job on the first day. We've borrowed a machine from Will's mate that allows us to pump up the sphere reservoirs in the system, much easier than replacing a spring. With the height estimated,
Yeah, that's bang on this side.
and the hydraulic pump machine plumbed into the system, it's time to go to work. But the MGF doesn't go up.
Moving, is it? Stop! It's pouring out from under here.
Oh, is it?
It's pouring out.
Where's it pour? Oh, crikey. Yeah, that is horrible. Well, all the pipes going to the sphere are completely fine.
It's the sphere, isn't it? I've had enough of this now.
Yeah, right. And there was me thinking this is going to be a quick, heroic job at the end of the day. The hydraulic sphere is a common part that fails, and that is exactly what we've got. Day 2, and we only have 5 days to fix our vehicle. And although we found the MGF engine works, we've discovered the suspension has a fault.
So Will has gone to get us a new suspension sphere for this side. We know that with this car, we have a good engine. We don't have an overheating problem. We don't have to do the head gasket. And that makes a lot of difference for us because it means that we can now crack on with the aesthetic of the car. We might have lucked out a bit here because we've ended up with a VVC car, which is the engine everyone wants, with leather interior, power steering and air conditioning. And this is the MGF that people want to buy. So I think potentially this could be our biggest earner so far, which would be nice.
So as Will was happy to ignore the cosmetics, I'm going to get the wings off and give him the job of sorting out some replacements as a punishment. I'm at a well-known MGF specialist near Grantham. They have a plethora of MGFs, and that is the right collective noun. Oh, hi, you must be Kevin.
Hi, yeah, you must be Will. How you doing?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Wow. That is a lot of beautiful cars out there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's this mecca for MGFs. It's amazing.
We've got a few, about 83 currently in stock.
When we got ours, I wasn't really that keen on it, but as we've owned it for a little bit, I'm starting to really quite like it. And I can tell you're obviously a fan of these cars.
They are a great little car, easy to drive, very workable. Home technician can do it, no specialist tools needed, great bit of fun. Drive it to the beach, drive it down to the local pub, spot on.
Yeah. Do you reckon they're on the up and up in the value?
Got to be. They are the last British car to be made. The values can only go up.
That's good news, because we've got a bit of a mission on. Take what is possibly the country's worst MGF and turn it into what we hope is going to be the country's best.
Maybe one of the best, Will, one of the best.
Is that because yours are better? Right, so wings, bonnet,
Sure, yeah.
and a couple of other odds and ends. You know, what have you got here?
We've got everything.
Cool, brilliant.
Follow me. This is where we keep some of the cars we use for parts. Spare parts, spare little nuts and bolts. It's always good when you're rebuilding a car to use the genuine nuts and bolts, and there's no better place to find them than off an old car.
This is a proper good selection, isn't it?
There's a
and I've
few.
already spotted this one, and that looks like exactly what we want.
Great looking wing wheel, but that is CMU solar red. You need COF flame red, which is from an early MGF.
Not that one, then.
That is no good.
Oh, that's a pity.
I've got some used parts in my container. We may have what you're looking for in there.
Cool.
So if you want to head down there, we'll have a look in the container.
Right, let's go and see.
Back in the workshop, I'm hoping Will comes through with the panels and the sphere. And in anticipation, I'm removing the old one. Well, how easy was that? 4 bolts and a connector and it's off. And it's a clever system. Basically, it's a set of rubber springs and fluid, and the fluid passes through the rubber springs on a set of valves. So when the front wheel is compressed, i.e. goes over a bump, the fluid is dispersed into the interconnecting sphere, which is on the back wheel. So the back wheel, the corresponding wheel, goes down and raises the back up. So it's such a simple system. This one here seems to have had a bit of a prolapse. I think that's one of the valves, and it's pushed the seal off, which is why it's leaking. And so easy to get off. Unlike dealing with springs where you have to have compressors and you have to deal with all that sort of latent energy in springs, which terrifies me. Like I say, clever and incredibly simple. Well, this is off. I'm just waiting for Will to come back with the other one and I'll put that on. But while I'm waiting, I'm going to dismantle the rest of the car, take the wings off and the bonnet.
This one here, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Wow. You got some bits in there, haven't you?
Yeah, we got a few bits and pieces.
With it being an MGF and not a Ferrari, everything should bolt off, something you don't see anymore. The old pink bonnet does indeed bolt off and is a one-man job.
What we got there? Looking good?
One bonnet, COF, flame red.
COF flame red. That looks really nice. That'll do us.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got any wings then? Well,
One pair of wings, COF red.
it's like Aladdin's cave, isn't it? They're not perfect, but they're certainly good enough for our little car. That's excellent.
Little bit of polish.
Right, 1 mirror.
2 mirrors.
2 mirrors. Perfect.
I'm grateful the MGF is so easy to work on without needing to consult the internet. Once I've managed to get it stripped back inside a day, and since Will isn't here, I'll sneak home a bit early.
So those are the right colour.
Yep, straight on they'll be.
Well, that's everything on the list, isn't it?
Good.
Would you be keen on doing us a lovely deal?
As you'll keep one of our great little cars on the road, let's just call it £150.
The lots,
The lot,
that is a deal.
no problem at all.
I'm a happy boy, thank you. I know Gus will be burning the midnight oil, so I'm going to rush back the 3 hours or so it'll take me and show him what I have got.
Well, hi.
Good morning, Gus.
Did you get everything?
I have, I've done really well. Got the wings.
Yes.
They're quite nice, actually.
Yeah, they look great.
I think that colour to me looks perfect.
Yeah, they're polished up,
Happy with
definitely,
those.
won't
Got a bit of a deal on a pair of these.
they? Okay.
I thought if the other ones don't polish up,
Yes.
we've got a second option.
Yes.
Hey!
Ah, ta-da!
Yeah, great.
I know, it's got all of its bits, complete with key that works, which is handy.
Brilliant. And you got a sphere?
I did, yeah. Probably looks better than yours, then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this one hasn't got a big lump of rubber sticking out, which ours has, and I think ours must have had some proper trauma in its life.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah.
But that's fantastic.
Whereas that one looks perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
And should we get it all indoors?
Yeah, yes, definitely. You all right with that?
I am all right, yeah. How's it all gone with taking it all apart?
Yeah, it's been all right, actually.
So, I'm starting to feel like we're in a pretty good place at the moment. By the time we got that lot attached to that lot, the car's going to be really, really nice.
We've got potentially a very good car. We've got a VVC engine, which isn't overheating, so we don't have to do the head gasket.
Winner.
We're going to have a car that rides really well because we're going to put that sphere on there and doesn't look like a dead animal.
That'll be a real winner.
The bodywork's going to look great. It's going to be a car that we're going to make money on. I'm absolutely sure of that.
Yeah.
So where are we going to go? What are we going to do?
Yeah.
That's the conversation, isn't it?
It
What are we
is.
going to do to make it really stand out?
Now, the hood is really nice. Of course, it's got a couple of little micro holes in it, which I think we can patch from the other side.
Definitely that.
But whilst I was going around the yard collecting those bits, I spotted one of these, or two or three of these, that had glass windows in the back. Rear
Ah,
windows.
yes.
Yeah, electric ones.
Yeah, that is a great idea because that's going to make such a difference to driving this car, isn't it? Well, I tell you what, why don't I take the hood off and I'll find someone to do that, and then you could put the sphere on if you wanted to.
I'd like to,
not?
actually, because that looks like a fun job, and I've never messed around with one of those before.
Well, good luck with that then.
Cheers, mate.
I've got my plan with the roof, but before I can set it into action, I need to make sure it's actually worth the effort.
That is really getting it off.
I basically need to clean it to make it halfway presentable and remove all the grime. Will could learn a thing or two about the value of cleaning something.
It certainly looks better, doesn't it?
Now, the nice thing about the roof already being taken off this car is it gives me really good access to this area. There's a panel under here. I unbolt that. I can access the whole of the engine, which means making the cam belt job a lot easier. But I'm not going to do that job right now because I've got to go reassemble all of that suspension that Gus took to bits earlier.
So this is the original wing that came with our car. The first thing you notice when you walk up to the car, well, the first thing you notice is that the suspension's down, but the second thing you notice is that the whole front of the car has been resprayed and has got this UV damage on it. And I thought it would be interesting, before I yeet this into the skip, that I will show you how it polishes up. So I've put some masking tape on here and I've made a line of delineage here between the UV damaged and then the repolished. And then I've buffed this up and it looks amazing, but the reality is, if you put it up against our factory finished wing, it's actually a different colour. And it may be infinitesimal, but it actually is a different colour red. So this is going in the skip, and these rather beautiful things are going on the car.
Right, that was surprisingly easy to put back together, which is a bit of a relief because Gus took it all to bits. So I can now do up this cover plate. Once that's all done up and the ABS wire is all clipped in, it is ready for the wheels to go back on and then the suspension to be pumped up. But we're not quite ready for that because we need the wings on and stuff. So I'm just going to leave it at that for today and call that a done job, pretty much.
Oh, I'm going to take this and get it looked at.
Cool, OK, I'm going to crack on with these jobs then.
All right. So I'll see you tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, all right then, first thing in the morning. All right, brilliant. Wheels on, suspension components are all now all in place, all the mechanical stuff. I have noticed that the cam belt hasn't been changed. This little sticker down here is telling me that it hasn't been done since 2012. The cam belt, or timing belt, is a common service part that should be replaced every 60,000 miles or so, depending on the car. If it breaks, it will damage the engine, which will literally wipe off half the car's value. It's a labour-intensive job, and a garage would charge you about 300 quid. But if you do it yourself, well, the parts are only 50. So I remove the top cover, take off the HT leads, and the job is well underway. This is where it starts to get interesting, because this engine here is a VVC engine, stands for Variable Valve Control. And on the engine, it says twin cam. That's not actually the case, because there are 3 camshafts inside this engine, and the cam belt has to drive all 3. It goes a bit like this. The primary cam belt, which is driven off the crank, drives this camshaft and this camshaft here. The one at the front of the engine then transfers all the way across to the other side of the engine, where it's got another wheel on it, driving to another belt, to another wheel, to a 3rd camshaft, because this rear one is split in the middle. So there's actually 1, 2, 3 camshafts. I need to whip this cover off and check the secondary cam belt. Really nice to see. That cam belt looks like it's in fantastic condition. That one's ready to be removed, but to gain access to the primary cam belt, it's behind all these covers here. And that is my next little job. And now we find out why the labour charge on a cam belt swap generally runs into hundreds. Getting the lower bolts off the camshaft cover is a pain and involves removing everything you can. In this case, even the engine mounts. It was all going so well, and I thought this job's going to be a piece of cake. But then I'm trying to remove the engine cradle, the bit it's got to come out to get the cam belt out, and it is just impossible to get to, and it is really, really rusty. This is very, very difficult. Oh, yes. Finally, we had some success. Oh, that is hilarious. This lovely little job is turning into a right little headache.
Now it's my turn to shine. The MGF is a better spec'd car than we thought, and I'm carrying on in that vein and adding extra spec that'll get it noticed in the marketplace and win us a higher price too. So I've come to a local MG garage which is known to offer some nice upgrades that we can use. Yorkie and his team offer a service to replace the plastic rear window for a glass one. It makes the cabin quieter and more secure, and you can see out of it more of the time as it's heated.
All right, Yorkie?
Hello, Gus.
We're doing an MGF, and we've come for one of your upgrades.
Yes, the glass window.
Yes. Our car is sound, but something like this is really going to make it stand out, isn't it?
A lot of difference.
Is it all right doing it with it off the car?
Yeah, a little bit harder to do, but we can do it.
So I'll leave you to crack on with it?
Yeah, let's crack on.
Can I watch?
Yeah, of course you can.
Excellent, good.
So we drill out the rivets, knock out the heads, then the plastic window retaining frame will come away.
Like that, and it just pops off, and then the hood just lifts off, and that's it.
So what are we doing next?
Well, we're gonna flip it over.
Yeah.
Like this. Flip it over.
It's heavier than you think, isn't
It is heavier than you think. So we undo the zip, like that, and pull it away. You know, Gus, put that over there, mate.
Thank you.
That's the last one out.
OK, new glass?
New glass on the counter, Gus.
Ooh, look at that. That is going to look so smart,
That's
isn't
going to
it?
be nice, yeah.
That way around?
Yeah, that way around. So unzip that.
Right out.
Right out. Right, we've got to see if the zips match.
Do you mean sometimes they don't match up?
Sometimes they don't match up, and if they don't match up, got a nightmare of a job to strip the hood apart.
No.
Yeah.
How much longer?
About 2 to 3 hours.
So it easily doubles the job.
Easy doubles the job.
Let's have a look then. Yes, it's
And we're
match up.
matching, so
Excellent.
we're lucky.
So it's just luck whether these match up.
Pure luck.
Wow.
this is absolute madness. Just when you think you've got all of the big nuts and bolts out, which are really difficult to get to, there's a little safety feature that stops it all from falling apart just in case a nut falls off. So I thought I was there, but I'm not. Seriously. Not enjoying this job. Oh. Oh, yes! That was a pure fluke. I thought I was going to have to strip down the whole thing, but it turns out when you can't undo that nut and you force it, it just falls out on its own. Now, that is a winner. And then we get to see all of the cam belts, these plastic covers. If I remove those, I can get to the cam belts. Changing the cam belts from here on in should be a lot easier than getting that engine mount out.
You can already see how much better it's going to look.
Yeah, it does look nice, doesn't it? This is the fun bit. This is the bit I like the most.
See whether it's been cut properly.
Yeah. And then we put the bar in. It's very tight, very tight. This is why you need the holes in the hood, so you get the tension right.
But that must be a nightmare doing it without.
Very, very hard. Because if you do it off on the car, you've
never
got
gonna
to
be
drill them
stretched
yourself,
right.
and it won't be stretched right.
No.
These are the pot rivets.
I wanted an expert to do this, as hoods can be notoriously hard to finish properly. Mine and Will's clumsy fingers would be no good. I'm paying £375 all in, which is a deal price.
It's got to be a nice one.
Yeah.
Yes, it's about the same price as the car, but it will make it sell faster, and that's worth a lot. And who knows, maybe we'll get the stupidly high asking price I put on the ad.
Well, that's good to see. The primary driving belt looks really nice and new as well, just like the other one, but it needs doing. When you change the timing belt, the actual shaft can't move, or that will throw the timing out. I don't have a locking tool for this car, which I need, but I do have some spare metal in the workshop and a decent welder. That's me. Tool is finished. Keep them simple, I say. This one, I've just drilled out one of the nuts, so that now slides up and down in there. I'm going to slide this between the wheels into the teeth very, very carefully. And then this screw here can tighten down and lock it in position, so the wheels are now firmly locked. Look at that. After all that hard work, with all the difficult to get to bolts and the engine mount problems and all of that, taking off the belt is the easiest bit. And now, with its new belts and the new water pump as well, all I need to do is fill in the little sticker, put it on the front saying that I changed the cam belt, put the mileage on there and the date. And with all these jobs sorted, we know we can now sell this car with confidence. And we're done.
So Gus, you come round and do the last two, mate?
Nah, go on, you do 'em.
All right, then.
I'll only break something if I do.
With the last of the pot rivets done, the roof is transformed.
Sorted.
Fantastic. Look at that. That looks great, doesn't it?
Very nice.
The only problem is it makes the old one look a bit second-hand, doesn't it?
Bit of warm soapy water. That'll clean it up nice.
Will it?
Yeah, very nice.
Fantastic. Well, I'll tell you what, if we get an extra 500 quid because we've got a glass screen in there, I'll come back with a bottle of wine.
I look forward to that.
Thank
Now you
very
take care and take it steady.
Talk to you later.
Bye for now.
Day 5. Yes, it's the last one we've got, and yes, it's a biggie.
Well, it still looks absolutely awful, doesn't it? Day 5, and it's the worst it's looked.
Yeah, well, we have spent all week taking it to bits. Couple of hours work, wings on, bonnet on. This car's going to start to look great.
Yeah. I was thinking last night, isn't it amazing that this car sat for 7 years simply because of the trauma that that shock absorber had? So one big bang, and then it's uneconomical for them to get it fixed. But that led to us picking up a car for next to nothing, which is a really good car.
It is a lovely car, and it's been pretty cheap to fix as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's been a nice bit of learning.
We need to polish it, luster the hood, clean the wheels, clean the tyres, so that the first person that comes to see it thinks, best MG I've ever seen.
I'm slightly worried by what you're saying here, because all that cleaning and polishing, I know that your level of...
I have got a high lustration threshold.
You do. I might have to follow your lead a bit.
Well, we need to crack on because there's a lot to do.
We do. Yeah.
Tea.
Definitely.
With precision akin to brain surgery and pace as yet unseen in our new workshop, we rise to a steep challenge.
Right, it's starting to come into place now. We do not stop. We do not question, because everything is at stake. And does the new sphere work? I am waiting eagerly to see this move. We've got no movement here yet. Oh, I think we might have moved.
Yeah.
Oh, we are?
Yeah, it's moving.
We're moving. Oh, yeah. Get in there. I reckon one more pump, Gus, one more. Okay. Whoa, that's it. Perfect. Yes. Now that is exactly 13 and a half. Oh, wait for me.
Heavier than you think.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Oh, that's a long bolt. Done.
Lovely. That's better. Much tighter. Huh?
That's as tight as a drum, isn't it?
It is. Look at that. It looks fantastic, doesn't it? I mean, it actually does look fantastic.
It makes the car look really nice and modern. Gus will not stop going on about the hood. Using saddle soap to clean these seats, because saddle soap's exactly the right thing for leather. It gets in there, it washes it really nicely, it doesn't damage the finish on the leather at all.
We do a little bit of polishing with a helping of spit. It looks like we're there. The MGF was £350. Will spent £150 on panels and bits, and our consumables bill came to £200. The back window was £375. So the MGF owes us £1,075.
Now, I know we're in the business of making money,
Sometimes.
but I really do feel like we've had a real bonus this time.
Yeah, I agree.
We get to drive around in an open-top British sports car, wind in our hair.
Your hair. But that's what you wanted. That's what you wanted in the first place.
It was,
an
yeah.
open-top British sports
Yeah,
car.
and we'll get the wall of the engine too. This is going to be fabulous.
I think it's funny because I was only looking for MGFs for a joke because you said you wanted a classic British sports car.
Yeah.
But it's worked out all right, hasn't it?
It has.
Because
This is the
yeah,
one.
And we've done well by this car because for the price we paid, most people would think this would be in a scrapyard by now.
Well, if a car's supposed to be in a scrapyard, it should be in a scrapyard. But this one, we had the opportunity to give it a second chance.
Yeah. It's definitely dawned on me since we've been working on it how good this car was and how little money we paid for it. It's got all the right parts for it, hasn't it? And that sort of epiphany that actually it's not just an MGF, it's the MGF that people will want. But it looks fantastic, doesn't it? I mean, it genuinely looks great.
I'm really, really pleased with the way it's come out.
How are people on the auction?
Right, OK, so here's the thing. People are looking at MGFs, and they are looking at this MGF, but nobody actually wants to view it yet.
I think if someone came and saw it, they'd like it. They'd probably get a biscuit, which would be good. But I'm not worried because it's going to find its home, isn't it?
I mean, really, I don't like to use this line, but this car should sell itself. Look at it, it's gorgeous. Shall we,
Oh, we should, shouldn't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you driving? Wow. Cozy. So, Mr. Trickett, how do you find the MGF?
Well, I quite like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic. We spent all that time getting it from being a dead animal sitting on its haunches to being an actual driving car, and you like it? Well done, us!
It's quite light, it's nimble, but what I'm really, really noticing is it's pretty zippy.
Zippy!
Jimmy, it's got the VVC engine,
Yep.
variable valve control, which means that when you give it a bit of welly, it picks up its petticoat and it squirts along really quite nicely.
It does what Rover and MG set out to do. It's a car for all seasons, isn't it? I also think we should take a moment to revel in this MG because we've done it proud, haven't we? I think we've taken this and turned it into a proper cruiser, haven't we? It's cool.
We're here in our classic British sports car, and I feel going around these cobbled streets, we just fit in perfectly, you know, almost like furniture. whilst doing a suspension check on the work that we've done.
Very much a suspension check.
Well, I think we've done very well with it.
Yeah, well, if we sell it.
That's the thing, it's all about the sale.
We do sneak the price down to 2,750. And hey-ho, a buyer comes all the way down from the north for our first viewing.
Ah, you must be Paul.
Hi.
Hello, mate. I'm Gus. Pleased to meet you.
Hi, Gus.
Hi, I'm Will.
I will.
Good day to you.
You okay?
Apparently you've had quite a long journey down here today to see this.
Yeah, I have. I've come all the way from York.
Wow.
Did you come on the train?
I did.
Is it rude to ask whether you've got a return ticket or not?
I have, yes.
We better sharpen up our sales skills, then, haven't we? Well, is there anything about the car that you don't already know that we can tell you?
No, it is a top-range model, though, isn't it?
Yeah, for this year, it doesn't get any more topper than this. It's got VVC engine, power steering, it's got
Air conditioning.
air conditioning, yeah.
Yeah.
Does the air conditioning work?
Yes, it does. We've run it all up, tested it all, and it's all OK and ready for action.
You can guarantee that because my wife insists that this car must have air conditioning.
Ah, are you buying it for your wife?
No, this is my midlife crisis, but she's the boss.
Well, here you are. This is your midlife crisis waiting to happen. What do you reckon?
It looks lovely.
I mean, it rides and drives very well, doesn't it?
We've run it all up, we've taken it for a good road test, and this car is ready to go now.
OK.
Basically, everything that would worry you about buying an MGF, worried us when we bought this one, we've done, haven't we?
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
Big positive. But we are here to do a deal. We've got other people interested, but if you want to do some sort of deal, then we can facilitate that.
Yeah.
Well, it's got everything that my wife stipulated.
Which is good news.
That is good news.
However, I only have 2.5 on me, I'm afraid. But it's in my pocket. I can pay you now.
Well, I think it's up for 2,750, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
So what do you think?
Well, I think that's pretty close, isn't it? I think it's close enough.
I think it's close enough, and you seem like a very nice man, so let's say yes, shall we?
Yeah,
Excellent. Fantastic.
Definitely.
Very
Great.
kind of you guys.
Excellent.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much indeed.
Well, shall I go and put the kettle on, and we can sort out a bit of paperwork?
Yeah, you have a poke around. We'll have a cup of tea. Do you want a cup of tea?
I'd love one.
Go. How'd you have it?
Black, 1 sugar. Cheers.
See you in a moment.
Right, thank you very much.
And Paul's midlife crisis means we've netted more than double our outlay. More than we expected, but exactly what we deserve. This time on Flipping Bangers, Gus is on a mission.
Tell me if I've been a lovesick fool, right?
I'm all ears. He sees a diamond in the rough.
You're going to love it when you drive it.
I don't want to go anywhere near that, 'cause that could blow up in my hands.
And if we can smooth off the rough edges, we'll get a chance to shine.
We have definitely turned back the clock on this car. It's definitely got a new lease of life.
We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, flipping bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car. It's time for us to choose a new project. But what will it be?
No, I was thinking, I don't want to see anything fancy, nothing fragile.
Yeah, I don't want broken, and I definitely don't want rusty.
No, I think something strong, some sort of robust engineering.
Yeah, quality and substance.
I think our collective minds are drifting towards Stuttgart and Munich, aren't they?
Yeah, well, we are here to make some money. So let's not mince our words. Let's think BMW. Let's think Mercedes.
Yeah.
So maybe 5 Series or some sort of E-Class.
Yeah. I'd say at the moment, A90S 5 Series.
It can be a little bit underpriced.
Yeah, to sell, yeah, maybe you're right. But I just think that 5 Series, E-Class, C-Class, these are the sort of cars that everybody goes for. I think maybe we should go a bit more off-piste. You know what we haven't thrown into the mix? Audi 100. Audi 100 Avant, the estate. Really rare.
Yeah.
I think they'd be worth more than either of those. Look.
Yeah, no, I've not seen one of those for years, and no, I'm sticking with the 5 Series. 5 Series, 5 Series. I can't say it enough.
I really like the look of this Audi 100, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's only done 130,000 miles.
Is it? How about you call up the owner of the Audi?
Good idea.
Yeah, see if he's got a nice 5 Series.
I might call him anyway.
After a little spell on the dog and bone, that's phone, we pack up and head off. Which car will we see? A 5 Series that Will wants, or do we disregard his feelings and look at the wonderful Audi 100?
Do you remember in the 70s and 80s there was a radio programme where the hapless people used to phone in and confess to sins that they didn't really regret doing, to the accompaniment of tears and strings?
Yeah, I do remember. I used to quite like it, actually.
Yeah.
It was quite good. What I'm not liking about it at the moment is this is beginning to make me think that you have some sort of something you need to get off your chest, maybe?
No, what gives you that idea?
Well, nothing, of course.
Well, a bit, I suppose.
Go on, what? I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. I've worked it out already. Right, so we're off to see a car, yes?
Yes.
Right. Let me just hazard a guess that it's not the BMW 5 Series that I want. It's that Audi that you want, isn't it, Gus?
Okay. Let me tell you the information about the car, and you can tell me if I've been a lovesick fool, right?
I'm all ears. Go for it.
You know there's that website where you can type in the type of car you got, and it will tell you how many are on the road in the UK at that point, yeah? So if you do that to an Audi 100 Avant, it comes up with 25 cars. And in my mind, low supply means high price.
Okay, yeah.
But that car, it was on auction, this car, and it was bid and sold, but it was never paid for. So I took the opportunity to sneak in and get us a booking for it.
Oh, well done you.
It was a great point in Audi's development, and I think they're just an underloved car because Audi were trying really hard. They had that whole sort of flush fitting glass and that sort of 0.3 coefficient of drag. You know, they were on fire when they were making these cars.
Yeah, they were quite technologically advanced.
Yeah.
But if I'm not happy with it, then you've got absolutely nothing to worry about, I'm sure.
That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
Oh, well, that is good then. There we are.
The owner of the Audi is at work, so we're left to our own devices.
Look,
Matty said he'd left the keys with his sister, so we can get the keys, you can drive it, and then you can see the whole picture. I mean, look at this side. This side looks
Gus,
fantastic.
you're creating a diversion tactic, I can tell.
Look at those wheels, original wheels.
Yeah, lovely.
Rare, very rare. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Matty said he'd left the keys for the car with you.
Yes, he has. Let me just grab them
Brilliant,
for
thank you. You're going to love it. You're going to love it when you drive it. It's sophisticated. Lovely.
There we go.
Thank you. I reckon we'll be 10 or 15 minutes. Is that all right?
you. Okay,
All right.
enjoy.
Thank you very much. What, sophisticated like me?
No, sophisticated like a sophisticated thing that's sophisticated. Got some nice bits on it, hasn't it? Look, tinted green glass, an electric sunroof. It's got all these period features. Paintwork, not too bad. And the wheels, look at those wheels. They're rare and they're in really good nick. They're good.
Admittedly, yes, it's got a load of nice features on your side, but starting around here, there's been some damage on this bonnet, which has been repaired, and the repair's all fallen off. This side of the car actually looks like it's been to war and
I'm
lost.
not looking at that side, I'm looking at this side. And look, it's got its original load liner in there.
Brilliant, but look down here. Look at that valance. It looks like they've reversed over a cow twice.
OK, let me show you something down here. A piece of beautiful automotive art which no one can say isn't a brilliant thing. 2.3, 5-cylinder Audi engine.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I do know these are good engines. So, I mean, let's see what it looks like.
Ooh.
That's amazing. The bonnet actually works and stays out. That's handy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And, well, actually, it doesn't look too bad in there, which is kind of pleasing to see. I mean, they're sort of bulletproof sort in there. If it runs all right, then it's a corker.
Yeah, yeah. It's just old, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I think we should drive it. I think you should drive it, and I know that you're not a very good driver, but I think you should drive it just to see you're going to like it.
This is a diversionary tactic, Gus. I know what you're doing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, anyway, this is supposed to be your treat, not mine.
You're going to love it.
Well, let's see. It's headlining, right? That is falling down there, and then the whole of the back of it's held up with carpet tacks by the looks of it.
Yeah, yeah, we have. But look what we have got. Look at the grey velour on these seats, which is in fantastic nick, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look, all this, the dash, it's like a time warp. It's really good, isn't it?
I must admit, it is a good period piece. Radio's missing. But what I'm really, really worried about is, like, are our potential buyers going to warm to this car? Because it's not really something they know. Not like a BMW 5 Series.
No, but the bare bones of this car are good. I know it's got issues on the outside. I know it's got issues on the inside. But if you take the age of the car, what it is as a whole, I think it's amazing.
Is this your last-ditch attempt to try and win me over, is it?
Go on,
You are, I can tell. Go on, Will, you're going to love it, you're going to love it, you're going to love it. Actually, I think I might. I'm sorry I'm being a bit down on it, but... Ooh.
Does sound nice.
Does sound nice.
The Audi even has a current MOT. What more do you want?
I hope you know I'm being really generous letting you drive this car. A, because you're a terrible driver, and B, because I actually really want to drive this car.
I know, I'm a really terrible driver, and I know that you really want to drive this car. And you're not actually being generous in letting me drive the car. That's to your own ends, mate. You're just trying to win me over. It's an ulterior motive. And you can't work that one on me.
The car will win you over.
Well,
listen to that engine, it sounds great.
Yeah, the engine does sound great. I mean, it's very crisp, and it pulls really nicely. Yeah, I'd say, yeah, cracking little engine. No worries there at all.
Well, look, we got no stereo, have we? So we should let that be our in-car entertainment system.
Oh, that's a perfect motorist solution, that is. And I don't want to sort of wax lyrical about cars of the 80s or 90s, but I will do a bit. I mean, they built some great cars.
Yeah,
some really brilliant cars in that period, and this is one of them. It's really solid, really nice.
They were trying hard, weren't they? Audi, they were definitely trying to impress BMW and Mercedes with their ability to create a really good car, and they really did create a good car with this.
Yeah, it's as tight as a drum. I mean, it's comfortable to drive, and it does feel like the sort of thing you could drive around in all day long. No worries at all.
The bare bones of what we've got here, for the age, we've got a really, really good car, haven't we? And it's cool. I think it's cool.
Surely sticking to the standard stuff that people like, you know, the mainstream thing, isn't that a better idea?
I don't know. I think if you find the car and everything else will work itself out, it'll all fall into place.
And no sooner have those fateful words been spoken.
The temperature gauge is getting quite warm, Gus.
Yeah, I can smell it. Can you? I can smell something.
Yeah, you can smell vaporising coolants.
Yeah, it smells like it's leaking something somewhere. And in actual fact, there's a little bit of steam coming out of here as well.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's not good. Right, OK, I better find somewhere to pull over a bit sharpish then.
We should have a look, shouldn't we? I think that's what the steam is, isn't it?
Oh, that's leaking.
Yeah.
It's a split.
I think it's split down the middle, isn't it?
I don't want to go anywhere near that, because that could blow up in my hands.
Should we get it home?
I think we ought to, yeah,
Come on,
definitely. Slowly and steadily, I think, will probably be the best thing.
There is a saying, you break it, you buy it.
So do we want it or do we not want it?
Well, I think you like this car so much, it would be mean for me to say no. So it's a yes. All we've got to do is work out the price and see if we can do a deal, I suppose.
£1,200.
OK, well, let's go and have a haggle then. Go and sort it out properly.
No, we can put it on the trailer now.
Is there something you're not telling me?
To show interest in the car, to get the first viewing, I had to show how interested we were, and I sort of had to buy the car. I had to, really.
We've owned this car the entire time. You've pulled the wool over my eyes, haven't you?
Well, not really, but a bit, yeah. But to be fair, if it wasn't as advertised, we could have cancelled it all, couldn't we?
That's funny. That's clever. Right, I'm off to get the trailer, but I think if there are any stinky jobs on this, they might be on your list, not mine.
That seems fair enough.
It's the first time Gus has ever bought a car without my say-so. But in fairness, he did get my agreement before telling me. Maybe it makes for a more efficient process. Who knows? Well, Gus, you surprised me there, and I am pretty amused by it.
I don't like dishonesty generally, and I certainly don't like dishonesty between us.
Yeah.
But he was on the phone, he was saying, are you serious? I've got people calling me. Are you serious when you're going to come and see it? And he just lost the sale. And I thought, you know what? It's just easier. It was £1,200. It was just easier to do it.
Well, I think you've done the right thing, and I really like the car as well. You've pushed out your intentions that little bit further. You've clinched a deal. We've got a very smart car there.
Yeah, I'd like to have met him. That would have been nice. But, you know, it's not. It's just, it's not. If it's not to be, it's not to be. But he seemed a very genuine man, I have to say. And I don't think £1,200 is too much. I think it's probably what the car's worth. Not too much, not too little. About right, I think.
We've only looked over the Audi quickly, so the next day we come at it fresh. You know, since we got this car in that rather unusual way.
Yes, granted.
I've actually started to quite like it.
Good.
Which is, I mean, but it's different, isn't it? I mean, it's a different car. It's quite a cool-looking car. For the money we paid for this car, it seems like we have actually got a real bargain.
Yeah, I am genuinely pleased that you've come round to it in that way. I really am, because I'm not proud of the way we got it. But it had to be got, and that was just the way of it. But I agree with you completely. I love the lines of this car. And it's the estate. It's not the saloon. The saloon does nothing to me. It's the estate. I just think it's cool, don't know? Yeah,
I think it's really groovy. So let's start thinking about the jobs that we've got to do on this car. And I think it is quite fair to say the car speaks for itself, doesn't it? So we've got all this paintwork down the side of the car, the bonnet, and those great big dents in the back as well.
Yeah. Well, what worries me about this is, slightly, looking at it, that it's a metallic, isn't it? And we've done flat colours before, but we've never done a metallic before. And I wonder if that just needs a bit more research or something.
OK, well, let's approach it from this point of view. How about we get stuck into it and do all of the prep work for the painting, and then see how we feel when it comes to the big moment.
Yeah, see how brave we feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Same as usual, then.
Yeah, sort of.
OK. Well, there's the dent, isn't there? The dent.
Yeah, this dent and that dent down there. Now, both of those are going to need pulling out, and they're going to need a really good job doing on them, because that's not just a straightforward filler job.
No.
And the one in the back as well, that's definitely not a straightforward filler job. Bit of panel work's required on this.
So, if we recap then with this car,
yeah,
we've got a header tank. We know the header tank's leaking, don't we? Because it was on the test drive.
Yes, we do.
So we've got a window that doesn't go up, so we need to investigate that, see what that is. And we've got a headlining, which one of us, get it, possibly me. OK, got to do that. But that's it. So that's all we've got on this car. So that's amazing if that's all it is.
It is, yeah. I mean, the rest of the interior is mint.
Yeah.
The car drives really, really nicely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it conceivable that this car will go through the workshop without any extracurricular activity needed?
Yeah. You know that saying about counting chickens before they hatch and all of that?
And I've just done that.
Yeah. Our machine-like process is primed and ready. Pickies first. Right, OK, so I've got some really nice pictures of the Audi, which I'm currently putting up on the advert at the moment, and it's looking good. I'm not using the pictures of the side that needs painting, because by the time we sell the car, that will all be done and the car will be MOT'd and ready to go. I have been doing my research because the pricing I'm finding a little bit difficult to work out. there aren't that many of these cars left, so you'd be forgiven for thinking that's going to escalate the value. Totally not true. This is not a Ferrari, this is an Audi. So I've got to come in with a decent price so we make some money. I'm thinking around about the sort of 3,500 quid mark, because that's not too high. Because if it's too high, people would ignore it. If it's too low, people get suspicious. It's a quandary, isn't it? Knowing that our car is going to be very good when it's done, 3,500 would be quite a keen price. People who like these cars, they're not frightened by those figures. So this is my final decision, which I'm going to put in the computer. 3,760 quid. That should do it. That won't frighten people off, and it might draw the right people in.
With a completely arbitrary price agreed on the Audi, it's welcomed into the greasy cocoon that is the workshop. And since the Audi's overheating, let's get that sorted, as non-driving trumps scruffy paint.
Well, we know from our test drive that the Audi has got a split in its header tank just here. So I'm going to replace it. And they're not difficult to get hold of, and they're not expensive, which is great. But what it's going to do is it's going to mean that this Audi engine, this 5-cylinder engine, is going to run beautifully smoothly and beautifully reliably. Because the person who buys this car isn't going to be buying an estate car to pop down the shops in. They're going to be buying an Audi 100 Avant. They're going to be super cool, and they're going to have their double bass in there and the rest of the band in the back. Or they're going to be surfers, and they're going to put their surfer boards on the back, and they're going to go down to the Witterings or down to Newquay. That's the plan, anyway.
Poor old Gus is away with the fairies today, but he gets the first job, which is removing the header tank, which allows for expansion of the water in the system. He unscrews it and removes the plumbing. We ordered a new part on the way back here for 35 quid, and it's arrived already.
And once it's topped up with coolant, it's good to go.
So that's a relatively cheap fix to get our Audi up and running reliably again, which makes a bit of a change in this workshop.
An uneventful first day then, but cheap. The overheating is cured, and we're off home to dream about how we find those cool owners that Gus is obsessing about.
It's the second day on the Audi project, and another niggle is a potential issue with the brakes.
And since we're getting it to run right, before we get it looking right, we're having a closer look to see what's wrong.
So one of the problems with this car when we were test driving it is that the brakes were binding on, and I figure it's probably the handbrake that's binding on. So we've got a car that's sat for a very long time. We have a handbrake cable which degrades in time and causes massive friction, and we have a very, very tired-looking spring here, and this is what operates the lever that puts the handbrake on and off. So any amount of friction in the cable will cause a great deal of loading on this, what is looking like a very, very tired spring up here. So I've got a new spring and I've got a new cable.
First up, this lot needs to be disconnected from the handbrake up at the front. There's a bolt underneath the car which is responsible for that.
So it's out, and if you'd like to accompany me to the bench, I'll show you this cable. So here we have our old handbrake cable. As you can see, if you pull it, there's a lot of friction in the cable. So just think, every time you let the handbrake off, that little spring has got to let this cable all the way back round. And honestly, I think it's going to struggle, because the new one... Oh, hello. Look at that. Easy peasy. That's going to fly off, isn't it? And we've got a new spring to replace our tired old one. So the combination of our new spring and our new cable, I think it's definitely going to do the job.
So far, so good. Another £30, that's all. This is going to be a cheap car.
So as with everything, there's a bit of creep on this job. I thought it was going to be really easy. I thought I was going to put the spring on, put the cable back on, and everything would be good. But there's a cam in here, this one here, and as you pull on the handbrake, it operates a little rod here which closes up the calipers and applies the handbrake. And on the one that's on the car, this is obviously very worn, and the rod is poking into here, so I can't get this cam on here round far enough to put the pin back in. So I'm going to have to take the caliper apart now and see if I can wiggle it out somehow, put the new one in.
In Gus's excitement during the test drive, We didn't notice, but there's a warning light on the binnacle, pointing to warm brakes. So I take a look. I see what they've done here. That wire there is where the sensor that goes in the brake pad should plug into the wiring loom of the car. But it seems that they're fitted pads that don't have a sensor on them. So to get around the problem of the light on the dashboard being on, they've actually bridged the contact within this plug to solve that. Now, I have got the correct brake pads. That bit is the bit that should plug into this. Now I've just got to hope that I can clean this up and get this bridging wire out without damaging the socket at all, and hopefully it should all be okay. But if I damage the plug when I remove the bodge, it might break that part of the wiring loom. So gently, gently, dab a lubricant, and then a good pull.
So I remove the caliper and I wind back the piston, and this facilitates the new pads which I'm putting in. And then I re-clamp the caliper back on. It's extremely frustrating.
It's gonna go on.
Right, well, that's the caliper back on, which is great because we've got new pads in there as well, which is only going to help with this car. Just gonna put the cable on now.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really good. Right, with quite a lot of struggling, that has just come out. It was quite rusty in there, so I think that should make a good connection when the new one goes in there. Brilliant. I can get on with changing these pads then. Granted, this isn't the most interesting job in the world. A lot of drivers just do brakes at their local fast fit garage and never engage with it. But it's taught us something about the Audi. Yes, it's a well looked after car, but it has been neglected more recently, and shortcuts have been taken to save money. There we go, managed to salvage that connector, and the brake pads are all changed. So, another calm, cheap and peaceful day. Who'd have thought it?
It's day 3 on our Audi, and after much procrastination, it's time to face a rather large painting job. The whole side of the car.
We need to address the elephant in the room, don't we?
Well, this.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I have been trying to avoid for as long as possible.
You and me both, yeah, definitely.
Well, it's a big job, isn't it? But once it's done, really good job done.
Yeah, definitely worth it. Are you going to do those dents at the back?
Yeah, I'll crack on with those.
OK, well, I might rub this down.
You can probably hear the sigh of pleasure as Will gets to knock things about with a hammer.
This dent is not going to be that easy to get out. There's no access behind it, apart from this tiny weeny little gap. I mean, normally you sort of try and use like hammers, dollies, and you can work it from both sides. You know, ones like this. But on this particular occasion, I'm going to be using things more like a slide hammer, and a slide hammer with this sort of tool on the end of it, so I can hook it up in there and gently sort of tease the dent back out into the shape it should be. And then get in there with lever bars and gently manipulate the rest of it to get it as good as I can. Not looking forward to this job, to be honest. A pro repair on this would cost us as much as we paid for the whole car. So I'm going to hammer away until it looks slightly better. Well, I'm certainly not saying that that's perfect, but it's been very, very tricky to get that back into the shape that I got it to. Do you know, it's good enough. I think it will work. The most important line is the bottom one, and I've got that pretty good. Yes, tiny skimmer filler. Yes, a bit of paint. That will be a great job.
A paint job like this, done professionally, would be at least £1,000, so we've got no option but to take it in-house. But the job isn't limited to just the paint.
Now I'm in a dent-busting mood and I need to sort out this dent at the back. It's a small one, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. This dent down here, when you first look at it, doesn't actually look that bad. But here's the problem. It's on a large, relatively flat panel, so the repair that we do on this has got to be good, otherwise it's just going to show. There's a couple of detailed lines along the panel as well. Now that's my starting point. I've made this wooden punch. If I just work along those lines really gently, I'll make a good start on the job, and then I can take the rest of the ripples off the panel as I then work it up from the detailed line.
What Will is trying to say is that bashing the dent out with wood is slightly softer than a hammer. Working around the dent is quite an art, and Will is pretty good at it.
So you can actually take a gauge of where you are when you're working on a job. If you put a straight edge up against it, you can see what sort of curve should be, and you can see if there's a dent easy. It's a very quick, easy way of getting a very good idea of where you're going. The detailed lines are managing to come out really well. I'm getting a very good edge on those, which I'm measuring with my rule. But there's still a ripple in the panel, which I've tried just tapping gently from behind. But because there's so much spring in the panel, I can't actually work against it. So if I use a dolly, a flat dolly on the outside of the panel and just sort of tap next to it, I can use this as an anvil, something to take the flex out of the panel as I tap it and see if it will just bring it into line.
And it's not pretty. Not yet. While Will does that, I'm using the high-pressure airline to clean off the faded lacquer.
Right, so I've run my rule up the dented area and I can see it's coming out really, really nicely. There's very few shallow points. And so I can work out where the shallow points are and the high points are. Flat block with a bit of medium sandpaper on it. Gus is sanding with a bit of 240 grit paper. And I'm priming, ready for filler. We use as little as possible. That is the golden rule.
Right, I'm done. Are you done?
Huh?
You done?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I'm getting there rather than actually done, but yeah, I think we could...
Just going to roll it in.
Yeah, get it in, get masked up. We could do getting some primer on this as soon as possible now. It's starting to look pretty good.
We don't have a lot of drying time left, so the race is on to get the Audi where it's ready for paint. We're quick at masking now. It's a skill that we've definitely improved on. Will has a steady hand, so he gets to prime, while I serenade him.
Metallic paint has really put us off in the past. It's a lot more tricky to apply than the solid paints we're used to. Thankfully, the primer has gone on really, really nicely and is all now prepared, ready for the base coat, which is the metallic level. It's quite exciting. The Audi will receive 3 top coats and 3 coats of lacquer once that's dry. The worrying thing is you never know until you've had the patience to step back for at least 5 minutes and wait and see how that coat has gone. It's looking pretty good. The first coat's always a very dust coat, very, very light. You can start to build it.
It's a long, long day, and we work late into the evening. But what a rewarding day it's been. It's day 4 out of 5 on our cool Audi. We haven't spent much, but we haven't tackled any of the truly nasty jobs. Have we been putting them off?
It would seem to me that we've spent an awful lot of time on this car already, and we've only really just got it up to the point where any normal person would buy it.
Yeah, and that's not really enough to raise its head above the parapet and attract the niche group of people that are interested in these cars.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that we saw in it
not one of the many things, is that it had a really cool interior. It's got a really good interior, but a really, really baggy headlining, hasn't it? So I am about to fall on my sword and go and pull the headlining out.
That's very good of you. Thank you, Gus.
So I would say that the major problem with headlinings is getting them to stay where you want them, i.e. up on the ceiling. Even the Might of Ingolstadt has a problem with it. This is common with Audi 100s. You might not notice it on this car because it's been cunningly concealed with thumbtacks that someone's pushed in through the lining. I don't particularly want to do it because I'm nervous that as soon as I've done it, and it's quite a lot of work to get it out, I'll get it stuck on, put it back in, come in the next day, and it'll be hanging down again. But I'm going to give it a go.
This Audi 100 has a desirable electric steel sunroof, but the opening lip is particularly ugly. That's number one target today. One of my failings is that I'm a little bit ham-fisted, but I have to remove the fitting slowly and carefully. Nothing more to it than that.
Look at that. The whole of the headlining is made of corrugated cardboard, which I find fascinating and fantastic in one way and deeply, deeply frightening in another.
One of the small inconveniences with this car is this window not going up and down, which is pretty annoying, isn't it? And we can't sell the car like that. I've had a look inside. Yes, the wire has broken, which is pretty much the standard for this sort of mechanism. We've found an Audi parts supplier who has everything, and you can buy a whole window mechanism. A pattern part is £20 and an Audi one is £40. Our budget means we had to go for the cheaper one. This part here is the bit that goes up and down in the slider. It attaches the mechanism to the actual glass in the door. There's a circlip on the other side, which is impossible to get to. But Audi have made it easy for me because the actual door splits in two, so the mechanism all comes out and the glass all comes out on the other bit and gets to the other side, put it all back together, piece of cake. Well, that's the idea anyway. Let's see if it works. Well, that's a really class bit of engineering. The fiddly job is done fast, and once I've connected the motor up, we'll be in business. And now is the moment of truth. Has it fixed the job? Yes. Yes.
It's now time for the black art of re-gluing the headlining. I've got my new fabric and the board layer that goes between the lining and the roof. The idea is that we glue the board with contact adhesive, keeping the layers regular and deep.
Right, that's the board done. Now I've got to do the lining.
And the hideous bit now, where we lay the new fabric over the board. There is only one chance to get this right.
OK, so I'm going to lower this down, yeah?
Well, I would, yeah,
Got plenty over.
Is this a good time to tell you I haven't washed my hands?
No, I asked you if you'd washed your hands.
Oh, I thought you were joking. I don't know about you, but it's nerve-wracking watching from this end.
It's nerve-wracking down here too.
Right, OK, am I coming down at the right speed?
Yeah, you are. And then what I'll do is I'll go across this bar here.
You know, you kind of want it to move in a three-dimensional way.
Yeah, that's passable, isn't it? I'd say. And we'll cut this and then we'll be able to work it without the stress of this bit in it, won't we? When I say we, I'm roping you into doing this as well. No.
I told you I haven't washed my hands.
You didn't wash them for a reason.
Is your heart still up in your throat, is it?
Yeah, a bit, yeah, but it's not too bad, is it?
I'm going for the hoping that my jumper's cleaner than me hands approach.
That looks all right, doesn't it? I'll come around that side and do a bit there.
We'll spare you the things that don't go exactly according to plan. There are some stumbles and a small dose of bad language. But after what feels like about a week...
I'm super pleased with that, I've got to say. All I've got to do now is get it back in the car without getting it dirty or tearing it or breaking it in some way. That should be OK.
Day 5. It's the last one to complete our Audi Avant. Or Avant?
That looks great.
Yeah, much better than it was, isn't it?
So much better than it was.
And it's upping the value of our car.
Exactly that. We've got a lot to do, haven't we? I've got to put that headlining in.
Yes, we have. No time to waste, yeah?
Cup of tea?
Oh, that's a great idea.
The really worrying thing about headliners is they have a terrible habit of not staying where they're put once you've got them in the car.
The card headlining will attach to the roof with more adhesive and clips. It'll look prettier than the last incarnation. But while I wrestle with that, more issues are coming thick and fast. Yet another thing we had not spotted before.
We've got a problem with the dashboard in our Audi. The LCD screen doesn't work, and worse than that, it actually looks slightly broken as well. So in the past, it's been okay because we've been able to find engineering companies that can fix things like this. But this being a slightly older car, we've had to draw in our friend Mark, who's a whiz with this sort of stuff. And we're sorting the problem by buying another binnacle from another car, which isn't exactly the same model, but Mark's skill is he can tease this one apart, get the component out that we need, put it into our binnacle. End result, we have a fully functioning binnacle that we can stick straight in our Audi, and the problem is completely sorted. Without the LCD working, the Audi's interior loses a tiny but visible bit of its appeal. We're going to have to hope that the LCD in our used binnacle works just fine, because if it doesn't, we're stuffed. Wow, this really is the world of tiny little screwdrivers and millions of fiddly little screws, isn't it?
It's a good job I can see.
Yeah, it is, 'cause I mean, I need my glasses on for all of that. So these are the components which did contain, or still contains, have you got it out yet?
It did contain this very small LCD screen here, which I've now matched up with that one there.
Yeah.
There were some very small differences, but thankfully the LCD at its core is exactly the same. So I've now removed this unit here.
Yeah.
And ready to strip that unit down, get it in there, test it, and then should be good to go.
Brilliant. Well, I'm going to watch and learn, if you don't mind.
That's fine. What I'll do, I'm going to crack on and strip this unit down.
Wicked. Mark is principally an electrical engineer for Mercedes, but he's able to apply his logical mind to our Audi.
Just going to remove this one.
Well, I'm no expert, but it looks like we're getting to the right place at the moment.
We're not far off. This is where the business happens.
OK. Our dud LCD is revealed.
Day runner, yeah. A day runner. Oh, there's a song in that.
I'm doing brilliantly with the headlining.
Oh, my goodness.
OK, it's all back together. Would you mind passing me the rest of the instrument cluster, please?
There you go. I knew what you were wanting there, didn't I? Look, straight down here, yeah?
Fantastic, thank you.
Cool. I'm a good little helper, aren't I?
Not too bad.
I love it when I fish for a compliment and it pays off. The new LCD is plugged in and working.
And that's the last screw. We're all done.
Oh, mate, cheers for that. You know, that is brilliant, isn't it? So it's really good to know you've managed to pull all these bits to pieces, put them all back together, get it all sorted and working, and you haven't even broken into a sweat, which I find is pretty amazing. Catch you later, dude. Cheers.
Oh, the doors are open, that's why.
And that looks like a finished car.
We only paid $1,200 for the Audi. Braking parts were $150, and we spent $285 on electrical items, $200 on consumables, and $100 on a headlining. So that's a total of less than £2,000. Amazing value.
I think this is an unusually glorious moment for us, isn't it? It's when we can finally breathe and take in the fantastic work we've done, revel in the glory of what we've done to this car.
Yeah, but you did really like this car, so for you it wasn't a massive leap. But for me it was a bit more so. But with a little bit of time and owning it and working on it, I've started to really recognise the fact that, yeah, this is a cool car. Yes, it is a really, really nicely built car. They're fantastically made. The engineering is fabulous. And it turns out they're really cool too.
I think we try to give all our cars new leases of life, don't we? Everything that comes out of the garage. And we do that to a lesser or greater extent on each car. But this car in particular, we have definitely turned back the clock on this car. It's definitely got a new lease of life, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're leading up to a but somewhere.
No. Oh, no, but I think you should drive it.
I think there's still a but.
But I hate it when you drive.
Now, that was the but I thought you were going to come to. Cheers, mate. Right, I shall drive it, and I am going to enjoy it. You might not.
I've always liked them, and it's not just the lines of them that I like. It's compliance, the way it sits on the road. I really like. I love this interior, and I think this has held up really well. I love the 5-pot engine. You know, its power delivery. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Well, it is quite a special car, and in its day, this was a very special car. To go out and buy one of these new, you know, off the forecourts, you had to be something pretty special in your game. You had to be well off. I mean, this is an expensive car, and it came with, you know, all sorts of, you know, modern creature comforts, such as electric windows, which was quite special back in the day.
I'm picturing in my mind airline pilot or consultant surgeon or someone with a house in Scotland, and they pile the red setters in the back and the kids, and they hammer off up to Scotland of a weekend. It would do that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. It's that sort of a car, but we've been showering this car gracefully with compliments. Surely we can find some negatives to throw into the mix of it.
I don't think there should be. I don't think there has to be. I can't think of any. I mean, actually, the one thing I do think is a negative, the biggest negative, is the same old story that I have to tell you every time that we try and sell a car.
No, I can guess that already. No one wants it, yeah?
Well, it's not that no one wants it, but no one's looking at it, no one's bidding on it, no one's calling. I did have one chap who I talked to, and he said, well, let me know when you've finished it.
Yeah.
And I phoned him up and he bought a Mercedes. I know. Just to think that we were going to sell this in the time that we've got is naive, because the person will be out there, and the person, when they see this car, they'll want it because it's great. But it's just going to take longer, I think.
Well, that is our strong point. We know we've got a good car, and we know if somebody is looking for one and they come and see this one, you know, we have the confidence to know that this one's a corker, and it should then sell.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one, isn't it? I mean, it's just purring along, isn't it?
It's beautiful.
It's not a rattle.
No, not a single thing. I mean, it is just as it should be.
Yeah.
But good vibes alone will not fill our pockets. We advertise the Audi, we sit, we wait. It's pretty good, actually, so we seem to have some interest.
Interest in what?
In the Audi.
Oh, good.
Seem to have two people on the thread at the moment. Right, so option A.
Yes.
It was a Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke has offered 2,000 quid.
OK, well, yeah, I mean, at the moment, that seems attractive, but it's not enough, is it?
No, it's not. Well, it's better than option B, which is a Mr. Austin, as it turns out. Oh, that might be him upgrading it.
See what you've done there.
Well, that's good, isn't it? He has just asked for what our best price is.
OK, well, unless he's going to take, say, if we say £4,000, he's not going to buy it, is he?
No, I don't think that's the way that one's going.
I think that we'll find somebody who wants an Audi 100. I would say they probably are just looking for a car, aren't they?
Yeah, they're not offering serious money there. That's not a good offer, either of them.
I think we wait, don't we?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And what does the Audi eventually go for? An internet pledge at 2,800 wins. And we say an extraordinarily grateful yes.
I told you though, didn't I?
Yes, you did tell me. I know. I never had my doubts.
No.
This time on Flippin' Bangers, we go for a real big hitter.
It's a cracking little car, isn't it?
Which offers fun in the sun.
This car has been round the block a few times. But because it's us, oh dear.
It looks like a skinned fish, doesn't it?
You can forget about the fun bit.
Well, this one's rotten.
I've been pulling and nothing's been happening.
It's coming on well, Gus. We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car. Aha! Right, I've got it. I am currently forming a plan.
Oh, good.
And it is a brilliant and cunning plan.
All right.
And it is Volkswagen.
Uh-huh.
And the reasoning for my Volkswagen is you can never go wrong with a Volkswagen.
Well, I'm just trying to think, and I'm fully on board with you. And I think, as far as I can remember, all our brushes with Volkswagens have worked out positively. So, yes, as long as we can err towards the more desirable end of the spectrum with Volkswagens, because there's an awful lot that I really don't like.
Yeah, we can definitely. I mean,
and what car do you want? What are you after?
So, I suppose in an ideal world, it would be Mark 1 Golf GTI. GTI bit, I mean, that takes it straight out of our league.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, personally, I would always err towards a base model Golf, because I think they're funnier. A good Mark 1 GTI would be 15 grand. A base model is 8.
Mm-hmm.
So really, all we can afford, bizarrely, is a convertible. 4 or 5 grand, 3 or 4 maybe.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, remember back in what we call the day, you know, those days, the coolest car you could imagine owning would be a white Golf convertible. You know, that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think we should look around for a scratchy one of them.
Good news. All the scratchy ones are ex-write-offs, which look like they've been stolen. That's at the 2K mark, but Will appears to have a lead at a shade over that.
Right, come on then, where are we going? What are we up to?
We're off to see a Mark 1 Volkswagen convertible.
All right.
Yeah, so we need to have a good look at it because a rusty one is not worth having, but if it's not rusty, then they do sell. And people want them as well. There's a serious scene out there for modding these things.
Yeah. But you did find one, obviously, otherwise we're just going for a joyride, aren't we?
I did find one for sale, yeah. So the guy that's selling this one, he's an ex-engineer, as it turns out. It's a Clipper, and it's the 1.8. It's quite a nice-looking car. There's a picture on my phone if you want to have a look.
Maybe that.
It was for sale, then he sold it, and then he got messed around by the buyer. So now it's back on the market, which is our opportunity. So we're going to go and see it right now.
Oh, fantastic. It's weird how that happens, but it happens all the time. We run across it all the time, don't we? People bidding on cars, buying them, and then not turning up. Why would you do that?
I don't know. I don't get it. But I think in this instance, it's actually working in our favour.
Yeah, I guess so. So what are we going to look out for then? What's the things we need to be careful of?
Well, what we're going to look out for is rust.
Yep.
If it's got any rust in it, then we're going to be very sensible and just walk away from the whole thing, and that's it, game over.
Yeah, the other thing with them is hoods, isn't it? Because replacement hoods are extremely expensive, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. So that's it. But I mean, if we can find one with a decent hood that's not rusty as well, I mean, they're bulletproof cars.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why people want Volkswagens, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So we want a Golf with a good hood that's not rusty, that's about half the market price. Well, something's got to give, hasn't it? We arrive in Newark, Lincolnshire, and clap eyes on a possible candidate.
Bell?
No, posh, isn't it?
No, that you used it.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hey, hi there. You must be John.
I am indeed.
Good morning to you. I'm Will.
Hello, Will.
I'm Gus.
Hello, Gus. Pleased to meet you.
So this must be the little beauty that we've come to have a look at.
It is indeed.
She looks lovely. Have you got anything more you can tell us about it? Any history or anything?
Yes, of course. I've owned it for about 18 years. I knew it before that. It came from a friend, a lady doctor, and she obtained it from her father, who was also a doctor, and he bought it in Chesterfield in 1989. So it's over 30 years old, isn't it? I've done quite a bit to it over the years. Most of the sort of mechanical side of it, I've been really able to cope with the engine, suspension, and all those sorts of things.
Yeah.
And I think now we're at a bit of a turning point for two reasons. One is me. I'm getting a bit too old. I finish up on the floor. It's a struggle to get up. I've got to cling onto the car or wait till somebody comes to me.
You and me both.
And the other turning point, this car, although I think it's mechanically sound, it's at the point where the body needs attention. But if the body is taken care of, and the hood and the sort of peripherals and the looks of the thing, I think it's got another life in front of it. Now, it is a classic. Mm-hmm. You know, I believe there are about 40 of these left on the road and licensed.
Is that all?
So they're a dying breed, really. From that point of view, I'd be very pleased to see it go on to another life. And, yeah.
It's exactly what we do. That's our USP, isn't it? We'll take it and we'll take it up a couple of levels.
Yeah.
And that's the idea.
I'm sorry to see it go because it's been an old friend.
Yeah.
But if that's what's going to happen to it, I'd be absolutely delighted.
Yeah. Well, can we take it for a
Oh,
drive?
of course you can.
That'd be fantastic. 10 or 15 minutes should
That's
do it,
not
shouldn't
a
it?
problem. You take your time.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Thank you
Enjoy
very
it.
much. Thank you.
See you later.
Cheers. See you shortly.
Bye-bye, Will.
So John says he's done a lot of the mechanical stuff on this car, and that puts my mind at ease a bit.
Yeah. Well, that leaves us in a good place, doesn't it? Because it means we can concentrate our efforts on what we can see now.
Well, yeah, and here we are already. This rear wing, where the hood joins on, there's a severe amount of grot in it there, which doesn't look very pretty at all.
Same this side, and also on where the filler cap is, same, but they did used to go there, didn't they?
OK, I've got other bits around door handle, bottom of the door. I can see some on the front wing too.
Well, the paintwork on this door needs attention as well. Oh, and that door's dropped a bit, in actual fact.
Okay. Well, this one seems OK, but I suppose this one hasn't had so much use, has it?
No, I guess not.
But it's that interior, isn't it? I mean, it's nice to see that it's all complete.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably original, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's very stained, isn't it? I mean, this is all going to have to be super cleaned, isn't it? We're going to have to deal with that. That is one of the big things we're going to have to do, because no one when the hood's down and someone comes to buy it, they're going to see this, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And they're not going to buy it, are they?
No. It's good. I mean, it's lovely, though, isn't it? It's stood the test of time, hasn't it?
Well,
and it's still tight. Feel it. It's snug.
Oh, that is really nice. Did you hear that?
That sounds like a Golf.
Sounds like a Golf.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, this is a stylish car. And the wheels. Now, I think they're probably off a later model, but they really do look the part. I like those wheels. They're nice.
It's another piece of, another panel that needs doing.
Yeah, it's all bodywork on this car, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's good, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah. That gives you a sense of security, doesn't it? When someone's looked after a car properly, and we know John's an engineer, and he's obviously loved this car, hasn't he? So, you know, it's like there's new clips everywhere, there's new petrol pump, there's new filters. It gives you a reassurance, doesn't it?
It does. Now, if that is as good as it looks, then I think we're in a good place.
Yeah, no, it looks great in there, in actual fact.
Let's have a look at the other big issues that you get on these cars.
Dare we?
Oh, I don't know, it's worrying, isn't it? Oh, fingers. And yes, I've got good reason to be worried. Splits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then if I look a little bit closer, well, I've got 10 splits and cracks. Oh, and this bit's particularly grotty down here as well.
You know what? Somewhere in the back of my mind, I remember somebody replacing one of these. I think you can buy them, just the skins. I think you can buy them. I also remember them saying that it was an absolute pig of a job to do.
Oh, brilliant.
Nice.
That's exactly what we need. But I think worth doing. I mean, looking at the collective of the jobs that we've got to do, we know we've got a lot of bodywork on this.
Yeah.
The interior needs a load of work. The hood needs a load of work.
We've definitely got to do the hood, because you're never going to sell a car like that. We've definitely got to do the interior, because you're never going to sell a car like that. And we've definitely got to do the... I mean, they're 3 really big things. And I'm counting all this as one, and it's not, of course, is it?
No.
It's massive, yeah.
Well, it is.
But the only real way to find out mechanically is to give it a drive, isn't it?
Do you know, that's the best thing about our job, isn't it?
The driving bit?
Cruising around with these smart cars.
With me driving it?
Well, yeah, you doing it this time, eh?
It's important that Will is almost never given the chance to drive.
I'm going to start with the positive, because this dash is a classic, isn't it? Automotive classic. If you had a picture of that dash in a pub quiz, you'd know exactly what it was. And they were sort of cutting edge by putting the heater controls up here and the radio up here. I love it, absolutely love it.
It's all terribly ergonomic, isn't it?
Yeah, it works really, really well.
From this side of the car, and I know I'm not driving, it feels nice, it feels comfortable, it feels like it's doing everything it should do. I mean, yeah, this car has been round the block a few times, but it seems to me like it's okay.
Yeah, well, it's definitely been used, doesn't it?
And the 1.8 engine, what do you reckon to that?
Well, it's great, it's always great, and it's tight. He's done a really good job on this. I think if we try to look for criticism of the car, it's nothing you wouldn't expect for a car of this age. And if you look at the whole package, I mean, it drives brilliantly. I mean, it really drives brilliantly. The drivetrain's great, the gear change is actually great. The engine's fantastic, it pulls like a train, it's really good. I mean, it's done 180,000 miles, but it's really good. It's a bit crispy around the edges, isn't it? But is this the Volkswagen you want?
Well, it's good to hear your thoughts on how it drives, because that raises my spirits, because it's not exactly a wowee of a car. But there is something to it. I think if this were one of our projects, then we've got enough here to really get our teeth into, turn this into a really nice car. It's halfway there.
And if we could get John to lower the price a bit, that's going to help, isn't it?
Yeah, that would help a lot, but I really don't think that's a very realistic idea.
No.
Well, let's see if we can manoeuvre John into a price reduction.
Oh, hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
How do you get on?
Well, of course, we loved it. It's brilliant.
Oh,
I mean, you've done a
pleased.
great job with it. It drives fantastically.
Oh, I'm really pleased. That's kind of you.
It's very
really
tight.
kind of you.
And of course, we want to take it home, but it rather
Oh, do
depends
you?
on, but it depends on how much money you want for it.
I've advertised it, and I'd like 2,200. I think that's a fair price. I think if you turn the car around, you could make a good profit on that. It's a no-haggle price, gentlemen, so if you're interested, that's it.
Well, what do you think? I'd say that was probably about fair, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think we ought to go
Brilliant.
for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
It'd be a pleasure to own that car.
It really will.
I'm really pleased.
Okay, so we didn't get any money off, but that's the cheapest road legal golf clipper in the UK, and John threw in a free door as well. You know, when we're making business decisions, we are calculating and we are cold, and I think this time we've also applied a little bit of logic as well.
Well, I think we beat ourselves up. Every time we get something on a trailer, we start thinking, well, what are we going to do to it? How are we going to make the money on it? What are we going to do? Where has it got to be? But in actual fact, what we should do is just pat ourselves on the back and say, we've just bought a really cheap Mark 1 Golf for probably quarter the price of a tin top. That's clever.
Yeah, it is actually, and it does drive, and it's not a total shed.
Exactly. So let's park the thoughts, wait till we get home, and then we can make a plan, work out what we're going to do.
Yeah, with you, cool.
So for once, Will is a little subdued. What has he seen in the Golf that is worrying him, beyond the hill of work we already know about? The next day, we come at it fresh.
So what are we going to do with this car?
First thing we're going to do is agree that it's a cracking little car, isn't it?
I think it is.
and then we're going to come up with a plan.
Excellent.
I was having a look online, actually, and these cars, these clippers in particular, are very popular for people to modify. They're sort of big wheels and lowered. I think it's the rounded off bumpers which lends itself to that. But it does mean that these cars are more popular than the iconic GTI, which is weird, isn't it?
That is really amazing
Yeah.
and really good to hear as well, because it just proves that we've got the right car for our job.
Yeah, well, I think that'll be our target audience. I really do. We definitely need to make it look less sad, don't we? At the moment, it doesn't really look too
Yeah.
cool, does it? And we're going to have to address the paintwork.
Yeah.
Whether that's doing localised paintwork or maybe wrapping it. I'm not saying we should, I'm just spitting that out, you know?
Well, I'm thinking, yeah, with all of that in mind, we have got to pay some attention to this hood as well.
Yes, we have.
Because that's got some problems, and we've got some decisions to make, do we? Repair what we've got here.
Not really, can we?
We could ignore it.
We can't ignore it, can we?
No. Or we could replace it.
I think that's where we should be going, don't you?
Me too. Yeah, definitely.
And don't forget, we've got a door. We can put the new door on, of course. That gives us a head start, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the other thing we can't ignore, give us a hand taking this top off, is the interior. It doesn't just need a clean, it needs what I call an SC, which is a super clean. It's not really in your DNA, is it?
No, I'm totally cool if you want to take on that job. So let me summarise. We're going to up its game.
Yes.
By 1, 2, 3, or many, many levels.
Yes.
And then hopefully sell it to somebody else who then wants to finish it off, maybe even modify it a load more.
Yes.
Yes, and then we double our money.
Yeah, well, not definitely, but that's the right direction, isn't it?
OK, brilliant.
Photos?
Yes, and a nice cup of tea. I'll go and stick the kettle on.
No, you're taking photos.
Don't know where my camera is. Gus is reasonably good with the pickies, but he wants me to do it this time, so I'm using my first generation smartphone. So, selling a Golf of this age, people are going to be absolutely terrified about finding acres of rust in them. And I'm not surprised, these cars do go rusty. And the sort of person who's going to buy this car is probably going to be wanting to modify it even more. But the nice thing is, it is pretty much rust-free, which is great. So I'm going to get that in there. 185,000 miles is in there. It's got a new MOT. I have got a price rolling around in my head at the moment, and that price is £5,000. Now, I know that I have seen ones a bit cheaper than that, and I also know that I've seen ones that are a bit more expensive than that. So I'm going to put it down as £5,000. This is not an auction. This is no offers. This is £5,000 straight. Wish me luck.
Should we get the hood off?
I'm ready for action.
If we get this hood off, we can get access to this scabby bit of paint, can't we?
It's a good place to start, I reckon.
Yeah.
Golfs are popular with tinkerers because disassembly is logical, but you can't unpick rivets. They've got to be drilled out.
Do you think we have to open it up, peel it back, and then do the next level?
Yeah.
Shall we have a look?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm hoping. I think we're sort of good on this stage. Right.
So that just pulls off there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just
Right.
glue, isn't it?
So that's that.
That's the horsehair matting, isn't it?
That looks a bit like it's seen better days, doesn't it?
It is actually horsehair.
I think that is serviceable, though. It doesn't look that pretty.
So we want to replace just the skin and not the frame or interior.
Do you think it might have been a good idea to have photographed this as we'd gone along, so we knew how it went back together?
That could have been quite a prudent move, yeah, for sure. We've also forgotten to take out the rear window. Well, if I jump inside...
Yeah, go on then.
Release the edges and push them to you.
All right, let's see. What we want to avoid is breaking the screen. Oh, that's out, yeah. That's it.
This is going to wind up being more than just a roof skin, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
all.
realistically, you'd be mad to think you're going to get away with just skinning the roof, aren't you? Because it's the structure's made of steel, isn't it?
Well, now we've seen it, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
It looks like a skinned fish, doesn't it?
Doesn't look pretty.
No. We're going to have to get one of those frames as well, aren't we?
I'll put that on the list.
Yeah. Shall we go home?
Yeah, defo. Not a great start. The hood is worse than it looks. Oh, well, we'll see how it looks tomorrow. Good morning.
Now the bar's in.
Good morning, little car. And it looks a bit sad. Right then.
We need to have a talk.
We do, about the patchwork quilt.
We need to have a process of assessment, don't we? A damage assessment of our car. OK, I've got it. I am going to draw on the windscreen with your white pen the Malaga Airport hire car damage accumulation chart.
That'll just bring back horrible memories of every time I've taken a car back to the hire centre at Malaga Airport. It's been a horrendous experience.
Another 150 quid.
Yeah, that I wasn't expecting. That scratch wasn't... was there. It was always there. It wasn't me.
There are no pens in the garage, of course, except in the most obvious place. We desperately need focus. With the essential tools in hand, we draw out each panel and confirm which need lots of work, or little, or none.
You're going to call them out as you see them, then?
Yeah, OK, I'll start right here. This is the NSR...
NSR...
UP.
What's that?
With such magnificent planning, we will minimise wasted effort and maximise materials. It's all about picking battles.
That is more than a deposit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's more a case of just run.
But I think we need to edit this now. I think this is what happened is always going to happen.
Yeah,
because
we've got too much to do there.
Well, we haven't got a great deal of time
to
do it in either. And we've got to do the roof yet.
OK, let's go around then.
And we've got to take the seats out because they've got to be cleaned.
OK.
And we've got to replace the door.
OK.
Yeah.
There's no argument. The seats need a clean. And the wilting door is switched over for the spare. Oh,
Door!
that's quite heavy. Yeah. Right, OK. Do you know, there's something about the Volkswagens that just makes you smile, isn't there? It just fits beautifully. And with the smallest number of panels assigned to paint, it's now just a masking up job. Right, so this is the thing. The extra badge on this car is a cabriolet. And it is stuck on with double-sided foam sticky tape, so watch this. We're doing a proper job, and all the trim needs to come off too. And because it's a VW, that's all doable.
I've taken the grille off. I've just taken the bumper off because it's all in the detail.
And now we've got another problem.
So I've just taken the bumper off, and taking the bumper off so that we can prep the front panel of the car has revealed this huge hole down here in the wing. That's exactly the trouble with cars of this age. So you take something off to get access, and then you find out the next bit that's rotted away. So the next thing to do is to take this little spat off here, the part of the body kit, and then we'll see what the next bit reveals, shall we?
I don't know why I'm laughing. The wheel arches and body kit might hide nasty rust. And if they do, once revealed, there is no going back.
So we've nearly got a body kit. The only thing is, some idiot has jacked the car up exactly where the last screw is. Now, who could have possibly done that?
Even that's not an easy job. The inner arches need to come off first, and now we'll see what we've really got. And the wheel arches are barely there. This is a disaster.
I told you it'd be all right under there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, yeah. It's coming on well, Gus. We're going to need some new ones of those, aren't we?
Yes, that's going to be a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't... We should have seen that coming, I suppose. It's saved us having to make some decisions on it, hasn't it? I mean,
Yeah, well, I mean, you're never going to repair that, are you? So,
No, you're not.
So new wings is an honest way of doing it, isn't it?
it is. Just a bit of a surprise and probably really something we could have done without.
Yeah, time-wise and cost-wise, definitely. Well, cost-wise, definitely, but
Yeah.
but we can find them. Shall I do these? Are you going to do that?
Yeah, I'm going to get stuck in stuff at the back.
OK.
Stuff, yeah.
I'll take these off.
We can't not do the painting at the back. We're already prepared for it. So I'll carry on with that. Back end of the car's actually not too bad. The paint is faded on the boot lid, but it's all quite flat. It's quite nice. So it's a quick flat back before we put some filler primer on there to make it really lovely before the top coat.
So I just thought I'd wick these wings off. I've been at it for an hour now, and I've had to cut all the underseal off. There's an inch of underseal. I've had to cut it all off, all the way up, and pull the wing up. I mean, I have ruined, well, it's already ruined, but I've ruined the wing. But somebody in Wolfsburg was having a right laugh because there's 3 screws clearly visible. Then the last one in the corner is under an inch of underseal. And I've been pulling and pulling and pulling, and nothing's been happening. I've got it now, though. Yeah, that's nearly there. I don't want to touch that. Oh. Look at that.
I'm into the last stages of masking up. It's a bit like wrapping a Christmas present, isn't it? And unfortunately, that's exactly the reason I have to wrap all the Christmas presents at home.
That looks great.
Yeah, I love this sort of work. It's kind of nice, really therapeutic.
It is very therapeutic, isn't it? It's a lovely thing to be able to do. All right, then. Well, I'll see you in the morning, all right?
Cool. Cheers, mate. Have
All right.
a good one. OK, while Gus gets the wings, it's primer time. Like with everything, preparation is 99% of the work. It's taken hours to get to this stage. Putting on the paint, and this is the primer I'm putting on first, is a fraction of that time. First coat, very quick. Lay the first coat on really, really light. As you go into your second and third coats, you can build up the weight of the paint on it. First coat needs to absorb some moisture from the second and third coat, so it's really important. Dust coat first. It's day 3. We don't have much time left. Can we get it all done?
These are our pattern wings. So instead of patching the car up, we've bought a set of wings for it. And it sounds strange, doesn't it, that you can unbolt a wing and bolt another one back on rather than going through the rigmarole of fixing what was there. But you saw what was there. It was a horror show, and it would be a nightmare to repair in time and money. So you buy a wing, which effectively looks like a bit of new car because it really is a bit of new car. It's the same as the wing that was on there. You unbolt the old one, you bolt on a new one, you spray it, and then, maybe not the person who buys the car after us, but the person after that does the same again because it's just what happens. They rot away. They're not made of very thick metal.
Front balance actually wasn't too bad, which is a winner. I got away with just cleaning off a bit of surface rust, putting some rust preventative on there, skimmer filler, bit of primer, and ready for the proper primer.
Just putting the wings in primer. It's funny, once you get them into primer and you get it rubbed down, it starts looking like a proper car. In actual fact, that stage of a car, when you've got flat primer over every surface that you sprayed, it's really beautiful. It gives it a beautiful soft sheen, and it's very tempting to leave it like that.
Last panel in our patchwork quilt of painting on this car, the bonnet. Got to be a bit careful with this because if I lay the paint on too thick, it's going to pool everywhere. So light coats and lots of them. A professional paint job on a car like this would be around £3,000 to £5,000, depending on the prep needed. Our time is our resource, but the paint alone will set us back 250 quid.
You doing that for me?
I am, yeah. Making way for you, look.
Very kind.
There you are.
Lovely, thank you very much. Well, I did have them on. I offered them up earlier. They did seem to fit quite well, actually. What's that look
So I'm going to play with the other side.
All right. Well, that's all right, doesn't it? That's just...
Yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah.
Good job. So here's the trick. We're fitting pattern wings onto an original car. Chances are the pattern wings are going to be slightly different, and even if they were genuine Volkswagen wings, you'd always go through the same process. You put the wing on first, loosely, and you kind of feel it, and you kind of check each bit as you go. And then as you feel more confident that that bit's in the right place, you can start nipping bits up. The wing's got to be correct, front to back. The wing's got to be correct in and out. And if you just go wanging a load of bolts in there a bit tight everywhere, you'll never get it into the right place, and it'll always look like rubbish. So we carefully work it in a bit at a time. How's your side looking?
It's about the same, I'd have to say. A little bit bigger down there than it is down there, exactly.
Right, OK. Yeah, mine's about the same. I'm going to try and pull this out, smidge in then. Oh, yeah, it does move.
The bonnet?
Yeah, no, the wings come out a little bit.
Well, yours isn't done up down the bottom, don't you?
No. Well, you know what, Gus? I would say this is a beautiful position for you to crack on with painting it now. And wouldn't it be a good idea for me now, as the rest of this looks like a one-man job, and I'm desperate to go and get that interior cleaned by our nice friend.
Yes. The interior, yes.
Yeah.
Cleaned.
Yes.
You're
in utter disbelief, aren't you? Me?
It's
thinking
good, I
about
can't wait.
cleaning.
I can't wait to see it.
Well, I am envious. You get to do the paintwork, but there you go. I shall see. That's beautifully smooth. I shall see you later. Have a good one.
See you later.
Our little Golf holds its own quite well when it comes to quality, cleanliness, and all of the bits being there. But there is one massive bit that lets it down above everything else, and that's the upholstery on the seats, the interior, basically. It looks like somebody has had a nasty accident involving a can of pop on a hot day, and there's this sticky residue everywhere. Cleaning seats is not really my speciality. I struggle with getting my own hands clean. So I've taken this opportunity to get in an expert, this expert, involved to help me out. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Will. How you doing?
So these are the seats I told you all about on the telephone. What do you reckon?
Well, I like a challenge.
I'll admit it now. I'm a novice painter, but my hand, right now, cannot shake. While all that is going on, various cleaning discs are cutting down the stains and hopefully removing them from the cotton squabs.
Well, Nick, hiya. I can hear this. I can hear a lot of very, very industrious noises coming from down here.
Dirty fingers.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'll look with my eyes rather than my fingers. Those are looking really great.
Yeah, they come out really well.
That paint is looking superb.
So I'm going to leave that for 20 minutes, but I've got to get the masking off it because you've got to get it off while it's still relatively wet.
I get to have a break, and the last bit of the interior goes on the bench.
No, I thought you would struggle with that bit.
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh, haven't you?
No.
Oh, well, that's good news, because that is a particularly nasty stain. I have got a bit of a confession here.
OK.
Because when we got this car, I'm pretty certain that it didn't have that stain.
Right.
And I'm also pretty certain it wasn't Gus that did it.
OK.
How are you going to get that out, then?
Same process, and I'll know straight away whether it's going to work or not.
Well, I'm totally amazed, because to me, that looks like it's come off the underside of a rather nasty engine or gearbox, or potentially even worse. So I'd like to see how that is done.
You're welcome. Stay and watch.
Cool. Come on, then. Right, you crack on, then. Show me how you work your magic.
Right. OK. First of all, We'll try a bit of spot and stain remover, spraying onto the cloth.
Uh-huh.
And we'll see what comes off on the cloth. Okay.
OK, I see. So that really is picking us up on the cloth. I can see it.
I'm going to try something else now.
OK.
Degreaser.
That's looking good.
All done.
Wow, look at that. That's brilliant. That really is. I mean, it's made such a tremendous difference to the interior of this car, which is great, great news. I'm really impressed. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Nice attention to detail.
Hands.
The paint is touch dry at last. And I didn't mess it up. It's time to go home.
It's day 4, almost the last one to finish the Golf. And we've got our trimming guys to help with the hood.
That's had a bit of shot, isn't it? Frame's all right, though.
The factory skins are on a 6-week wait, and they cost 600 quid. But these guys can get the job done now, and it's cheaper.
Pete and Steve are here. We're going to put a new roof on the Golf. Aha! You made it! What do you reckon, then?
Doable.
Oh, that's good. I've heard horror stories about how long these take.
8 hours.
8 hours. That means I'm going to have to get lunch, doesn't it?
No, we'll do it in 4. You will get lunch. Did you get a frame?
Yeah, we've got one. You've got your hand on it.
Well, this one's rotten, so it's a good job we brought another one with us.
Did you bring one with you?
Let's get this swapped out.
OK.
And get the roof on.
Fantastic. Shall we crack on?
We shall crack on.
Brilliant.
It's such a relief they came prepared, as the only frames I found online were £250 plus, and really no better than ours. But I can lend labour. In typical Volkswagen fashion, the assembly is well made and difficult to unpack.
All right, Gus.
Yeah, how does that come out, Pete? How is that in there?
Literally, it's a little nylon pin.
Oh, so this... I'm doing the right thing.
You're doing the right thing, yeah. If you lever that out, it should come out with a little screwdriver, and then sometimes there's a little pin that will appear.
Uh-huh.
And you've just a little bit of fiddling about. That's it.
A bit of a wiggle.
Wiggle,
there we
and
go.
it comes out. Most people have a habit of just cutting them off.
No.
Yeah, and it causes so much...
What, cutting the webbing off?
They cut the webbing off, and the webbing goes halfway up the length of the roof, which causes you a multitude of problems.
I can imagine.
And just doing that, and that's it.
I'll look after that, yeah?
Yeah, you must keep that.
Oh, yeah, that is bad, isn't it?
Absolutely shot, isn't it? It's all rusted away. That's...
Are they difficult to find?
They are. They can be really hard to get hold of, these. And this bit holds your window in, so,
yeah, so
the metal flange has to be on there.
Yeah, and it's not.
No.
So that's exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, you can see the difference. See how more pronounced
Yes.
the metal is?
Yes.
Not being rotten.
Yeah. So actually that goes that way, doesn't it?
That's it.
Yeah. So do you want to put those in there and I'll bolt these on here?
Yeah, no, if you put these in first...
Oh, these got to go in first.
Yeah,
right.
because it's easier to... They're a little bit awkward, so you just you keep this up straight, tuck them in first.
Yep.
And then, so just a little bit of a wiggle.
Yep.
Get the pin in.
Yep.
And little tug, and it's done.
Perfect.
The pin in.
Put it in, spin it in.
A little bit of wiggle there. That's it,
That's
done.
it, isn't it?
That's it, done.
The fabric underskin is replaced. And then it's time to get the actual hood tensioned up.
Gus and I should be checking the internet on a regular basis to see how our auctions are getting on. But we don't. And the reason we don't is because it's a little bit disappointing if we're not doing very well and if there are no bids. Today, however, is slightly different. We still have no bids, but we do have 28 watchers, and we do have one question. And it is this: does it have a GTI engine in it? No, it doesn't. Have a good look at the listing. Is it the same engine as a GTI? Good question, internet user. I don't know the answer to that, so I, like yourself, shall be checking. The answer is a resounding yes, if you want to know.
You got it. That's it.
So I've got to keep this cable on the outside, have I?
Yep. Tension cable's on the outside, and we've got to basically put the tension bolts.
Oh, so we're tensioning it now. Tension it first.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah. And that cable comes up through that channel.
So basically, that thread going through that flat there, and the same on the other side, tensions the whole of the back of the hood.
Correct.
Underneath this lip.
Yep.
Yeah. It was difficult to get off. I bet it's even more difficult to get on, isn't it?
Put it this way, it's fiddling.
Right on that corner, right next to the seam. Is that right? Is that right?
Yep, that's it. I'm going to do the same on this side.
The whole challenge with hoods is to get the tension right so the fabric is taut but doesn't tear.
Oh, Pete, look at that. That looks amazing, doesn't it?
It looks wonderful, doesn't it?
Yeah, well done you. That looks fantastic. Rear window?
Right window is
Brilliant.
the next section.
Right, so what we got to do, cut it then?
We've got to cut a hole. And
You want me to cut it?
Yes.
You must be joking. You must be joking. I'll make tea. You cut it. Go on.
Oh, go on.
No, I'll
sure?
make...
Honestly,
go on.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, definitely.
The first cut.
Is it the deepest?
It's the deepest. There we go. Well, it's got a hole in it now.
Yeah, it's got a hole in it now. Don't worry, we've got... Oh, no, we haven't.
We haven't got another thing. We better go and get that cup of tea, haven't we?
Yeah, I'll make tea.
And finally, the back window is ready to be inserted.
All ready
for us?
Yeah, all ready for you boys. He's all in now.
Right. Oh, that's
There you
amazing.
go.
Yeah, you actually feel it gripping in, don't you?
It's not that difficult, is it?
No.
Come on,
Brilliant.
Gus. We got you for that.
Oh, sorry. You were spot on. Hard half day, isn't it?
And the result is superb.
We have 5 days to do our cars, and this is the biggie. The last one on our VW Golf Clipper.
Wow, that's a nice colour, isn't it?
It looks amazing, doesn't it? I'm resisting that inert feeling that I should stand back with a cup of tea and a biscuit for 20 minutes looking at it. Do you know what I mean? With a pipe, maybe.
Yeah, that'd be quite nice. I don't see the reason why not. I mean, no point rushing it. It's absolutely chucking it down with rain out there.
Yeah, but it's got to go out today, this.
Today?
Yes.
Is it today already?
Yeah, this has got to go out. We've got to put all the interior in and all the bumpers and... Oh, I mean, there's a huge amount of work to do on this car.
Yeah. I hadn't realised what day it was. It's really flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't remember where most of the bits are. Only joking. I can remember where some of them are.
Good. Well, we should get on then.
And then it's a steam clean for the carpets, a refit on the panels and the interior, and yes, even a little bit of cleaning. We're done. What does the Golf owe us? We spent 2.2 on the car, the wings were 187, the hood and labour was 600, the interior pro cleaning was £150, and 350 went on other bits, which brings us close to a not inconsiderable £3,500.
So what is it about these little Volkswagens that makes everybody go mad for them?
Are you asking me a question? Because I've got a feeling you're just about to tell me the answer.
Well, I'll tell you the answer, and it's pertinent to this car in particular. They are fantastic to look at, aren't they? And it's not just the lines on the outside, is it? It's the fabric of the seats, it's the dashboard. They're not just design classics. They're design icons, aren't they? And they're brilliantly engineered, and they're fantastic to drive.
Yeah, well, for me, it's the fact that this is the convertible. Now, unfortunately, the convertibles are a little bit overlooked.
Yes.
You can go out and buy a GTI. It'll cost you 3 times the money, and it is a slightly different car with slightly different appeal. But this is the convertible, and it's not actually that much different, and they're beautiful cars.
Yeah, I agree. So basically, we've got more than we bargained for. A better car than we bargained for. We've aimed high and we've slipped up and gone stratospheric.
Well, yeah, we certainly end up with a lot more work than we actually intended. But the thing is, With all of that extra work, the result is we have now got a car which is so much better.
Yeah, those words are the words of kings. And I think I've got a little tear, actually.
Oh, I've got a bit of blue roll if you want it.
Oh, lovely.
And now to the road. And no, Will is not allowed to drive.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it, to think that the Mark 1 Golf was designed and built in the 1970s. That's a seriously old car now, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
You think of old cars, you think baggy suspension and no performance. But this is not that. This is a cracker still.
Well, you've got to also, you know, you're thinking about this car and just recognising all of those cars that really made motoring history. The Fiat 500, the old Mini, the new Mini, the Beetle, the iconic Land Rover. This car, the Golf, is right up there on that list as well. It's just a great car.
And it really shows how much bigger cars have gotten, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Because actually, this is the size of a Fiesta or a Polo.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a toy, really.
Yeah, it is. But it's still a very iconic toy. And I salute it for that. So, when it comes to saluting the car, I'd love to salute a good sale. But we've got to have for £5,000, yeah?
Yeah, and you think it's a bit cheap, I can see that.
I do, yeah. I'm worried about that. What do you think to that?
Well, I think £5,000 because there is just so many of them for sale at the moment. So I was thinking about maybe drumming up some support for it on forums or some interest for it on forums, just to let people know that it is a good car, because it is a good car, isn't it?
So my worry was that it was too cheap. Now my worry is that it's too cheap and we got no interest. Is that true?
Yeah, nada, nothing at all.
Oh, great.
But at least the sun's shining.
Brilliant. Let's look on the bright side. Yes, what a beautiful day. The Golf is too cheap looking at our spend, but we're worried about asking more. Within a week, the online placements attract interest, but not always good interest. People aren't following up. OK, look, if you are definitely coming, then I'll keep waiting for you. But, yeah, please be as quick as you can. I'm getting bored. I want to show you our beautiful car. All right. Cheers, then. Bye-bye. Maybe the Golf is too cheap. Maybe people are worried it's a rot box. I've come in to show somebody around the Golf, and unfortunately, they've not turned up, which is slightly frustrating. I've been here an hour. But I suppose it's sort of highlighting thoughts. And the thoughts are, do we reduce the price of the car and make less money, which I don't really fancy doing, or do we hold fast, knowing full well that the prices of these Golfs are going up? I suppose it's decision time, isn't it? Gus and I have got to put our heads together and decide exactly what to do.
Well, you know the answer. We drop the price to £4,800 and get an instant pledge to buy. In 2 weeks.
I knew a Volkswagen would be good for us.
That was my idea. And it's good to know that great minds think alike.
This time on Flipping Bangers.
We should notch things up a bit.
It's a British classic icon.
Ho, ho, ho! This is 1960s Britain.
That needs TLC.
It's been in the garage for 15 years.
That's not going to move.
No, it's not. And then some. Whoa, that is really foul.
We're starting to wonder...
We've bought a car that needs an awful lot of work. If we can do this... We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs. and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
We need some cash, so the workshop needs a car. So we have to find one. The only questions are what, where, when and how.
I think we should take it up a notch or two.
That sounds to me like you're thinking something which is going to cause us loads more work, or is a complete basket case.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and talk you out of both of those. Yeah, OK, well, what are you thinking? What sort of thing?
I had a TR7 in mind. Yeah, they split opinion, don't they?
They do.
I like them. I think they're cool, but...
Come on, there must be something else rattling around in there.
Triumph Herald.
Ah, Triumph Herald. That does sound interesting.
Yeah, it's a car for all seasons, isn't it? They're massively popular. They're beautifully designed, beautiful runarounds, perfect for modern coolness.
Yeah, definitely. I'm in. I'm going to have a quick look, see what there is.
Well, look, I've got one here. I had it earlier. Look, that's a basket case. £1,000.
We want to avoid that. There's too many things at the bottom end of the market that we just need to avoid.
Well, it just looks like bad value for money. And here, this one's a runner, but it's got a list of things to do to it, the length of your arm, and that's £2,000.
But this is a speculating to accumulate, because look at this. I have found a couple here, and it's looking like the fatter end of the market, the selling, once ours is all done, 3,000 to 4,000 quid.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
It is, and that's not even the top of the market.
That represents good profit for us, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, I think we ought to go and have a look, see what we can find.
Are we about to speculate?
I think we should.
So we hit the road.
So what have you found then?
Well, I knew you'd ask. There's a two-owner from new, early car, 1960, so 948 engine, which apparently is the sweetest engine, if the slowest.
Yeah.
Family have loved the car. It sounds great. It's a great story.
Well, two owners from new sounds utterly amazing for a car that's so old.
Yeah.
Any idea sort of price?
It's on auction for 1,800. It's had no bids on it, and I think the reason it's had no bids on it is because it's too high a starting price, and people are scared because where'd you go from there?
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're trying to get a cheap car, aren't they?
Yeah. So no one's bid on it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Right,
I am qualifying that by the fact that it's been in a garage for 15 years.
Really?
So it will have all the things wrong with the car that any car that's been in the garage for 15 years will
so
have.
you're telling me it doesn't work? Potentially the brakes are seized?
Yes.
Clutch won't work?
All that, yeah, all that. I would imagine, I don't know, I would imagine.
No,
but,
it makes perfect sense.
But it's a lovely story. They absolutely love the car. They do not want to get rid of it, but they know they've got to get rid of it.
Right, OK. Well, this sounds like one of those ideal opportunities to be the early bird catching the little worm.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Nice cruise later, we arrive in Essex. We're both on guard not to be too excited, as that will give the game away. I'm quite old school. Here we are.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you Amanda?
Yep, Mandy.
Morning, Mandy. I'm
Hello.
Will.
Hello.
I'm Gus.
Pleased to meet you.
We've come to see your Herald.
My little baby, my sunshine.
Oh dear. This is going to be quite traumatic for you, isn't it? Yeah, I got that.
Oh, it's down the side, round the back,
Okay.
down the alley.
All right.
And I'll meet you down there.
OK.
Lovely. See you in a
All
moment.
right, see you in a minute.
Mandy is too nice. We're already feeling awful, and we haven't even taken away her car.
Do you bring any tissues?
No, but I'm pretty certain I should have done.
I think we might need them.
Right.
Hello, Mandy. Are you in there? Yeah. OK, we're coming in. Is that all right? Yeah. OK.
You all right? You got it?
Yeah. Is this going to be all right? It does open, doesn't it?
It does look a bit dodgy.
It's heavier than it looks.
Whoa.
Oh!
Wow, look at that.
Oh, Mandy.
That is, well, hidden, but it looks like a beautiful gem.
That looks like it should be in some sort of Triumph museum.
I know.
Good grief.
Mandy, why is such a beautiful car languishing in the shed at the bottom of the garden?
I hurt my shoulder about 2005 and didn't really drive it then.
So when was the last time it turned over then?
Probably about then. I just used to drive it out the side and then the battery didn't work and
That's what happened.
it's never been started since.
It's the passing of time, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us the story? I know there's a story, isn't there? Go on, tell us.
Well, I brought it off the lady that brought it brand new. I got it 27 years ago And the lady that had it bought it in 1960. She's still got the original receipt, £727, I think it was.
Wow.
And then I brought it in 93 for £500.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
And when she gave me the car and the keys, and I brought her a big bunch of flowers, and we was both crying.
No, no.
I wanted one since I was 16, so I
grief.
finally got one.
Fantastic. I think clearly this is very exciting, but we need to get it out and have a look at it. If that's all right with you, we'll formulate a plan, get it out and have a good look at it.
Good luck with that.
Oh, really?
I'll leave you to it.
OK.
Thank you very much. How are we going to do this then?
Well, it's got 2 very flat tyres, 1 quite flat tyre, and
This one's right down on the rim.
Does it move at all?
A bit of rocking might ease it up.
Shall we take everything off it first?
That is just beautiful.
Shall we get out?
Right then.
OK.
Yeah. Ah, God.
It's not going to move.
No, it's not. Well, if we can't push it, maybe we can pull it.
Yeah, shall we?
The emergency winch is in the back of the Land Rover, which is going to come in very handy.
We'll go to any lengths to get the right car.
Mandy doesn't need to worry. We're just trying to locate a strong enough anchor for the winch. Which is attached to the Herald, and then we press the button. She's on her way.
It's out.
Yeah.
It's actually in full sunlight.
Oh, look.
Come on, let's have a look. Come on.
Yeah, I'll do the other side. Right. Whoa, look at that. It looks like it hasn't been touched in years.
Yeah, it looks like it hasn't been touched for 15 years.
Oh, it's amazing though, isn't it? It's all original. Hey, look, the engine turns over. We know it's got low mileage. So I think, electrical service, obviously, and oils.
Yeah, and clutch cylinder, brake lines, clutch lines.
Yeah.
Hoses.
Yeah.
Carburettor.
Yeah.
That is just in here. Remember we were saying not to get too excited?
I'm going to remember this as all being simple jobs that are easy to get to.
Yes, they are. There's just a lot of them.
There are. Yeah.
OK, let's have a look inside, shall we? Right, let's have a look under the carpets then.
That's my reason to be excited.
That is very good, I have to say.
It is.
But that's the glory of being undercover for 15 years, isn't it?
It's got to help it. I've never seen a Triumph Herald with such little amount of rust in the floor pans.
I mean, basically, the perishables have... Well, they've perished, haven't they?
Yeah, grotty, nasty carpets.
These are very good, aren't they? They'll clean up nicely.
Loving the white piping on it.
Yeah, beautiful. I love that colour.
Very stylish. Dashboard, well, that's all kind of standard. This is aftermarket stuff, but...
Yeah.
It's very fashionable to do that sort of thing in those days.
Yeah. I mean, it's period, though, isn't it? It's not as if it's not. Amazing. OK.
Let's have a look.
Last one. In the boot, and it's perfect, sir.
Perfect, yes, good. Well, my enthusiasm is such that I am sold on this car.
What worries me is that everything that you would need to do on a car that's sat for 15 years, we're going to have to do on this car. And have we got time to do that? We've only got 5 days. Do you think we'll be able to get them done in that time?
Yeah, I do.
OK. Well, if you think you can make the numbers work, why don't you go and talk to Mandy and get it for the right price?
I'll go and find Mandy. I'm not doing the deal on my own.
Yeah, OK. All right, then.
Okay.
This is the bit we dread. Will's painful attempt to butter Mandy up.
Hey, all right.
How's it going with you two?
Not bad, not bad. So, Mandy and I have been chatting.
Uh-huh.
And Mandy's absolutely certain that she wants to get $2 grand for the car.
I don't think £2 grand works. I think it's got to be near 1,500.
Would you possibly take 1750?
Oh, I will if you promise me you'll look after her. 'Cause she's my baby.
Fantastic. Hey, we can do that, can't we?
We can, we really can.
That's what we do.
Yes.
Excellent, that's fantastic. Shall we get the trailer?
Yep.
How are we going to get it round the corner there?
Just put it.
Money has changed hands, and a lovely, original, non-running Triumph Herald is on top of the trailer heading back to the workshop.
Look, we've got a beautiful little car, and we just look at his perky little face, you know, staring in at me through the back windows at the moment. It's a beautiful thing. I love it. I love it. I could never get bored of that.
The next day, after heavy sleep, we have the chance to look at the Herald again with fresh eyes and see what we've got.
There's something about this car, it's so succinctly 1960s Britain, isn't it? And I love that about it. And I know that they made them slightly faster and slightly more powerful towards the end, but this is the first Herald. It's the one you'd want, isn't it?
It is, and it's beautiful for it. I think if we do this car up to a good medium standard, then I think we've got a car here which would, if we would sit on it, hike in value.
But we can't afford to sit on it, can we? We haven't got the time to sit on it. Shall we look under the bonnet, sir?
I think it's probably about time we did.
So we don't know whether that works. We know it turns over. We don't know whether it works, and that has got to be working. It's got to be reliable, hasn't it? We've got to do the transmission, because we know it doesn't go into gear. It could be clutch, could be gearbox, don't know. We've got to do brakes, well, haven't we?
Yeah.
So that's just this bit. That's everything here.
Yeah.
And then, did I detect that there might have been rodents living in here?
It certainly smells bad, doesn't it?
Really stinks.
It's horrible. I think the carpets definitely need some attention.
So we need to do that, and that's not even taken into consideration the paintwork.
I think the paint looks pretty good. It's not perfect, but there's a certain honesty to it.
Technically, we should stop talking, shouldn't we?
We have got so much work to do, and the sooner we get on with it, the better.
Shall we?
Yeah, come on.
I'm going to set up an auction for the Herald. Heralds are really popular cars, and the older ones, for the obvious reasons, are even more popular and rarer. People will pay £2,500 for a project car. They'll pay 3, 4, 5, maybe even up to 10 grand for a 1600 or 2-litre Vitesse, and that's the 6-cylinder fast version. But what that means is, although there's a lot of work to do on our car, that we don't have to present it to market in tip-top condition, which is great because we just don't have the time to do that. If we can get it starting on the key, we get it road legal, we should be able to get 3, 4, or dare I even say £5,000 for it. And excuse the smile, but that is a lot of money for us. So I'm going to put it on auction for £4,750 or offers. In the pictures, I've concentrated on the details, the little bits and pieces of chrome, the Herald badges, because actually the wide shots, they just look a little bit, well, it looks a little bit unfinished, which of course it is at the moment, but we can always update those later. So I'll get those on.
And so now the graft commences, which we agree centres around the engine, for a full recommissioning.
We're going to take the engine out, and before that we need to drain the cooling system and remove all those hoses and cables.
That's free.
OK. Get the last of the water out.
Looks in good nick, actually, doesn't it?
It does. Looks like it's been replaced quite recently. Yeah. Well, getting through my jobs list on this side, Gus, I've done my side of the bell housing, on the exhaust pipe, and the hose is all done, radiator's out. Coming on well.
The bolts go all the way around. I can't get a ratchet on any of them. I'm having to do them with a spanner, every single one.
And every single one's very difficult to get to. We line up the engine hoist to lift the engine out.
I'm going in a bit of an angle, hang on.
Right.
Yeah, it's gone,
that's it. Well, that was easy. That kind of fell out. That's it, coming nicely. Coming, oh, whoa. Exhaust pipe's just hooked up.
Snaggle, do you want to go down a bit?
No, I'm okay here. I've just got to tease it out back past the...
What would you be teasing it with?
It's a multi-teaser.
Removing a modern engine can take all day, but a simple one like this can be done in half that time.
A little bit more.
Go.
Oops.
You're okay.
Okay, touch more.
Fantastic.
Look at that. I know, it's miniature, isn't it?
It's like a watch. And original colours still. That's amazing, isn't it? So the cover was bronze, clearly. This is what gets me. So 61 years of grease and grime have completely and perfectly preserved the paint finish on the block. Look at that. Isn't that amazing?
Right, OK, just need a lot more of that stuff all over and a good jet wash as well.
We take a well-earned break and commit a jobs list to paper.
If it was yours at that stage, you'd take it apart, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Damn good clean.
We would, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Put new shells in it and put it back together again.
While we wait for the parts to arrive, we carry on the plan of removing the decades of grime from the engine. It won't just improve the presentation, it'll make it easier to sell. Cleaning out the engine bay is another job you can only really do once the engine's out.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Wow. Let's keep our fingers crossed it doesn't all come off with the cleaning process.
It only takes an hour of scraping away debris, but it all adds value. And that takes us to the end of a fruitful day.
We've found a Herald that has bought out the old man in both of us. It's a two-owner, 50,000-mile car, and the only thing separating us and a massive, huge hike in value is that the car has not turned a wheel in years, and every service part needs replacing.
Should we get it in, then?
Yeah, I think we should, but I think we ought to take this opportunity to do ourselves a favour and get those carpets out of it first.
Yes. I think I might wear a mask.
I'm definitely wearing gloves.
Triumph spares aren't as much of a headache as you might expect. We should be able to locate an entire carpet set. We're not cleaning these up.
Oh, don't shake it too much, Gus. Oh, that's
All right,
horrible.
I've got a mask on.
I wish I had. That is really, really, really foul.
And now it's back into the workshop to try and get the clutch going.
So I was just thinking, the last time that anybody put their foot on the clutch of this car, prior to us doing it, was at least 7 years ago. And that means that this clutch pressure plate and the clutch plate inside have been sandwiched together all that time, so they will be stuck together. I'm just about to take that off. We've also noticed that this ring, which is the starter motor engaging ring on the flywheel, is really badly damaged, so we're also going to change that.
You just wouldn't do this on a modern Euro hatchback. But a car like the Triumph invites this kind of tinkering.
You can see in here where the clutch plate and the pressure plate, there's been no movement. Well, we know it hasn't run for a long time, but you can see the actual telltale marks of each of the parts of the clutch plate. If you tried to reuse this without cleaning all this up, it would be really, really jerky and juddery. But we've got a new one, so it doesn't matter. And we've got a new clutch plate as well, so it doesn't matter. It's coming out.
We hate spending money, and the flywheel and clutch parts have already eaten away £150 of our kitty. But we always knew we'd have to spend money on this car. Remember, spend big, win big.
The tag team is fully operational today, and now it's my turn to help the 948 on its way. Our little engine needs recommissioning, so I'm going to give it a full engine service. Starting off with the electrical service. I've got all of my components here. And there's big differences between a 1960s car and a modern car when it comes to HT leads. Modern cars, you buy a lead, you plug it in, each end, piece of cake. 1960s car, you've got to actually make your leads up. This is far less scary than it sounds. You just need a domestic screwdriver to release the old lead. Now, with this lead removed, I can go to my roll of HT lead, which is high tension lead, copper cord, thick insulation, especially for spark plugs. And it is literally as simple as this. Put this one alongside the new one. Make sure you get it really well measured up so you get exactly the right length. And then cut to length. So now, with the new length cuts, I can insert it into the cap. First thing to do is back off the screw as much as you can, so that when you push the lead in, the screw doesn't interfere with it and it can go all the way home, because you need that lead to be right up in the back of the hole. Once it is there, do the screw up and you can feel it cutting through the insulation of the HT lead until eventually it then buries itself into the copper core of the HT lead. And if it's in there correctly, which it should be, because the screw's gone in nice and firmly, it should give you a really good connection, because this thing is delivering 32,000 volts. And then carry on and do all the other leads. Doing it this way is cheap, only £20. Now that we have all 5 leads fitted into the cap, we can work them out. This one, centre one, that's the king lead. That goes to the coil. That will need bearing back on the end to fit into the coil. Don't do that yet. HT caps need fitting to the 4 leads that go to the spark plugs. HT cap here. They've got a little thread on the inside of them, a little male thread like a self-tapper. And that goes onto the end of the HT lead and screws firmly into the copper core of the HT lead. All 4 of those on there, quite simple, like that. And then this rubber sleeve here just pulls up, slides over that connection there to keep all that nasty water out. You don't want the whole thing cutting out on a wet day, do you?
I'm just trying to get the flywheel off.
Well, that came off a lot easier than I thought it was going to. I've never taken one off before. So I'm going to clean this up where the pressure plate's been stuck on there, while it's been stuck in the garage. And I'm going to put our new ring on.
So the idea is we put this in the freezer so it contracts to its smallest possible size, and we take our new starter motor ring, and then when we marry them up both together and they both get back up to temperature, it's a nice snug fit. Hope he doesn't mind that being in there with the sausages.
And the new ring should now expand so it can slip on more easily.
Now I need to install the points, and here's how to do it. Points are in position. I then rotate the engine so that the lobe on the distributor is pushing the foot of the points and opening up the points. And when the points have reached their maximum point, then you can set them by slightly loosening off their securing screw, sticking your medium-sized screwdriver into the available slots. And as you twist that, you can see the base plates of the points moving and the gap opening and closing. And because we're on the correct position on the lobe of the cam, I can now open that point up, slip my feeler gauges inside, and then very carefully and very sensitively feel that if I'm closing the gap up onto the gauge, it is just gripping. And when you reach that point, it is exactly right, and your engine should run perfectly. Then finally, nip up the screw and check again. The rest of my service is to add the condenser and the rotor arm. These just screw on, so no setting up required.
Well,
yeah?
Do you want to give me a hand putting this on?
All right.
The starter ring is almost hot enough.
Right, I'll go and get that. I'll go and get that out of the freezer.
Okay.
Yes!
Is that a successor, mate?
Absolutely perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect. I'll tell you what, let it cool down and we'll put it on tomorrow.
Yeah, good plan, good plan, good plan. Right, I'll tuck this lot away.
Good work.
Yeah, well done.
Very satisfied.
Really pleased with that.
Me too.
That's our second day of just 5 to fix up the Herald. And although we're making good progress, we haven't started her up yet.
It's day 3 of our original Triumph Herald project. It's a perky little car, but we've taken it on as a non-runner, and unless it runs, the plans of doubling our money look a bit shaky. But we've done the groundwork.
Well, I'm pleased to report engine is fully serviced and ready for reinstallation.
That's fantastic. So I'll get the clutch back on today when now it's cooled down. I've got to do the hydraulic system here, put a new thrust bearing in.
Getting on well. Well, with all this go that we're going to have under the bonnet.
948 cc's of raw British muscle.
Crazy, isn't it?
Madness.
It's positively frightening, isn't it? Does make me start to think a little bit about the brakes, though, and whether we should have a look at them.
Yeah, we definitely should. Should we do side by side?
Yeah, I've got this one. We always suspected that the brakes would need some work, but we didn't know if it was just new pads or if the entire system was duff. The drums need a firm knock and they come straight off. Right then, let's have a look. So, shoes look like they're in good nick. Wheel cylinders look like they're in good nick. But I've got a sneaking suspicion that if I just try and lever the cylinders out, yeah, as I suspected, they are seized solid, which is no surprise whatsoever. It's been sat in a garage for years doing nothing. Probably why it was so difficult to push out. But we came prepared, and we've already purchased new wheel cylinders, shoes and flexibles. They're all standing by. We can get these brakes to work.
My job is to remove the old brittle hoses and sort the hydraulics out, if I can work out which is left and which is right.
Ah, yes, that's why.
What's that?
Oh, it's just that they've got left and right ones.
Yeah.
But it's not left and right side of the car, it's left and right side of the...
Well, as you face it.
Of the wheel, yeah. Because in actual fact, obviously, they've got the bolt holes on the opposite sides.
I use a little copper slip on the pads, which is what you'd normally apply to disc pads to stop them squeaking. This'll make it easier to strip for the next time, if that's needed. The rest of the kit, thankfully, doesn't create any issues, which must be a first for us. And once done, it should stop as well as it did in the 1960s. I connect up the hose and we're good to go. It's raining outside and it feels like a Sunday, and we bed in to finishing the recommissioning. Right, I've got my corner done. How are you getting on in there?
Well, I've done that corner, but I'm trying to get these cylinders out for the clutch. Ah, they're out. I've got the cylinders out for the clutch.
Well, I'm going to go and do the rear brakes then.
This is the hydraulic system for our clutch from the Herald. Basically, you push your foot on the pedal, which actuates this plunger, which goes up inside the cylinder, or it would, but the cylinder's solid, absolutely solid. So it's a good job we're changing them, really. And it pushes the fluid down this pipe, round this rather natty loop-the-loop bend, and into the secondary cylinder here, which pushes a rod out and actuates the clutch. That's the system. Rather gloriously, the British motor industry didn't move forward at a great pace, and you can still buy brand new parts to replace these because they were still put on cars right up until the 70s and actually into the 80s. So I've got a new primary cylinder and a new secondary cylinder and a piece of pipe which I will bend to mimic this precisely.
This weird loop isn't an accident, it's a shock absorber. That's because the secondary cylinder is bolted to the gearbox, which moves. It's low-tech, but it's effective. The bending of the pipe is a very simple yet frustrating process that I do manage in the end. And then I reinstall all the hydraulics and fit them back onto the pedal. Another job complete. I've always loved the Herald, but was dubious we'd get all the work done in the time we've got. We're working hard, we're working smart, but time is ticking on. And it's raining.
It's day 4, and I'm opening up alone. It's time to take our work in a new direction. So far, Gus and I are getting on really, really well with the mechanical side of the work on this car, which is really good news. Bodywork, now that already looks very, very presentable, but there are a couple of little bits that let the car down. And one of those is this engine. So I think I'm just going to give it a little bit of a pampering and a little bit of love and see how we get on. Gus always teases me that I'm no good at cleaning stuff. That's both unfair and untrue. For the record, I'm very good at cleaning the nastiest, most thick and persistent dirt, and only rubbish at polishing and all that fancy stuff. And I'm brilliant at painting. I mask up the big gaping holes and pop outside to finish it off. Right, I think that's done the trick. Let it dry, and there's still loads on my list.
While Will lazes about in the workshop, I'm doing my bit to help the Herald Cosmetics. I'm taking the Triumph wheels to be blasted before we paint them. We could do this ourselves, but these might be needing a better job than we can do. Roger is on a neighbouring farm 3 fields away, and he uses a media blaster to completely strip back the wheels in his efficient and artistic way. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, as it'll take a couple of hours.
Well, these are the wheels off of our very pretty little Herald that Will and I are doing up. We just wanted to see what your opinion was on them.
They're not bad. Will's bought me worse.
I bet he has, I bet he has. But I don't think they're bad. For 60 years, I did notice there's a bit of a ding in that one there.
OK, yeah, I'll do that.
Will you?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, what would you use? What would you use on this? Because it's a bit of a dark art, isn't it, blasting?
I'd use fine recycled glass.
Uh-huh.
Which will get all the rust out.
Perfect. Back to bare metal.
Back to bare metal.
Because there's no point in doing anything else, is there? If you're going to go for it, you might as well go for it.
Do it properly.
Yeah, I get it. Well, that's fantastic. So I'll leave those. I'll get the other 2 from the car, yeah?
Back at the ranch, the masking is done, but I'm not going to paint it. I've got something more sensible in mind. Right, what I'm doing is I'm just giving this a coat of wax oil because really what we're aiming for here is preservation, not restoration. Plus it leaves it with a nice, even, sort of professional finish, I kind of think. And that's day 4 over.
It's our last day in the workshop where we're doing a full mechanical overhaul on an original Triumph Herald. And this is the day, the last day we have on the car, to find out whether our actions and plans are going to come good.
I want to say 15 years because it sounds more dramatic, but I think it's 7, isn't it?
It's not run for a lifetime, and that is dramatic.
It's going to be a big moment if today, when today we can get that going. That's going to be massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but that's got to get in there. And we have done well, though. The rest of the car's pretty much there.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be by this stage. Do you know what else we've got to do?
No, I was just planning on firefighting everything as it came to me, do the best of what we got and make it all happen ASAP.
You want to know? You don't want to know?
No, I don't want to know.
I'm not going to tell you.
You're going to tell me?
No, I'm going to bother.
Right,
on,
well, let's get cracking then. The engine going back in is a critical point for us because it's not going to start unless it's in. You ready?
You might have to go up a bit. Right. Good? Yeah, go on, she's going. We'll get to a certain height. I'll get under, see if I can fish a bit out so I can put that jack under the gearbox.
Bit of rotational.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Slowly, slowly. Oh!
That's lovely. Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. We're home.
Bloody hell. Oh, fantastic.
There we are. Now, that's the sort of job you can do at home on the driveway, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it took me a very long time to get the last one I took out back in, I have to say, on my own. That was a very heavy engine. But that is great. That looks great.
Now, the next challenge, we need this to run. Right, OK. Your fingers.
Go on, go on, go on.
All right. That's it, trying. It's
Hang
still...
on.
Oops, sorry.
That choke there that's actually not on, is it? That's
Right.
on.
We know we're so close.
Go on.
Right, you ready?
Yeah, go on.
Oh!
Come on!
Did that get your hair?
Yeah, cinch me right across the top.
Mind your ears.
Go.
Oh, that's almost it. Oh, we are so close. Yes! Oh, yeah!
Fantastic!
Listen to that.
So sweet!
That's gorgeous. There's no nasty rattles.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Tick over straight away. How long has this been sat around?
Well, I want to say 15 years, but I think it's 7.
It's a very long time. I think a bit of running around, that'll be as right as rain.
Oh, I'm so pleased.
Quicker we get the rest of the car together, quicker we can take her out for a spin, eh?
Yeah, we need to put carpets in, we need to do the tunnel, we need to do the bulkhead as well.
This gaiter for the handbrake is, well, it's rather tired and in actual fact it's broken completely. And I was thinking that we should get another one, but just as I was thinking that, I looked in the boot and Mandy had obviously bought one previously. This is the epitome of the British motor industry. It's on this piece of card, and I was thinking, oh, that's weird. So obviously it's just stapled onto this piece of card to sell it. But no, it's stapled onto this piece of card because the piece of card actually covers the hole in the transmission tunnel. That's wonderful, isn't it? Who knew card was waterproof? Well, it's not, of course. So this is our transmission tunnel. As you can see, it's got padding on the inside to stop the sound. The top of this had been eaten away by rats, and that must have been some time ago because the replacement piece, which was screwed to the bulkhead of the car, was made of cardboard. And not sort of tough cardboard like this, but actually corrugated cardboard from a box screwed to the bulkhead, which was neither soundproof nor particularly waterproof, nor really very rodent-proof either. So I've manufactured one here out of aluminium, and I'm going to bolt this on, and then I'm going to bolt the old tunnel, now cleaned up, no rat grease anymore, back on.
Our blasted wheels are ready for paint, tyres and hubcaps. This is going to be one of the happiest days of my life because for the first time I've seen a Triumph Herald that has got a complete floor pan. It's never been welded, it's in perfect condition, it's still on its original coat of paint. It's carpet time. Look at that lot. Deep blue. Ooh, yeah.
Did they not have the right colour?
I thought the darker blue might look quite nice.
I think it looks lovely. I'm mucking about.
To be honest, Gus, they did only have 2 choices of colour, and this is the only one that might get halfway near what we wanted.
It's gonna look
But
great.
they did me a deal because it is all they had.
It's going to look great, isn't it?
It is gorgeous. Look at
I
that.
love the piping around here. That's
No,
very
that is
special, isn't
lovely.
it?
And wow, we've got a car.
So what are we in for? We paid $17.50 for the Herald. Service parts were $3.80. Wheel stripping was $50. With carpets and trim, it owes us £2,300.
That is a lovely car.
Yeah, that's a lovely day, and this is a special day, isn't it? It's sort of religious, because A, you're both knackered, aren't you? Because you've been working on it.
Yeah.
But B,
because you get to reflect on the choices, the things that you did, the things that you didn't do, whether the things that you thought were important were actually important. And it looks great, doesn't it?
It does. We chose provenance and originality, and we've done a really nice job on it. We've done it justice, and at the moment, there's a fair chance, because it's so rot-free and because it is so pretty, that on the market today, this could well be one of the best.
Yeah. What we've done is the best for this car. We've brought it up so many notches. You open the bonnet, it looks fantastic. It runs really well. It sounds brilliant, the engine, doesn't it? You open the doors, it doesn't smell of rat anymore. It's beautiful in there. It's a good car now, isn't it?
It is a really good car, and it's not your average car either. You know, when people think about classic British cars, they think about the MGBs and the Spitfires. They got all the glory. The underdog is the Herald.
Should we go for a drive?
I think that's a great idea. Yes. Now, I wouldn't say that I was a particularly nostalgic person, but sitting in the passenger seat of this car at the moment and just looking at our great little car and the smell of a vintage car, it is lovely. And it's just so pleasing. It's all so simple. There's enough knobs and buttons and stuff to make it work, but it doesn't have any of that extra clarks that you get in a modern car. There's no LED screen, there's no sat-nav, there's not even anywhere to plug my telephone in, and there's certainly no electric aerial. This is just brilliant. It's brilliantly fun, and it seems like it's just fast enough to have a bit of fun. How is it driving?
It's brilliant. I think the combination of all of its parts is fantastic. And just think, so it's a 948 engine, isn't it? Which is probably, I don't know, 40 horsepower.
Yeah.
But it was made at a time when people were getting off combinations and motorcycles, and they were taking these cars and they were driving them to work, and then they'd drive them up to Scotland with 4 people in them, like my grandfather did. It's just a great package, isn't it? Yes, you've got to be careful with it, you've got to be steady with it, but actually, it's a brilliantly designed car because they work now like they did in 1960. This car drives now like it would have done when it came out the factory, doesn't it?
Really chuffed with the way it's turned out. It looks fantastic. It's driving nicely. What could be better?
But who's going to buy this car?
We've got people that are interested, but as ever with us, there's no one that wants to pay the actual asking price for it.
It's difficult, isn't it? People know the classic car market so well. If we put this up for £10 too much, we won't get a sniff.
No.
But if we're 50 quid below the price that they all know we should be, they'll be climbing over each other to get to us.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the answer. But I do think that we shouldn't sell this car short because it's a good one, and we know that, don't we?
Yeah.
And I think maybe we just bide our time.
Yeah, exactly. And biding our time gives us a lot more time to enjoy it.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, 48 hours later, we get a little visit.
Ah, Michelle, hello.
Hi.
Have you had a good look round our beautiful little Herald?
I have.
What do you think?
It's very nice little car.
We love her, don't we?
Yeah, we do. That's really good news. I mean, is it a Herald in particular that you're looking for, or have you just been looking at classic cars in general?
I do love a Herald, and I've always wanted one. Every time I look at one, I tend to get pipped to the post, often by traders.
Oh.
And,
Well, this might be your lucky day, because this is an exceptionally good Herald.
it does look really good. As I say, there's a couple of bits I'd like to do to it. Just so I can see there's a couple of bits on there that I'd like to get fixed. But yeah, it's nice. I like it.
Well, there's bits that we actually left on it, isn't there? Because we have this policy of keeping cars honest. We don't try and hide things, if you know. So I would agree with you. Yes, there are a few things bodywork-wise that need doing to it.
So bearing that in mind, would you take an offer? 4,000? Is what my head is saying.
Well, I think we are open to offers, but probably not that one, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you could maybe squeeze that a little bit more, then we might be able to make a deal today.
Okay, I do like it. So, 4,250?
Go for that?
I think we would go for that. Yeah. I think, madam, you have bought yourself a Herald, wouldn't you say?
Oh, yeah, definitely. You're a lucky lady.
If you'd like to come into our office, we could do the paperwork.
Brilliant.
4250 is decent. We'll not have doubled our money, but it's very close, and we'll have made almost £2,000.
That's great, isn't it?
Yes, a lovely little success, I would say.
What a fantastic car.
Oh, it's been a fun one. Cheers.
This time on Flipping Bangers, we want a taste of the simple life.
Where's the engine then? There is nothing that doesn't need to be there with a true motoring icon. It really is a defining moment in car design.
But simple.
It is a flipping banger. Isn't always simple.
Perhaps this love affair is only skin deep.
I'm having a job to keep my fillings in my face. It looks dramatic, and it is. Oh, we bought the car, and now we've got all the problems. We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else will buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
Oh, lovely. Can we get a French car?
Of course we can get a French car. We can get any sort of car you want. If you want a French car, you can have one. Just depends what sort.
Well, I was thinking of maybe Renault 5, or my absolute favourite, Renault 12, or maybe something really obscure like a Fuego. Don't know if we'd find one now. Renault 16, 11 Electronique, something offbeat, I think, and that's where we should be.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I don't really know very much about any of those cars, to be honest. Maybe a 2CV.
Yeah. I get 2CV, I really do. Only problem I've got with them is that they're a bit trendy, aren't they?
Yeah.
And also, it's really difficult to find a good one that's cheap.
We might be barking up the wrong tree here with the whole car thing. I mean, how about a van?
French van?
Be good. Oh, thank you.
Will's ridiculous idea of the van is immediately binned, and my idea of something obscure is semi-binned. So we stick to the 2CV.
I've looked at every single 2CV on the market for under £3,000. And that, so that's discounted the modern cars, because they're obviously more than that. And I've discounted all the white cars, because I don't particularly like the white cars. And I've also discounted the ones that were really rotten.
Good.
So how many do you think that's left us with?
14?
No, it left us with 2.
No way.
Yeah, 2. And one of those was sold within 3 hours of going up.
You are kidding.
I know. So
that's amazing.
We've got one to look at. They are flying out, as they say. I mean, people are just grabbing them.
Well, that's good news in some ways that they're flying out the door.
The 2CV in question is a project car called Gloria that's no longer needed. Even in a rough state, it's £2,750, which is strong money for us.
This must be little Gloria. She's quite presentable, isn't she?
She looks great, doesn't she?
Hi, Kai, is it?
It is.
I'm Gus.
Hi, I'm Will.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
We've come to have a look at your glorious little car there.
Marvellous.
I take it you're a fan of these cars, then?
Yeah, we've had a few 2CVs. They're my wife's passion more than mine. But I mean, we bought Gloria because she's got all the right ingredients. So, galvanised chassis, engine and gearbox run well, most of the car is fine. It needs some TLC, and unfortunately, I can't take it to the next stage, so that's why we're selling her, really.
I see, right.
Make yourself at home, I'll be out in a moment.
All right, bro. Cool. Thank you very much.
So you've got to say, initially, it looks fantastic. So much better than I thought it would.
Glorious from a distance. I don't think Gloria looks so glorious close up. I can already see that this car has got some problems.
Okay. Will hurt her feelings.
Oh, poor little Gloria. I do like her name and I love her colour. But I can't help but see exactly what you're looking at down there. That is rust.
It's got a few rust problems, I get that.
These seats are a bit saggy.
Yeah.
They're sort of sat on the floor there. Here's the issue. It's already been patched. It's been patched so long ago that the patches have rusted out.
It just doesn't seem like a big enough problem to not purchase something that clearly is so glorious. Take, for example, this bonnet. Just look at that. This is like the chin of a blue whale, isn't it?
It feels rather gritty.
Look at the patina in this rust here. Somebody is going to fall head over heels for this, because if you want a 2CV that looks like it's been lived in the south of France for 20 years, this is the one, isn't it? I just think it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, where is it? Where's the engine then? Go on.
It's written there.
Ah, so it is.
And look at that. It's got 602 written on it.
What does 602 mean?
That denotes the capacity of the engine.
It's a really diddy little engine. How many horsepower?
I think 29. But it's weird, because I've been in one of these with 4 people, and you just would not know that it's a 600cc engine.
They have always been very, very capable cars. And no matter how small the engine is, it's always worked for them.
This is a plus. The only real minus at the moment is that welding, isn't it?
Yeah, but that welding is counteracted by the galvanised chassis.
We know it's got a galvanised chassis.
Big goody points.
Yeah.
The interior is interesting and very, very basic. And I think I found Gloria's little sister, Dolly, in the back.
There's a lot of spares, isn't there? I think this is off of a Dolly. It's the right colour. Well, we know it drives and we know it stops, so shall we see if we can drive it?
Yeah, it's not road legal though, is it?
Kai knew we'd want to have a drive, and almost certain that we weren't thieves, sent us off to a farmer mate's field. Of course, we had to trailer Gloria there. As test drives go, it's a bit severe.
So it's the oldest story in motoring history. After the devastation of World War II, 1949, all the countries of Europe are striving to mobilise their rural communities. In Britain, they come up with a Land Rover which goes on to conquer the world. And in France, they invent the ability to drive 3 eggs across a field, or deliver, to modern day, deliver muesli in Hoxton Square.
Well, I don't know about eggs or muesli. I'm having a job to keep my fillings in my face at the moment.
Talk about the car!
Oh, OK. Right, well, the car itself is performing very nicely, all things considered. The wheels on the car go round and round. The gears are very vague, but they do appear to be quite smooth, which has got to be a good thing.
But I'm not surprised that it's doing all right, because this is what it was invented for.
Yeah.
And as for that being vague, I have no surprises there, because the linkage is a vague thing made out of vague stuff, vaguely. It's genius, absolute genius. But I think we're in a good place with this car, aren't we? We've got an engine that's holding together, we've got steering that steers, brakes that stop, gears that change. All we've got is a couple of big rusty patches that we're going to have to deal with. So as 2CVs go for this price, I think this is probably good.
I like it. The 2CV joyously runs out of fuel, but we're sold on grabbing a sale. But will Kai let Gloria go for any less?
Hi guys, how are you getting on?
Well, we love it. Of course we love it and want to take it home, but it really depends on how much you want for the car.
Well, we're asking $27.50.
Yep.
I think it's worth every penny of that.
Ah, right, OK. So we've been having a chat, and we were sort of thinking we might sort of come in with an offer of about sort of 2.2.
I can't let it go for that. I think the car's worth more than that.
Okay. But what about we split the difference and say 2.5?
Go on, you got yourself a deal.
We'll leave it on the trailer. Excellent, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Nice to meet you both.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks, guys.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think we've done very well.
One internet bank transfer later, and we hit the road.
Well, I love a deal that goes like that. Honest guy, honest car. Totally brilliant.
Absolutely, I'm completely with you all the way. There's nothing better, is there? They're not trying to hoodwink you, you're not trying to rip them off, and actually, if you were nasty, you're not going to get it any cheaper, are you?
No, well, we're going to be nasty anyway. I mean, that is not in our nature.
No, it's just not. So what do you think about our beautiful little 2CV?
I think we've done really well. I'm pretty convinced if we just took it down south and advertised it down there, we'd make a profit.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen, is it? Because that is the easy profit, and that's not in our blood, is it?
No, it's not. But what do you reckon about profit then? Because, you know, you're going to... you're having a little look at the car internet, yes?
I had them up here earlier, in actual fact. So, car same age as ours.
Yeah.
There's one on here for 4,000.
Okay.
There's one on here for 5.5. There's one on here for 6.2.
Whoa, that must be good.
Yeah, but it just means that I think we should aim higher with this car. I think we could double our money with it, definitely.
Well, that's good. That is really good. I'm starting to feel the same as well. I was worried that when we were going out to get a 2CV that it's such a close market. And other people out there know it much better than we do.
Yeah, true.
And it scared me, and we've spent a lot of money. But I've got a very nice car on the trailer. Yes, it's shabby around the edges, but it's all right.
The next day, after nightmares full of rusty Citroens, we get the chance to assess the 2CV and work out a plan.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Bonjour.
You know, from back there, I was just looking at this paint, and I could never get bored of looking at this. The sort of chalkiness of it and the depth of it. It's just beautiful, isn't it?
They are one of the classic car designs. They're so beautiful in their simplicity as well.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. You know, there is nothing, I mean, absolutely nothing on this car that doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
It really is a defining moment in car design.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're completely right. But we need to define what we're going to do with this car, don't we? We need to work out what our master plan is going to be for it.
Yeah, oh, right, OK. Well, here we go. We do have a very unavoidable date with the welding gear.
Yeah, we do.
There are several areas of rot that desperately need our attention. I don't know how hard it's going to be, or even how long it's going to take until we get stuck in.
No, but we know that the mechanics of the car are basically sound, don't we? But we are going to have to go through everything, aren't we?
Oh, and the brakes.
And when we've had a look at those, we could have a look at the interior as well, because that's awful, isn't it? And if you're going to put this back on the road, you do not want to be sitting on the floor, do you?
No, you definitely don't. Well, a good plan that's going to be executed beautifully can only start with 2 fantastic cups of tea and a tray of biscuits.
I like the definition of the tray of biscuits.
While Gus gathers an assortment of biscuits that are slightly past their sell-by date, I gather my photographic skills and try to capture the essence of this lived-in legend. It's auction set-up time for the 2CV, which I've got to say is not my favourite job, but it's got to be done, so here I am doing it. Turns out I've got some rather nice photographs of the 2CV, so I'm ready to go on that. That's a really good start. And now, I've just got to choose the right words for it and be as honest as I can about the car. So I'm going to say that the areas of rust have been sorted, which is currently going to be underway. Interior has had some work done on it, so it's been brought up to speed. And I'm going to describe the outside of it as having a beautiful patina. It's going to be a £5,000 or 4,995, but followed closely by or nearest offer, and we'll see how we get on with that.
Now that Will has committed us to underselling the 2CV, it's time for Gloria to enter the workshop to receive a facelift.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, well, it's kind of nice that we've got a car with lots and lots and lots of spare bits.
Yes, but it's all got to come out, hasn't it?
Yeah, and these seats are so uncomfortable. So I vote we lose the seats at the same time.
Yes.
And for good access to the welding, the doors
And for good access to the engine?
Oh, well, you put it as well.
Let's get it all off, shall we?
Yeah!
See what it looks like.
If only life could be speeded up. We embark on a stripping jamboree, leaving the bare bones of this classic car exposed. It's not entirely good news.
Ha,
right, yeah.
See, technically, that's no worse. We can just see it more now, can't we?
This is true, and that gives me a lot of confidence. I was thinking that we might be looking at sort of repair patches in localised areas.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a bit more than that, yeah?
Well, it is worth noting that this end of it does have an observation hatch so that you can work out how fast you're going by looking at the floor, which is nice.
Well, that's handy, because at the back end, it's got one so you can see if the exhaust hangers become detached or not.
And I think that was an optional extra.
We have our strengths, and I confess to liking the cut and thrust of welding. So that one's down to me. It's a job that requires preparation and persistence.
I'm giving the engine a decent service and will cover off all the consumables which probably haven't been touched for years.
So just looking inside our air filter. So this is a foam air filter. Foam air filters often have to run in oil. They have to be oiled. But there seems to be an excessive amount of oil in here. And I was just looking in the bottom there. The pressure vent for the engine comes into here, so it vents pressure and also oil as the engine gets older and older, into the air cleaner to be reburnt in the engine, actually, so that nobody notices it.
The great thing about cleaning is that it costs very little.
Our sponge filter has rather deteriorated, and I think it's probably seen better days, so I'm going to have to get a new one.
I changed the oil as well. When a buyer looks at a car and sees fresh synthetic in there, it all counts.
The 2CV was actually designed to be worked on by farmers. So lots of it's unbolts, but some of it needs a hammer and a chisel.
I have the oil out, but the filter is a pain.
There must be some sort of special code, some sort of key to getting the oil filter off, which maybe if I looked on the internet I could find, but it's in such an awkward place. It wouldn't surprise me if it hadn't been changed for a bit. Oh yeah, I've done it. Ooh, yeah.
It's a small success.
That is coming out, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I've cut all the way around the edges. Still means I've got to cut off all the nasty, snarly bits where it joins onto the car, but not entirely certain how far we're going yet, and I've got a feeling it's further
always
than just a floor pan. So it's chop here and cut there, and eventually the 2CV looks even more naked. You're right, it is a flipping banger. Right, sorry to be in your way, Gus, but
you're not.
My little job's expanding. I basically need to unbolt the front wing to get to my welding areas. It looks dramatic, and it is.
It is dramatic. So that's indicators. That is horn. That's better.
Yeah, that'll give you better access for servicing the engine, won't it?
Yeah, much better.
As is always the way, every panel you look at closely is a bit scratchy.
What you got then?
Oh
my goodness.
Yeah, so sill attaches to the A pillar and to the A panel and to this front cross member as well.
Oh my goodness.
And it's everything all comes on that join.
Yeah.
And to get to it, you've got to remove this part of the wing.
Wow.
Trouble is, that part of the wing goes all the way to the front of the car as well. So
yeah.
That's why I've had to have that lot
So
off.
that's all gone all the way through there?
Yeah, look, it's all wobbling around.
That's going to be the same the other side as well, isn't it?
Well, I'm not looking at that bit yet. One job, one battle at a time, one battle at a time.
This is the lesson that we
teach ourselves every time we do this.
Yeah.
Little bit of rust.
That's it. And we're going to walk away from the car.
A little bit of rust.
But
and
we
all
haven't done
this.
it.
No, we
Again,
haven't.
we bought the car, and now we've got all the problems.
Do you know what time it is?
Yes, it's new fan belt time.
Oh, I thought it was sweep the floor and go home time.
I've got to get a new fan belt. Might as well go home. I'll give you a hand.
Brilliant.
What a mess you've made of our car.
So the 2CV is not full of rust, but it's not as clean as a whistle either. Still, it's been a fantastic first day. Day 2 out of 5 to turn around our rusty little 2CV.
Oh, now then, you see, I was going to finish the engine this morning, but I'm waiting for a filter and a belt. And noticing this access panel that you've opened up here,
yeah,
that would make my life really easy for changing the dampers, wouldn't it?
It would make your life a lot easier. It would also get in my way because I'm working on this side of the car.
Well, I mean, I'm just putting it out there. Don't shoot me, I'm just a messenger, but I'm going to do the other side as well.
So let me guess, right? I've done all my good work here, which now you're going
And
to
it's
hold me up
beautiful,
for.
it's beautiful, don't get me wrong.
Thank you very much. I mean, effectively, I just made a massive hole in the bottom of our asset. But no, it's no problem because I do need to cut the other side out. And if I can get over there and crack into that and you do this side, I can do that side.
Brilliant.
Good way to start the day, yeah? You know how this goes. I cut out the rusty bits and then find some more.
I know I was poking the fun out of Citroën from inventing a way of carrying 3 eggs across a field, but in actual fact, this suspension is clever. And it was born at a time when the manufacturers of Europe were looking for innovative and cheap ways of doing things, and this suspension system is exactly that. So basically, we have a cylinder with 2 springs in it. The front spring deals with the front wheel, the back spring with the back wheel. So the front, the wheel is attached to a leading arm, which means that the arm is here, the wheel is here. It's the first thing that hits a bump. And as that wheel hits a bump, it pulls on this rod, shortens this spring, and then is sprung back down again. And the back works the same way. Now, there's also a damper. These are the things that take all the shock. And these are the bits that have gone because they take a hammering, actually. So we're going to have to replace them. You can see that they've gone because there's oil leaking out of them, which means the seals have blown. But it's interesting that as you're cornering a car, so the spring on the inside is being compressed and the outside expands. So it stabilises the car. I know everybody says that 2CV systems are there, they roll all over the road, but they do because the suspension is set up very, very soft because it's for going over a field, as we know. But it's actually a very, very effective system.
Unlike some elements of Citroën suspension systems, the dampers are cheap and easy to get hold of, and they bolt on and off with a little persuasion.
So the front one's got a retaining plate here. That's a little hanger for the suspension unit. But you have to put that on first. Well, it's obvious you have to put it on first because you can't get the nut off with it on there because it's up against the arm. Onto there and onto here. And then put these little 14 mils in here.
My other floor pan comes out, and we're sort of making some progress.
Well, just quite a lot of holes in the bottom of the car.
There are so many holes in this car. I've been through sort of stages of depression and deep upsets and anguish, and it's been growing and growing and growing, and I've done all I can. Every single last bit of prepping, and it turns out that now I'm just a couple of panels short of a 2CV.
Cool. Are you going to go and get them then?
I desperately need to go and get them ASAP now, yeah, definitely. The 2CV is well supported in spares, and I found a place up the road who will hopefully have a few bits we need. Hello?
Hello.
Ah, hello there.
Hello.
Are you the Darren that I spoke to on the phone earlier?
I am, and you must be Will.
I am.
Yeah.
Good day to you.
Yeah.
Well, I've just come through this way, and I can see you've got an enormous amount of stock in this place. It looks really impressive. And you've even got a whole body shell up there by the looks of it.
Yeah, we do brand new body shells. We do brand new chassis made of licensed from Citroen galvanised. We do bumpers, tyres, brake pipes, you name it, we got it.
Right, OK, I'm going to name it. Floor pans, A, B, C pillars, sills, and that sort of stuff, really. What have you got?
Follow me, the panels are round hill.
Nice one.
Here you Will. Sills left and right, help yourself.
So that looks like a left sill. That looks like a right sill to me.
What about floors?
Yeah, complete floors. Cool, I see. So that's the whole of one side.
Yeah.
I like that, cool.
Here's his partner.
And that's its little friend. Oh, that is good news. Right, OK, what else do we need?
C-post, A and C-post rappel section.
Yes, that's exactly what I need. Let's have a little look at that. Oh, that's brilliant. So I can just cut off the piece that I need and repair the bottom of the post. Well, I think that what we've got here is everything that we need to fix our car.
All right, well, if you forget anything, let us know. You're just down the road.
Oh, that's brilliant news. OK, well, I'll lob this lot in the car.
Well, I'll give you a hand.
Oh, cheers. So this is all good. I've got my panels. Bad news is that even with nice prices, I've sunk £144 into this project. It's not good.
So I'm going to have a look at the discs on the 2CV. Have a look at the pads, take them out, see if they're all right. If they're OK, put them back in. If not, we'll replace them. But interestingly, 2CV's got inboard discs, which means the discs aren't out on the hub by the wheel, inside the wheel. They're bolted to the gearbox, so they run on the drive shaft. The reason being, and this is an old motorsport thing, keeping unsprung weight and sprung weight separate. You have to keep the unsprung weight, which is the wheel, basically this side of the springs, as light as possible, which means to keep it compliant with the road, you can use really light springs. And we were talking earlier about the innovation of this Citroen suspension system. It's very light.
Well, I'm reliably informed that if I put this screwdriver in here between the pad and the disc and push it back, the piston will go in, which it is, which is good. And then I put it in here and push it back again in the middle. And then you push the spring down and the pad should pop out in your hand. There's a lot of wear left on that, so I think I'll probably take it over to the bench, clean it up and put it back in. The 2CV has a little rust, but its mechanical bones are well on the way to being pretty good. You have to pump the brakes before you set off, as the pistons are pushed right back into the calipers, and they'll need to come out. Day 3. We're loving our 2CV. Its cleverness and charm, winning over huge patches of rust which we have to re-weld.
Coming through.
Lovely. We don't have a ramp in the workshop to lift the 2CV, but we do have something almost as good. We call it our occasional trolley.
That's quite neat, isn't it? Yeah. Brilliant. Right, I'm going to take these wings off.
I'm stripping and cleaning the rear drums.
I'm just going to go through the brakes and have a look at them. Actually, I think someone's been in here relatively recently. But I'm going to go through this one, check that everything's all right and that they're adjusted OK, do the other one. Then we know we've got the security of knowing when we put everything back together that it will stop properly. So, although someone has been in here recently, they haven't changed anything or fixed anything that's been broken, because the dust covers on the piston here is all degraded. There's very, very little meat left on the leading edge of this shoe here. So now I've got to enter the world of pain of taking apart the brake lines here and trying to get
bleed nipples, trying to get new pistons for the wheel here, and trying to get new brake shoes. Well, I'm sure we'll be able to get them, but it's time and money, isn't it?
If you ever want to know why welding is so expensive, try working on a car like this. Even with good replacement panels, there is so much to do and lots of fiddly bits. The nastiest aspect of this job is replacing the sills. The old ones need to be cut out and the new ones need to be fitted accurately. It's a good job on cheap and easy. So this A-pillar has got to be shaped to fit on top of this sill. So I'm going to have to mark it, scallop it out so it sits down snugly on there and then can be pushed back into that gap. Also, whilst doing that, remembering that this isn't exactly 90 degrees, it's 88.5 degrees. So it's important to bear that in mind when you're marking it out and putting it all together. This is a little bit that needs shaping. I've set it up on 2 blocks of wood here, and if I put this on here with this spacer under here, then I'll get everything aligned really, really nicely. I'm actually just going to mark it by eye to start off with and then start filing it. And then when it gets close, I can then start getting it really accurate and getting that 88.5 degrees just so. This now fits really nicely onto the top of the sill. I've cut it down to a little bit longer than I need because I now need to fine mark it. And when you get to this level, a marker pen is too fat, so a little fine line pencil is perfect. Just get in there behind it, tinsy-wincy little line. I can see it, I can cut it, I can fit it. And this is a very important bit. This is called internal sleeving. This piece of metal is going to be slid inside of this, hidden away. The whole thing's going to be put into place, and then this is going to be pushed back out like this, up into this section here. But it's very important to make it really sound and secure.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much.
Proper work of art.
Well, it's been taking some time, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's
going to make the car worth something, isn't it? I've done the brakes. I'm just waiting for shoes. So, shall we go?
Well, I would love to say yes and be out of here, but to make a decent work of art, you've got to put a lot more time and effort into it. This one isn't quite there yet, so I'm feeling a bit sprightly. I might carry on for a couple more hours and see if I can get this job finished.
Shall I bring some croissants in the morning?
I think that would be an absolute must.
All right, I'll see you later.
See you later. Have a good one.
Can it really only be day 4? It feels like 44. Will's busy and I'm waiting on bits, so it's time for a trip out.
Well, I brought the seats with me and I'm going to go down to the 2CV shop. Darren down there said that he'd show me how to put new donuts in and recover the seats. And I know it's normally Will's thing, but I thought I'd show Willing, see what goes on. I'm rather regretting putting them in the Mini, though, with the top down, because the degraded foam is swirling around in the cabin, and I think I've swallowed most of it.
The 2CV seats are almost as simple as a deck chair, but if you get the refurb technique wrong, you'll lose the little comfort that they do have.
Hello, Jay.
Hi, you all right?
Yeah, I see you're already on one.
Yes, yeah, no, always.
Older than ours, though, is it?
Yes, much, yes.
Look at this. This is a disaster. It's
Yes.
absolutely falling apart.
Yeah, they normally look like that after a while.
So you're going to show me how to do it, then?
Yeah, by all means.
OK, but
Yeah,
I know nothing about what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, it's just a process.
Jay and I get rid of the hangers and clips, and the seats can be stripped.
They're just held on with these wires. Your one's a bit bent, but we can always straighten that.
So these,
that just bend it out. That's it.
Oh, I see. And then it just pulls out.
Yeah, just pulls out. There, it slides out. And then there's another one, if you will, in the front as well. There you go. And then you can just peel the seat cover off. Oh, and then there's the dust.
That's going to go in the bin, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
There are still salvageable parts of the chair left.
This is the aerial, is it? The antenna?
Yeah, that's it, DAB. Well, we'll keep the back, because that's original.
Yeah, I like it.
There's nothing wrong with it. There you go.
And that's it?
That's it.
Wow. Right, so what have we got here?
So this is like the new seat base webbing.
Oh, OK.
This is, then we've got the little rods that go up through.
It only takes 15 minutes for us to rebuild the chair frame. We fit new rubber donuts, foam, and finally seat covers. It's cost us £300. Not buttons, but it's a tangible sign of quality in the cabin.
That is amazing. I mean, yeah, so simple, so brilliant. That's
good, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. It absolutely transforms it. Can I bring the rest in?
Yes, please do.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I might as well take this with me, mightn't I?
Yeah, you can take
Thank
that.
you. Covering the seat fits in perfectly with Citroen's philosophy for the 2CV. It's incredibly simple and it's incredibly effective. Lovely.
When Gus and I got this car, now the engine was running, but it was running a bit rough. And the common faults with things like this is often the points adjustment. Now, on most cars, the points are within a distributor underneath a little plastic cap. You can take that off, you can get to it all very easily. On a Citroen 2CV, the points are well hidden. They're behind a grille, behind a fan, behind the fan belt, then behind this cover. And this is the reason that the maintenance that they need on a regular basis is often ignored. That is where the points live, inside there. Right, this bit here holds the points. Points just the same as any other set of points in any other car. The bits that wear, though, the little heel here, which rubs against the lobes, which push it open and closed, and the contactors, which kind of spark a road and wear as well. Anyway, that to one side, because what's clever about this system is behind here. Most cars have got a vacuum-operated system, which moves the back plates, which can adjust the timing as the engine is running, and this is speed-related. This one's clever because it's got counterbalance weights, which are operated centrifugally. So when the engine runs faster, this bit turns like that. And what happens is at a slow speed, it advances the timing up, and at a high speed, it backs the timing off very, very slightly, therefore keeping the engine running smoothly throughout the entire rev range. And because all of this lot is so tricky to get to, I'm going to take it all out and change it for something which is very modern and relatively maintenance-free. So we're swapping it over to electronic ignition. Solid-state tech for delivering a spark in a much more reliable way. Because ignition coils lose a bit of their vigour with age, it's only sensible to fit a new one. The maintenance-free electronic points take nothing away from the purest nature of the 2CV. Cost, around about 100 quid. You need to set the position of the flywheel by inserting this little rod. Another clever Citroën idea. So with everything now set in exactly the right position, it just leaves the timing to be set. And this is the absolute beautiful simplicity of the whole thing. Starts off from the fully anti-clockwise position, and then very slowly and carefully rotate it clockwise until the LED light comes on there. And without turning it any further than that, I keep it in exactly that position. I can now lock it off, and the timing is set perfectly.
So it's the big one. One final day to sort the Citroën out.
You're wondering if I've got the keys in my pocket, aren't you?
No, don't worry, I've got them in mine. See?
Cool.
You know what? It occurred to me on the way back over, we've got to get this car out today.
Well, we're in a good position now, aren't we? We are ready for the last dash on it.
Yeah. Well, we should crack on, shouldn't we?
We should, yeah.
My brake parts are here, and that's all good to go. The mounts and seats go in, and this rear bench has been reupholstered as well.
Lovely.
You're in.
Hey!
Fantastic. Well done.
Doors rather brilliantly slide in.
The front doors bolt on. Doors shut now. Trims.
4 unpainted Citroën wheels. Panels showing their original patina.
Here come the front wings. Oh, yes. All dents and age-related marks are welcome.
Just the bonnet, and it soon starts looking like a car again. And boy, what a car. But has it cost us? The purchase price was £2,500. We spent £144 on panels, £300 on the seats, £280 on other spares. That sounds a lot like £3,224. Underneath it's sorted, but on the outside it looks exactly the same.
You've got to love a 2CV, haven't you?
Well, some might. Don't forget, they are really noisy.
They are.
They're incredibly slow.
Definitely.
Probably not that great in a crash.
No. Probably.
And they just adore going rusty.
But this is a stone-cold classic, isn't it? And I think it was the right choice for us, I really do.
We've taken it for what it is. We haven't tried to make it brand new. We've embraced its rough and ready thing.
Yeah, I think so. And underneath, it's fantastically solid now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good, it's clean, it's like a modern rat, isn't it?
I mean, I think this is more middle-class rat, actually, don't you? But I think we should stop analysing it and maybe we should drive it, because we've got to make sure it's reliable, because no one's going to buy a broken car, are they?
Apart from us.
Bad news. Will is driving.
To say it's fun to drive is one thing, exciting, that's another thing, slightly noisy at times. But, you know, you've got to go through the whole process of trying to find the right gear,
yep,
which feels like it's connected with a rubber band.
Yeah.
You've got to get through the whole fear experience of approaching a corner, right? We're just about to do one. Ready? That whole lollopy rolly over thing, that puts a lot of people off.
I think it's just had a life, hasn't it? And I like that. And in a sea of modern cars which have no personality whatsoever, it's a breath of fresh air for me.
Yes. Yeah, this is a very desirable car. I mean, it's peachy with a few dings.
Exactly.
Are we getting on with selling it, though, our little peach?
Well, we haven't had a nibble yet, but not at the price that we want. I had a few people phone me up and say, let me know when you finished it, and yeah. I know someone who wants one. So.
Oh, cool. OK. And have you called him?
No, not yet. I thought I'd wait and see whether it broke down first.
We get some hits eventually, but it takes time. Hello? Yes, it is. It's still available and ready to be purchased at the moment. It is a 1989 car. In fact, I'm stood here with it at the moment, and it's looking fantastic, I must say. Cool. Would you like to come and have a look at it at some point, or...? Cool, brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Cheers, bye-bye. And as you would expect, on a car like this, the buyers want to see details. This one can't inspect the car, so they spec out the images they'd like to see. But do they get us a deal?
There's a little horse trading, but we do sell the 2CV for £4,900, a profit of over £1,500, and we can live with that. This time on Flipping Bangers, a future classic.
Ooh, now that's a nice car.
They sold shed loads of these cars.
That costs buttons. There's got to be good opportunity for us to make some money here.
But it's head-scratching fault.
You break it, you buy it.
Well, there we go.
Whoa.
What a brilliant waste of time.
And dull appeal, just a bit boring.
That's not pretty, is it?
Threatened to divide us.
I knew you'd bring it up.
That's crazy.
If it runs, it sells.
It's still the same car.
Anything else you want to get off your chest?
Should we be in business? We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, flipping bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car. Right, what car do we want? So, Gus, can we just decide to do a car that we both like this time?
We always do a car we both like.
I know you always play the game with me, don't you? You always trick me into suggesting something that you like, and then I'm on your turf.
Anything else you want to get off your chest?
Not really.
Okay, what do you want? What do you want then?
Well, I don't know, actually. How about we play it like this? You suggest a load of things, and then I choose.
Okay, what about Peugeot 205?
They're too expensive.
Volkswagen Golf?
They're pretty expensive too.
Subaru Impreza?
Love to do one of those, but I'm just not feeling it at the moment.
I got it. Mini one, BMW version.
Ooh, now that's a nice car. Fun, nice to drive, and plentiful. Yeah, I'm down with that.
As you know, I have one and I love it.
I used to have one, so that's a good knowledge base, really.
Yeah, and there is loads of them on auction sites with issues.
So it's looking like, you know, a good everyday runner is about £1,000. And a rotter, 600 quid. It's not a big gap, is it? We're going to struggle to double our money there.
OK, come on then, let's find one. Maybe you'll find one.
Maybe. Maybe I just got lucky. Or maybe it's because I've had a Mini before that I know exactly what to look for.
You've just broken the #1 rule of buying a car by bragging about it before you bought it.
Quite possibly I have, but here's the deal. It's a Mini Cooper.
Yep.
So it's really quick.
Good.
Goodie points are, it drives, it's got an MOT on it, and it's already had a gearbox fault. So it's been converted to a 6-speeder.
That's fantastic. I didn't know you could do that.
But, gotta say, there is a but.
Well, there's always a but, isn't there?
There is, yeah. And the but is, it's on auction. And the person who's selling it says they won't take it off auction. It's around about 400 quid.
That's all right, isn't it? We've done that before, it's fine.
Yeah, it's all right, we just bid later.
Yeah, it sounds great, I have to say.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're sounding positive, because there are some other issues too.
What?
It's not that bad. Small potatoes, really.
Great, well, that's great. So your raft of knowledge has led us down the line of running your finger down the list of cars and going, to go to the first shed that you come to. That's great.
A leafy suburban road in Herefordshire bodes well. Nice house often equals nice car.
Not looking forward to reversing the trailer down here.
Well, we haven't bought it yet.
No.
You didn't tell me it was green.
No, I thought I'd save that little nugget of information for you.
Hi, morning.
Morning, Simon.
Morning.
I'm Will, Gus.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Simon, I've got to say, the photographs of this car don't do it justice. This looks far better than I was imagining.
Well, that's always good to hear.
Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, we've had it about 12 months, and it's been absolutely great until about a month ago, and it's developed quite a serious cooling problem, and has been pumping out all its water. So we think it's probably beyond economical repair for the likes of us, but we thought we'd put it online and see what we got for it.
Well, it seems like the sort of thing that we might be able to investigate, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It's got a 6-speed box, hasn't it?
Yes, yeah, that was the previous guy, the mechanic. He'd fitted it, upgraded it from the 5-speed to the 6-speed.
Yeah,
so.
well, that's brilliant. It'd be interesting to try it with a 6-speed box. We should take it for a drive. Do you think that the cooling system would take it if we just took it up to the roundabout, went round and came back?
Yeah, no problem. It should be fine, 5 or 10 minutes, but obviously if you break it, you buy it.
I'd better drive then, had I?
Yeah, definitely in that case.
The Mini seriously overheats, and a warning has been given. If we drive it in the red, the engine gets cooked and we're forced to buy a lemon.
So how fast does it go, and how long do you reckon we've got?
Not very, in actual fact. I reckon
If it goes over 100 before we get back, we'll just park it up.
Degrees.
Degrees, yeah.
Well, how's it feel, though? Has it got good bones?
Yeah, definitely. I am eminently qualified to comment on this car because I don't know if you know, but I have got one of these cars.
I do know that, yeah.
And the steering is very good. The gear change is exceptional. The brakes are great. In actual fact, it's embarrassing how much better this car is than my car.
Well, it does seem like a nice little car. I mean, really, for us, this could be a good, honest little seller.
Yeah, well, so what's it worth to us?
What's it worth to us?
600, 700, 800 quid? I mean, in actual fact, I would definitely think swapping this in for my car would be a better thing to do.
Really, we're trying to run a business. We can sell this quickly and easily. This is a nice car that seems good. Your car has got toffees stuck to parts of it that are almost unmentionable.
Yeah, it's done 1 million miles as well.
The temperature is rising and it's time to head back. We've got to give the engine and the rest of the car a private check before we hand it back to Simon.
I can't find any evidence that it's a head gasket.
Good news, good news. OK.
OK, brilliant.
We think the car is worth around 700 quid. And we may as well ask Simon if he'll sell it to us now.
Hi there. How did you get on?
Drives brilliantly.
Yeah, we're really quite sold on it.
Very good.
We were wondering, would you be prepared to do a deal on it now?
I think I'm inclined just to let the auction run its course and hopefully get the best price we can, if that's OK with you.
Well, to be honest, I don't blame you, really.
This is definitely what I'd do.
Yeah.
OK.
Well, we'll go away and do that, and, you know, hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
Thanks, Simon.
Cheers,
Thanks
Simon.
Oh, hang on. I didn't give you the keys.
Aha, that old chestnut.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Simon. Bye-bye. Disappointed, but accepting fate, we walk away, waiting for the auction to close in 2 days.
We allow a maximum bid of £865 when the auction price is only at £400. Seconds before the end, it jumps to £602. And the lucky buyers are us.
And once settled up, we arrive to claim our prize. And all we need to do now is get this back to base. I want to applaud BMW. They're taking that classic British car, retro car, really nice car, worked their magic, and there's now a stylish, classic-looking, modern car with the benefit of not really breaking down. Well, apart from this one, of course, which is broken down. They are great little cars. I love them through and through. So let's toss some figures up into the air. We spent 600 quid. I think there's got to be good opportunity for us to make some money here.
As I see it, when you're on an auction, the car finds its own level, doesn't it? It's only actually really worth what someone's prepared to pay for it. So right now, to everybody concerned, and us, that car is only worth 600 quid, isn't it? And if we're trying to make money on it, then really, with the parts and the labour, we still need to see 1,500 to 2 grand from this car.
We do. We paid 600 quid. And if we can't turn that into an awful lot more, then really, you know, should we be in business?
The next day, as is our method, we park the new car outside our workshop and gather our thoughts and hopefully translate them into a plan.
Wow, it's amazing what the cold light of day does to a car.
It really is. When we got this car, I was so excited about it. But now we've got it sitting here. I'm not liking the colour scheme. I think it's a bit dull and a bit boring.
Really? See, that doesn't worry me in the least. This is how it came out of the factory. And they sold shed loads of these cars, didn't they? To my mind, it's all about the margins on this car. There's so many of them out there, they're so cheap. The only way I think we can make money on it is if we don't spend any money on it.
OK, all right then. Well, in that vein, we know that the main problem with this car is that engine.
Yep. I think if it runs, it sells.
To me, this really seems like we're just aiming at the lowest end of the market where there's least money to be made.
It's difficult. We're trying to make money on a car that's difficult to make money on.
OK. Well, I know that our winning card is that we do have an expert within our midst.
Yes, and I'm here all week.
Well, that's a winner! If Gus is to play the mini expert, Then I can play photographer, a job he often hogs. So I take out my aged phone, smeared and cracked, and I go to work.
So I'm just listing our Mini for its online auction. Will's keen to change the appearance of our car, but the pictures we've got actually do it justice. It doesn't look too bad. And I've upped the contrast slightly on the wheels, which has saved me cleaning them, but it looks okay. And I've been thinking about the things that we need to know, or the prospective buyer needs to know about this car. They need to know it's got a 6-speed gearbox. They need to know that it's a Cooper. They need to know that it runs well. Well, actually, at the moment it doesn't, but it will do by the time it's sold. And they need to know it's got an MOT. So these are things I've stacked towards the beginning of the advert. And then I was thinking about price. And I think our car is probably worth £2,500. But I'm going to put it up as a buy it now price of £2,995, which might be a little bit too much. But I'm doing it just to get interest going in the car. I'm going to put it as an online auction. I'm going to start it at £999, and I'm going to put a reserve of £2,000. And I don't know if that's underselling it, I don't know if that's overselling it, but there's only one way to find out, and that is to list it. Done.
The Mini expert is just getting the car inside.
All right, what are you up to?
Just looking for the sequence we need to do on the cooling system.
Ah, no, I looked it up last night.
Oh, have you?
So, first, undo bottom hose.
Mm-hmm.
Drain fluid.
Yes.
That's a good start.
That is.
As you say, open bleed valves.
Mm-hmm. Isn't the ignition got to be on?
Yeah, it's the weirdest of things. It says that we then have to turn the ignition on, turn the fan on low.
This is complicated.
I know what, but I wonder why. Heater on hot.
No wonder it's got a heating problem.
Retighten bottom hose and then refill system.
OK, all of that before you can refill the system.
Yeah, look, I'm going to
That's crazy.
In aeronautical style.
Oh, excellent.
So
a checklist.
Absolutely, perfectly precise.
Fail safe.
And
I
then,
like it.
And then
Yeah.
I'm going to put a numerical system, indexing system down this side. So we have an 8-point plan.
This is very posh. And we only have 8 steps to get us from here to there to get started on the job too.
Brilliant.
I'm not even sure Gus has the right car, but he seems happy with his ideas, and I'll play along until the trouble starts. The garage lift we ordered hasn't arrived, so we'll make do with the limited access and uncomfortable proximity to the workshop floor.
Will is on draining duty.
Right, next step. Turn ignition on. Fan on low, heater on hot.
Right, fan on low, which is number 1. Heater on Scorchio. Perfect, I'm done.
Perfect,
Can I
right.
take it off the list?
Yeah.
We refill with antifreeze, as per the plan. If we get this test right.
Well, either we cure it or we know it's wrong, don't we?
Yeah. Look, there we are. Well, I am absolutely happy that we've got the right amount of fluid coming out of here.
Good. It's gushing out the back as well.
So we've done everything on the checklist.
Yep.
We've ticked every box.
Have you ticked every box?
I don't know. I'm going to go and check. Refill system. Yes. Big tick. So now we've got a highly complicated test procedure. We run the Mini up and see if it overheats. And if it does, Gus's research has been for nothing.
Right, now we wait, huh?
Yeah.
Let's change colour already.
It has, yeah. A cup of tea?
Yeah.
Gus? There you go, mate.
Thank you.
What if it does overheat, though?
It'll be the water pump. It's always the water pump. I mean, that car's done 87,000 miles, I think,
Yeah,
hasn't
it
it?
is 87.
It'll need a new water pump.
This is brilliant for me, having the in-house experts that you are. It could be the thermostat as well, so it would be prudent for us at this stage to change that.
Yeah, definitely. Without a shadow of a doubt, yeah.
Okay.
We know it's not head gasket, so it's either water pump or thermostat. We'll have to change the water pump anyway, and while we've got it all off, why don't we? That's it's probably it. Well, there it goes!
Whoa, turn it off! That wasn't a resounding success. Well, maybe the resident expert will be right next time.
Time for Plan B. Replace the water pump, and to gain access, remove everything.
Well, this is the sort of crash protection for the front of the Mini. It's a clever system because it's got a plastic bumper which basically bolts onto this, and this is all the protection. And then it's got this sort of plastic cradle around here that goes all the way around, which holds the air conditioning radiator and the radiator for the cooling system of the car. Once that's off, then the whole of the front of the car is accessible.
The Mini front end is tightly packed and all the layers have to come off to gain access before I can drain the coolant.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Oops. Thank you.
That water pump is red hot.
Oh, we've actually found it, have we?
Yeah, but it's there. But listen, it is red hot, isn't it? And and the fluid that came out, stone cold.
So it's just not circulating.
Should we do that tomorrow?
I don't want to be here anymore today. I've had enough.
Me neither.
Worn out.
It's rainy day 2 out of 5 on our Mini project. It was cheap, but it hasn't made us cheerful, with an overheating problem that we can't fix. But we're adding a big fat yes onto that because we might be close.
Well, we've gone a long way in, but we're going to have to get this off, aren't we, if we're going to get access to that water pump properly.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This is my fear. It's like you've got to remove so many layers to get to that bit there.
OK, but we take these extensions off here, and then this comes off, doesn't it? And then, oh, it's all just there in front of us.
Access. Yeah, but it's great big chassis parts to move, Gus. Look at this. I bet those won't come undone very easily.
I don't know, we'll have to try.
Gus suspects the issue is with the water pump. And if he's wrong, I'm going to have it made into a poster. Right, that's my side done, Gus. Haha! Easy peasy.
So, water pump's coming out. I'm going to have to take the alternator out as well because the bottom fixing bolt of the alternator goes through the top fixing bolt of the water pump. But it doesn't matter because the access is fantastic. I mean, look at it. You can do what you want.
Oh. And just like that, the pump is mine.
Just getting access to the thermostat because when we've been running up the engine, I've noticed that there's absolutely zero temperature in the top of the radiator. So Gus thinks it's the water pump, which it probably is, and these cars are well prone for having the water pumps gone. But as a precautionary measure, I'm going to change the thermostat as well because I've got a sneaking suspicion that with the top of the radiator and the top of the hose being freezing cold, there's zero movement of water. There's not even any thermosiphon happening, which would indicate that the thermostat is stuck closed. So, which dog will win the fight? Water pump or thermostat? This could be one of the tensest moments we've faced in the workshop. And may the best man win.
So, it's the water pump. It's always the water pump. That's the maxim. That's the maxim that everybody has ever told me with Minis. If you ever have the front of your Mini off, always change the water pump. That's what you've got to do. So, I'm taking this apart and I will show you the plastic impeller on our water pump. Ah, there we are. Look at that. It's absolutely perfect. Yep, there's nothing wrong with that at all, other than the fact that I've broken almost every screw taking this off, so it's now completely unserviceable. But it's OK, because I've got another one. What a brilliant waste of time.
With my head hung in shame, I install a new water pump, which, if you're counting, costs us £45. At least it looks good.
Thermostat on this car is on the back of the head, which is an unusual place to put it, really. But BMW, in their wisdom, I think have done quite well because they've actually managed to use it for the coolant filler neck as well. So this is the thermostat housing here. And then up here at the top, that's the filler neck, which means it's quite easy to find and identify. And also, it's a real bonus having the whole of the front of the car off so we can get to it easily.
Oh, Will, it just looks so easy.
There was me thinking it was going to be an absolute piece of cake. Instead of it being the 2-bolt flange, I was hoping it was. It's actually a 3-bolt flange, and number 3 is well buried. So I need to spend a bit of time just trying to get to that. Not too bad, not too bad. I thought it was going to be really, really tricky. Battery cable and a couple of other bits of wiring were in the way. I've got access to the 3rd bolt. I think I can just sneak it out past everything. Wow, we have success. And now my quarry is revealed. There we go, there we have it. That is the thermostat. I'm going to run a little test, see if it works.
If Will's homemade test works, I'm in the doghouse. And if it fails, then the car has a worse issue, and we're both in the doghouse.
Thermostat, when it gets up to temperature, which is, you know, pretty hot as I can get the kettle, the valve should open. Now, basically, I'm working on the principle that if it's hot enough to melt a plastic spoon, and it's hot enough that I can't hold on to it, this thermostat should have opened. And I can quite clearly see that it hasn't.
Is it opening then? Because, actual fact, if it didn't open, it would be good, because the water pump's absolutely fine.
Oh, sweet, sweet joy.
We've got a thermostat that has failed its test. It hasn't opened up. I've run the test several times now, poured boiling hot water on top of it, given it the best chance of working. It doesn't.
Brilliant. That's our problem.
That is a success, isn't it? All I need now is for it to go back on. Right here, I have a brand new thermostat. And luckily enough, they come with the rubber gasket you're going to need to fit it all. Important thing to remember about thermostats is the bit on the back, this bit here, is the bit that wants to get hot. So that has got to go inside the engine. If I put it on that way round, won't work. That way round will work. I thought this was going to be a bit tricky because you can't really see very well. So I'm working a little bit by feel and a little bit by seeing. And when you're trying to wedge a rubber gasket into a very tight recess, it ain't easy.
After a long, painful interval, Will is getting nowhere.
I've had to give up on trying to get the thermostat wedged into this rebate here because it was just too difficult to see, and it is absolutely essential that this goes in correctly. So I've had to work on getting it all apart and making sure that I can see it all go in there correctly. Gus has finished sulking outside, and we're a team again as we refit all of the bits that had to come off earlier.
I still think it's a clever way of getting into a car.
Is quick and easy, isn't it? I do actually. I mean, the first time I see things like this, like, seems like a lot of faff.
But it's one of those things, though, isn't it? You can see how the construction process, especially with this, you can just imagine that going on, can't you?
Yeah,
One piece with a robot.
In the factory, engine in with a subframe.
Yeah.
Zup, zup, zup. Everything's already assembled. Piece of cake. Right, water. I'm just going to put water in to start off with, just for the check, because if there is something wrong with this and this does leak and we have to take it all to bits again, I don't really want to be wasting loads of antifreeze. Maybe it's the rush of victory, but I'm quickly ready for the next stage. Gus, however, is taking his time.
You ready to go down?
Yeah, ready, steady.
Right, we need to run it up.
Yep, so here we are again. A bit more caffeine and a smidge of rain.
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that, my friend, is perfect.
Wow,
That's what I wanted to hear. Cheers.
Hasn't moved, so it's good. That's got to be long enough, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that is a done job.
So how much was that then? How much was the thermostat?
Less than a tenner.
So that car was fixed for less than a tenner?
Yeah, and we bought that car so cheap.
And the price of a water pump.
Well, there is that too. But that's just, you know, you do that as a matter of course, apparently, on Minis, you said.
It's always the water pump.
Perfect, yeah, right.
We have a weakness for cars that someone else has tried and failed to fix. We love the challenge, and right now we're properly in the driving seat with a working car that owes us very little.
It's the third day on our Mini. We've had a cooling issue that's even beat our resident Mini expert Gus. But now we've got around that and we're moving on.
I still can't help but think that it's amazing, isn't it? We've basically fixed the car, haven't we, for just the price of a thermostat. I know, and the water pump. But you always change the water pump. It's fine.
Oh, you do, standard. Affordable fix for what has been so far a very affordable car. But, I mean, really, it's still the same car.
We've got to do something, haven't we? It's got to stick its head above the parapet, isn't it?
Well, funny you should say that, because I've been looking at this interior.
I knew you'd bring it up. I've got an interior for it.
You led me to that.
I've got an interior for it. I've got a Cooper S half leather interior for it. It's supposed to be beautiful.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, where is it then?
It's coming today.
All right, OK. Well, OK, well, if you've taken the lead on the interior, please do me the honour and let me do something about these rather awful wheels that are on it.
Yeah,
without spending too much time and money on it, because we're short of both, aren't we?
That's very true. Have you got an idea?
I have got an idea.
I'm not allowed to know.
No.
Need to know basis.
Uh-huh.
Like it.
Yeah,
right, come on,
got
let's
it.
get this interior out. Going to give me a hand?
I shall, yeah. Fair play to Gus. He'd previously disagreed with me about the look of the Mini. But he's come on board and ordered up a new interior last night.
I think this just pulls, doesn't it?
Whoa! Ah, oh, I'm glad you came in, because I was starting to struggle with that.
No, that's got to be the key, isn't it? Don't you reckon?
After Will's lucky diagnosing of the overheating problem, he's become unbearably happy. Hard work may solve this.
So do you think you got it figured out?
No, but I will find out.
OK, you do that. I'm not going to drop you in it by leaving you all on your own.
No, no.
But I'm just going to go have a little look for some wheels.
Yeah, yeah.
When pals have a conflict, even a boring one about engine cooling, one of the pals could decide to get the other pal a treat, like a new set of wheels. So I've come along to our local breakers, where there are plenty of wheels to choose from. Gus and I seem to have very, very similar opinions about the wheels on our Mini. They're a bit dull, they're a bit boring. I don't want to be unfair to them, but we just don't like them. So my job for the day is come and find some much better wheels for the car. And I've taken the precaution of coming to a scrapyard that I know has got every single car that I need. I mean, just look at all these Minis. It's brilliant. A thorough search reveals Mini wheels from every generation and trim. It's an Aladdin's cave, if you like old wheels. Right then, I've found 3 matching sets of alloy wheels. They all look quite nice, like these ones. But the problem is, there's nothing really sparky or interesting about them. And I know that Gus does have a bit of a passion for steel wheels. So instead of just buying these ones and going back and watching Gus go, don't like it, I'm going to look a little bit harder, because I just think that on Minis at some stage they did use steel wheels. But the ones I've got in mind seem quite scarce here, and I'm not far off giving up. I have found the best time and energy-saving device that you can use in a scrapyard. You just ask the owner really, really nicely, and he says, Will, go and have a look in the back of that white van. I think you'll find what you want. And I have. Look at these. Aren't they lovely? Gus is going to be over the moon with these. I'm over the moon with these. They're stylish, they're old-fashioned looking, they're retro looking. They are perfect. I just need to get them back to the workshop as soon as possible and check out the smile on Gus's face. But Gus is not smiling. The Mini interior has been a pig to remove. At least the new one is arriving soon.
Ah, they are new seats?
There they are.
Blimey, they look a bit of a mess. Well, they are a bit of a mess, aren't they? Still, they are Cooper-esque seats, aren't they?
Oh, yes, definitely are.
Thanks.
No problem.
Got the rest of them?
Certainly are.
They look like they've been sitting at the bottom of the sea.
The best ones I could find for you.
Oh, they're lovely. Don't think I'm not appreciative.
No, that's all right.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I do.
See you later.
Cheers.
They're not quite as good as I thought they were going to be. But he's a big bloke, so I just said thank you. Well, I'd have to say that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? That they were supposed to be immaculate, but maybe when they went into the shed, or into the scrapyard, or into the pile of dust that they've been living in, they were immaculate. They certainly aren't now. But somewhere under there, there's really good seats. They're half leather, they're Cooper-esque seats. They'll look smart in the interior of our car. I just need to clean them up.
I've got precisely until Will comes back to clean up my £100 seats. I cannot lose any more points on this project.
That's not pretty, is it? I'm not sure what that is, but I think I'm going to jet wash it. I don't think this is going to cut it.
I found some sort of super shampoo in the workshop. Maybe this is all I need to get the seats clean.
Well, you've got to admit they're looking, well, wetter, but I think probably better. They're certainly going to look wetter when I finish with the jet wash.
I don't recall seeing this in the BMW owner's manual, but if your seats look and smell like these, it's an effective solution. And they should be dry before he gets back. The washing line is the only path left to me.
Oh, hello.
Hello, mate. These are seats.
There are seats now, yes. There are new seats, new to us.
Ooh, and you're giving them a bit of a polish up, eh?
I gave them a very, very light buffing.
Really?
Yeah.
What, to make them just totally perfect?
Absolutely that.
Well.
What you got?
Ta-da!
Still is.
Yeah, nice, eh?
Very cool, yeah.
Like, I thought they might make it a little bit more rugged.
Uh-huh.
A bit more racy.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more rally.
Yeah, definitely.
And above all of that, retro.
And a little bit bigger, which is great. They're cool.
They are.
Very, very cool.
4 wheels, 4 good tyres as well.
Amazing. That's great. Yeah. You can paint them.
Well, I think probably yes, but I think definitely not today.
No, meaning I'm going to leave these to dry.
It feels like day 99, but actually it's just the 3rd day. And oh, what fun we've had. We've got 5 days to turn around a BMW Mini. This is day 4, and the story so far is that we've done the mechanical stuff and we've switched our attention onto the looks to make the Mini stand out in a crowded market.
I can't be sure, but I think this is the first time that we've ever test-driven a car before we've actually finished it. That's what I'm doing now, and I'm keeping a very, very close eye on this temperature gauge, hoping that our thermostat and our water pump have fixed the problem. If it hasn't, then the collective we are going to be very disappointed.
I'm here to answer the question, how can you change the Mini's appearance without painting it? And the answer is our design and vinyl guru, Donna, who's helped us before.
Hi, Donna. How
Hi,
are
nice
you?
to see you.
Oh, you got some designs up already?
I've had a little look at some pictures of some stripes.
That is exactly the car I was talking about, the 1960s Skeletric. It's some sort of special edition. But I had that as a kid, and I thought that would look so cool to make that look really retro and really stick out.
Yeah, so then you've got these, the double stripes, matching sides. This is obviously the newer design with the stripes. It's an old one.
Oh, look at that.
I like the checkers.
And it's got a light on the roof. Could you do that?
Yeah, we could do that.
Could you? That's so tempting. It's so tempting. But in actual fact, if we're trying to sell the car, we're trying to make it look retro, so it's a hint to it, and sell the car, I think the 2 stripes down the middle, and then could we do it onto the bumper? Would we do that? And then onto the little chin thing at the bottom?
Yeah, so we can go all the way down.
Brilliant. Should we do that then?
Let's do this.
But to make the look work, we need to wrap the roof.
This is the bit that really scares me. This is the bit that cries out to me it's going to go wrong. It looks like you have to pull it from 6 different directions at once to get it round these curves. And honestly, the last time I did it, it was rubbish.
Yeah, so what we can do, I'll show you how to do a wet soapy application, which gives you a chance to get all the bubbles out and to get it to shape. You're going to have to give me a hand because I've hurt my shoulder.
So I'm going to have to... But that's good. It's good because at least it gives me an opportunity to learn how to do it properly.
Exactly.
So it's time to put the cream wrap on the roof of the Mini.
Right, so what we do is we'll cut a piece that's big enough for the roof to start with.
OK.
Donna is full of good information when it comes to wrapping, which will be good for me and Will in the future.
OK, stage 2.
Right, now we need to peel the backing off. Off. Yeah, so I'll cut a little hole. Now I'm going to cover it completely with soapy water.
Once you've done that, you've got to be bold, though, haven't you? You've got to be bold. Where do we start?
Right, well, we start right from the centre.
Oh, my goodness. It looks so good so quickly, doesn't it? Doing it dry is just a nightmare compared to this. That is perfect. That looks amazing. That's how to finish it, isn't it? Slop it under the rubber. I didn't end up doing very much, did I? But I have taken away 3 really important lessons from this. I've got 3 friends. 1, soapy water. Soapy water will help you move the vinyl around when you're wrapping a car, and that's really important. Secondly, a hairdryer. Hairdryer allows you to stretch the vinyl. It makes it malleable so you can tuck it into those little places and dry it out and get it to stick properly. That was a big problem we had before. But the third and most important thing is 32 years of experience like Donna's got. That is the dark magic of wrapping.
Oops. So we started off just wanting to get the Mini driving. It drives. And then we thought, let's make it look better. And a tight wallet has been prized open. An interior, stripes, wheels. Where will it end?
So it's day 5, the last of the last, the end of our resources. Maybe it's the day our Mini gets its wings.
I thought you were going to spray those wheels.
Well, I thought you were going to put some stickers on this.
Look at that!
That is lovely. That is really, really nice.
I've got more. I've got stripes to put on.
Have you? Cool, OK. Well, I've got some paint to put on these.
What colour were you going to put on there?
That colour?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
see? Great minds think alike.
It's too true, too true. Wheels are in really nice condition, and somebody's recently repainted them as well, so they look great. So it means that my work getting them ready for paint is going to be relatively easy, apart from somebody has sprayed them with like furniture polish or something. So that's all got to be degreased and jet washed to get it all spotlessly clean, ready for paint. And then I noticed the other problem. This tyre here has got a great big split in it. And then another problem, none of the tyres match either. So, you're gonna have to buy a new set of tyres too. It does make sense though, at least we know we're sending the car out with good, modern, up-to-date, brand new tyres. Because I'm painting these wheels and the tyres are scrap, I need to take the tyres off. Now, there's two different ways of doing that. There's a way where you take them down to the local tyre fitting place and get them to take them off, which will cost you, well, £3 or £4 a tyre and quite a bit of time getting there and back. Or there's the West Country way. I'm removing the air, if that's not 100% clear. My favourite way, of course, is the West Country way. One of these, jack out of the back of the car, tyre on firm surface, immovable object. Carefully put the jack in between the edge of the tyre and the edge of the rim. We're trying to break the bead. We're trying to force the tyre off the bead of the wheel. This one here, and carefully. There you go. Both sides, set of tyre levers, tyres off, piece of cake. From the practical to the aesthetics.
Right, so by my measuring, I'll go 79. 79, there we go. Let's go to there. That gave us a little bit extra.
Is anything better than cutting through a backing sheet? No, exactly. It's one of life's great pleasures.
Right, everything we need.
Now I'm putting my new info to good, if not perfect, use.
Yeah, good. So this is our heat gun. Donna said it was a hair dryer or something like that, but it's a blower, blows hot air. Very useful. Right, so it's just the fiddly bits now. And I think it'll look great.
I'm not to be outdone. The cream wheels are coming up a treat. Now it's Rebuild Central. The clean interior takes its rightful place. We attach some £30 mini spotlights, stick the retro wheels on, and now we're in business.
So what has the Mini cost? Well, the car was a ridiculous £602. We spent £150 on the wheels, £200 on the stripes, £100 on the interior and £250 to get it looking and feeling like a super retro Mini. And the total? Look at that. Ridiculous value.
Our mission was to make it stick its head above the millions of other Coopers that there are out there for sale. And we have definitely done that, haven't we?
We have, yeah, and we are so lucky that Minis lend themselves perfectly to the addition of fun. I mean, look at these tasteful lines.
Oh, yeah.
The spotlights, the colour change on the roof, and my favourite of all, the wheels.
Yep, yeah.
And this proves to me that retro is still top fashion.
Yeah, it's right on cue, isn't it? Right
Yeah,
on cue at the
We've played
moment.
our cards well with this car.
But if you think of what we had when we bought it, we were lucky, weren't we? Because we had a slight overheating problem, and we took a call on that, didn't we? Could have gone either way, could have been good, could have been bad. And it was only really the thermostat and obviously the water pump.
Well, they do always go, don't they?
You've always got to change the water pump. But that took it up so far, because we went from a car that wasn't running to a car that was running. What we've got now is we've got a Cooper which drives really well, with a 6-speed box, which is a fantastic conversion, with a Cooper S interior, and we've got this amazing exterior. It's gone so far, it's stratospheric, isn't it?
And it's still a really honest car. And in this day and age, honest cars are few and far between.
The one thing I worry about is the steel wheels. I know that it's in you and I's blood to have steel wheels and we both love them, but it's not everyone's cup of tea, is it? And I was thinking, we've still got them, haven't we? We've still got the alloys, and if the person who buys it wants them, they can have them back. It's not a problem. And if they don't, we can sell them and buy ourselves fish and chips, or maybe just put a tick in the plus column.
Well, I'm liking the idea of the fish and chips, because I love some fish and chips from time to time.
Are you hungry?
I'm always hungry, you know me. But I'm so pleased that that's your only worry, because I'm actually terrified. I'm terrified because so far, this entire project has gone so well.
Do you not think that we're just getting better at it?
Well, I would like to think so, but I don't want to tempt fate. The car's so clean, we really shouldn't drive it. But we want to, so we will.
Do you know, some people don't see these as real Minis, do they? They see them as a sort of cynical design plot by BMW to pull on the heartstrings of people that had original Minis. But it's just not the case, because it's a great car, isn't it? And it's a proper car of the people, isn't it?
They are, they're brilliant cars, and yes, people are always cynical about them. I think they're missing the point. This is a different car, tip of the hat to the history, brilliant, well done. But when they built the Mini, they managed to capture the old-fashioned fun that you can have in an old-fashioned classic Mini.
Yeah. It's time to test it properly, isn't it? And take it up to some proper speeds, I think, within, obviously, legal limits.
Of course, of course. Well, from my point of view, sat on this side, it does feel pretty good so far.
My worry is whether we've done enough to raise it above the stream of other Minis that there are out there for sale.
I've been mentioning it to friends of mine in the hope that, you know, I can maybe drum up a sale. And they, you know, they all want to know a little bit more about it. So that could only be a good thing.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And also, you know, if I can drum up a bit of interest, wouldn't it be nice to be able to create a word-of-mouth sale rather than having to go through the same auctions where we're competing against absolutely everybody else all the time?
Yeah, it would be really nice.
We get a sniff of interest from Simon, who wants to buy a first car for his son.
So what we have done to the car is we have put these rather beautiful and incredibly useful stainless steel fog lights on the front.
Okay.
We put these stripes on as well.
Yep, very smart.
And we've wrapped the roof in a cream wrap as well. And then we've put these steel wheels on. We thought it looked somehow a little bit more classic.
The retro look versus the alloys.
Let's show you the interior, because what we've done is we've put a half leather interior in it as well.
That's very smart.
I think it makes a lot of difference. But I'll show you this conversion that was done, because you wouldn't know, and it's quite a complicated conversion. What else have we done to it? Put a new thermostat in it, put a new water pump on it as well.
Engine bay looks lovely and clean. You've steam cleaned it, haven't you, Sarah?
No, we haven't. We haven't actually.
No?
We haven't really done anything to it. Yeah, no, I like it. I think it's a great car.
It does look good.
Good. Well, I don't know. I mean, do you want to have a think about it and get back in touch with us and see what you think? Makes an offer on that.
I think we're keen. I think this is exactly what he needs.
Oh, good.
I think we might need to do a little bit of negotiation around the price.
Okay, brilliant. All right, Simon.
All right.
Thanks. Bye. Bye.
Later, transfer is made for £2,500, a little south of the double money we'd like, but it's close enough to crack open the Bourbons. Another great result. This time on Flipping Bangers, it starts with an idea.
It's a big, bold statement. There it is, that's our jackpot. That develops into a dream.
So it's all your Christmases come at once, isn't it?
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
That is fantastic!
And what happens to that dream?
Well,
Mother of God!
Oh yes, it turns into a nightmare.
That's not right.
We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, flipping bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car. There's a question, and it sounds something like this. What car are we going for this time?
Did you want a coffee?
Yeah. But more than that, I need to make a statement.
Oh, good.
And it's a big, bold statement. Here it is. We are lucky, because we get to choose the cars that we want.
Yeah. Yes, and in actual fact, commercially, I think that's right, because if you look at our personalities, there's absolutely no point in buying cars for us that we have no emotional investment in, is there? Because that way we're not going to work with them. If we don't care about them, we're not going to put our heart and souls into repairing them, are we?
Exactly, because that's how cars end up in the crusher, isn't it?
You've got something to say, haven't you? I can see it in your eyes. Go on, spit it out.
A Rolls-Royce.
Great idea.
I've always fancied having a Rolls. Maybe as a garden feature, but...
I think a Rolls-Royce is a great idea, safe in the knowledge that you're never going to find one for our sort of money.
I have.
You have, haven't you?
Starting bid's £2,500.
That is atrocious. What have you done? I think that would be interesting from a sort of biochemical point of view by the amount of green on it. But I can see, as I'm sure you can see, that this is not the sort of car that we're going to be making money out of. I think you should find another one. There must be hundreds of them out there.
I thought you'd say that.
Come on, don't sulk. Just find another one.
I will. I shall. I'm on it. Watch this.
OK, and we're doing this securing the knowledge that we're not buying a Rolls-Royce to rot away in your garden, yeah?
I'm going to keep looking.
In fact, there aren't hundreds of cheap rollers online. There's Will's one, and he clings to it like a desperate man. A man desperate enough to take us all the 5 hours to North Yorkshire.
I still don't really know why we're doing this. It's a very, very long way to go to see a car that is clearly not going to work for us. It's setting out all wrong.
OK, well, let me give you a little bit about it. Right, this car, it's been bought by a guy who's a plant dealer, you know, tractors and such like.
Yeah.
Not little flowers. And he bought it as a project for himself. He's got bored of that project and tried to get it running, couldn't get it running, and lost interest in the whole thing.
Oh, OK. I mean, I know that our USP is buying cars that nobody else wants. I get that. But with this car, the information that I have seen on it, it just seems to me that we will never be able to do what we need to do in the time that we've got. I'm looking at it for the reason of us making some money, and I don't necessarily know that we'll be able to out of this car.
The money that we're looking at buying it for is quite cheap. I've had a look, it's the cheapest one in the country. I'm going to have to spend a lot more time working on you, aren't I?
No, let's just have a look at it.
Divided we stand, divided we fall. And we're certainly divided this time. There it is. There it is. That's our jackpot.
The owner has allowed us to look over it, and if we're interested, we can call on his daughter, Hayley.
I actually think the car looks a lot better than I expected.
I'm worried about you. I seriously am.
Please don't worry too much. Look, this is all about business. I'm going to keep a level head and not get too carried away, I promise.
Well, hello. What's under your bonnet, then?
Wow, look at that. At least it looks pretty complete, eh?
It does, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it's been picked, and that's important, isn't it?
Yeah, it's mainly there, and you get a whole load more as well. I mean, these suspension turrets look like they come straight out of the Second World War tank.
They really do.
And this thing.
What is it?
It is the brake fluid reservoir, but it is so large. It needs, you need some sort of architectural planning permission just to put it in there.
I'm slightly disappointed it's not in silver or silver plate.
Well, that would be lovely. It would be nice. But I'm certain that if we just gave that a a good old clean-up and a hoover out, we've already upped the value of the car.
Do you want to talk about the roof, or do you want to skip over that bit?
Personally, I'd rather skip it, but I am absolutely certain that it is going to have to come up in conversation.
Oh, hang on. There's a 1/4 of an inch of filler in it. Actually is.
It was obviously the barrier down at the supermarket that did it.
Dare we?
Yeah, go on, go for it.
That's not right.
It's certainly safe to say that it's had very little use in the last few years. That's pretty awful. That's dust and mould spores a go-go.
I do worry about taking those carpets up, though, and what you will or won't find underneath. I.e., you will find lots of rot. You won't find any floor.
Gus is smiling, but something tells me he's not into my lovely rolls.
Well, it clearly just needs a bit of TLC. Actually, it's good in there, isn't it? It's 1972 Rolls-Royce. It's the car everybody wanted to be in. Everyone mimicked that, didn't they?
Of course they would. I mean, Rolls-Royces are the essence of elegance. And it has stood the test of time. I mean, it's a palatial interior. OK, it's not perfect, but what is there? You know, the seats are pretty solid. I think those will clean up. I think they'll soften up with a bit of, you know, a bit of leather balm and stuff. The dashboard, that's in amazing condition. And doesn't it look so cool as well?
But we have a car that has stood outside for many years, and cars that have stood outside for many years have a patina and a rather charming appeal, don't they? That you could just jet wash it all off and it'll be fine. And I get it, the engine looks great on first glance and it looks like it's all there, but we don't know if it runs. The interior looks great, we don't know if it's going to fall apart when we start doing it. And from this side, below a certain line, is all very, very rusty. So I worry about having to put things like seals on this or floor pans in this, which would kill us.
I'm going to go and see if Hayley's about so I can get the keys for it.
OK. Honestly, you know, a lot of the time, Will and I don't have the same opinion about cars, which is great because that makes a great team. But this instance, Will has definitely fallen in love with this car. Is this car that's sat here for 15 years something that we're actually interested in? I'm not actually sure it is. But if he wants it, then of course we'll do it because we're a team.
As it turns out, the keys are in the car. I'm thinking, I've got a can of fuel and a battery. Should we give it a go?
Yeah, let's definitely give it a go.
I think Will feels guilty that he's leading us towards a rotten decision.
So it kind of falls on me to take the responsibility of proving that this car has some worth about it, which is what I'm going to do, because I thoroughly believe that this car is worth doing. I've got the emergency old car starter kit. Some power, some leaded fuel, all ready to go. One battery.
Brill.
And some fuel.
Excellent. Fuel as well. Fantastic.
Fuel as well.
There's lights on in here, so it's clearly got power to the car.
Any signs of smoke coming from anywhere yet?
No.
Good. We need access to the air intake as part of the jump start procedure. Wow. Even the Jubilee clips feel like they're of a higher quality than any other Jubilee clip I've ever undone. That's brilliant. That just comes off beautifully as well.
Do you think we might have built this up to be something that's not going to be now? I mean, this is a big moment for you, isn't it? Is this you trying to show me how brilliant this car's going to be? I'm just asking, just so I know when it roars into life what to do.
Oh, I tell you what, I have. Yes,
okay.
Right, OK.
Right. You spray, I'll turn.
Well, I'm not going to spray.
I'm just going to do this because look at that system.
Oh yeah, it does. At least it moves. Go on then, give it a little whirl. See how we go.
Fingers.
Yes. Normally at this stage, I'll be saying, turn the key a bit harder. Try swearing at it. Bang your hand on the dashboard.
Hang on, I'll give it another go. Oh! That's a great hooter.
You did that deliberately. Right, OK, the starter motor's jammed.
OK, so there's no point giving it a rock because it's an automatic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we clout the starter motor.
Yeah, well, apart from the fact that I've already had a look for it and it is impossible, totally impossible to see without getting under the car, which we can't do.
Until we pump the wheels up. Come on then.
OK.
We'll pump them up.
Gus is being oddly helpful. And this might just be a ruse to prove there is no possible reason why we should buy this little roller.
So I've got my electric pump and I know where to plug it.
Because in 1972, if you were sitting in the back of a roller, you would be smoking.
With a little highly dangerous access, can Will get the starter motor going?
Do I give that a go?
Ready?
Yeah.
I mean, there is another possibility, isn't there?
What?
That the engine might be seized.
Actually, it's worth coming here and having a look at. So I think, you know, it looks actually surprisingly better than I thought. Again, you know, you can see the front subframe, the front section of the chassis all looks nice. I think some mileage in this car. I think it's crunchy around the edges and sturdy on the underside. Right. What do you reckon then?
I think we need to take a reality check about this car. I think Bodywork is intriguing, but it would have to have a little tick in the poor column.
Yeah.
I would say the structural rigidity in the unknown column, definitely, that would go in the unknown column in my little book, almost definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
The interior was actually complete, but poor. That would have to be poor.
Yeah.
And electrics, well, I'd say they were unknown, really.
It's a risk, yes. But I think it's a risk that's worth taking, because if we do take that risk, then we stand the potential of reaping the reward of what this car might offer. I think there's money in this car. I think we can do with it. And it's, for me, for us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to buy a Rolls-Royce at this sort of price. We might earn some money for it. I think we should go for it. I really do.
If we could get it for 2,000, that might work, mightn't it? But clearly any more than that and, well, we're really going to lose our shirts on this.
OK, then. Right, we'll speak to Hayley and I promise I won't offer her 2,500 quid. Well, let's see how we get on. I'll go everything crossed.
Will goes off to see if he can do one of his not-so-very-good deals, and I have one more look over the rolls. I have no idea why. Hayley didn't want to be filmed, but I can confirm that we did a deal at £2,500 for the rolls. Apparently, someone had offered £5,000 for it, but they weren't here, and we are. So we are now the owners of this beautiful car.
There's a lot of rodent damage. They've eaten a lot of wires through here, look. All these.
Oh, that looks nasty.
And look, there's this. You know, they were saying in the advert, saying it turned over. I wonder if they used that to bridge the solenoid. Might have done.
All right, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go and see how we get on.
Right, ready? See.
Yeah, go on. Oh, go on. Oh,
something.
Yeah, again. That is going to go. That is going to go, mate. That is definitely go. That wants to go. Right. Whoa. Oh, yes! Come on, come on. That is... Oh, almost. Come on, Gus, come on.
Come on, mate, down.
Come on! Come.
I don't think it's going to be any resting 50p's on this bonnet, do you?
No.
Straight off.
Spend a lot more on it just to get it going.
It was popping on and firing on the easy start, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because there's no fuel getting up there.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could find the pumps and clean the points in the pumps, they'd probably pump.
Well, I think that's going to be one of our jobs back at the workshop.
Yeah.
Now, how do you get a car that can't move, that's this heavy, onto the trailer?
What is the potential damage, do you think?
Sorry?
What's the potential damage, do you think?
I'd say if this was high and this was low, we're going to be about here.
I'm almost certain that this is not advised in the health and safety manual.
About 2 foot to go. Go on, keep going. You can see it now.
Will can't drive a normal car for toffee, but with a forklift, he's ace.
Spiders. It's always big, nasty spiders in rotten old cars like this. And there we are. Now all we've got is a quick 5-hour drive back to base. I think I can speak for both of us when I say this is a great moment. Yes, we are putting our head directly into the lion's mouth, but the lion may not eat us. It might just squash our heads.
Well, we got our Rolls-Royce, didn't we? We got the wreck of the Hesperus for a price of an Empress, and it's all your Christmases come at once, isn't it?
Yeah, OK. But I am drawn to this car, and I know it's one hell of a challenge. But I think if we put our effort into that challenge, it'll pay off for us.
Well, we definitely paid too much money for it, in my mind. 2,500, double our money. We've got to find 5,000 quid from this car before we pay anything of it. So bizarrely, although it was the cheapest in the country, it was still strangely expensive.
Yeah, well, at least I got you on board, though. Just took that little push to get you on board, and then here you are. We're now both own a Rolls-Royce. What could be better than that?
I'm going to put everything behind this car. There's absolutely no doubt of that. And I know you will, because you got us into this. But I want you to know that I had reservations, and I'm putting them behind me for the team.
Well, that's good news. I believe you should take one for the team, because this is going to be a great car. We're going to earn some money out of it. And sometimes you just have to throw caution to the wind and run with what you got.
Actually, you know, I think you might be right. I think we do need something to push us, and this may well be it.
Will can be convincing when he wants to be. But the next day, back at base, when we've got a chance to assess it, well, let's just say it. We've bought a crock.
I think the reason we're not talking is there's nothing left to say that's not been said before.
Let's just for a moment pretend there's absolutely no tension in the air at all. Because we just need to look forwards with this car. We need to look up and we need to look ahead with it as well.
OK, well, maybe I should just say my piece, should I?
OK.
We're clearly never going to paint it, are we?
No.
It's never going to be a wedding car. No. It's never going to be a Minter, is it?
No, it's not. But this is where we have to get clever. And we have to think about all of the unknowns that we've got and go through those with a fine-toothed comb. You know, the engine.
Yeah.
The electrics, the hydraulics, the brakes, transmission, and make sure that we turn all of those unknowns into knowns. Then I think we've got a car that's a lot more sellable.
Well, as much as that list fills me with absolute dread, I think you're probably right, because we fell over ourselves, didn't we, trying to buy a car that looked like that. So if we move it along a bit, then somebody's bound to buy it, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly. We're not aiming for perfection here. I mean, mediocre will do.
OK, well, as long and terrifying as that list of things that you have suggested we need to look at on the car is, there's still other things that come to mind that we haven't mentioned, which is, well, what about the bodywork? What do you think about the bodywork?
Well, I think we might need to clean it for a start.
I think you need to be careful there, because there might not be anything left by the time you've cleaned it.
Funnily enough, that brings me on to the next part of exactly that. We need to assess the rust. That's, of course, if it has any.
If it has any? Of course it has any. And what about the sunroof? We haven't mentioned that, have we?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe vinyl roof?
Yeah, maybe. I think that the basis of your philosophy is sound.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get the car running, then at least we're in with a shout, aren't we?
Bingo. Yes, exactly. I'm going to get the jet wash.
All right, I'll go set up the auction, all right?
Right.
It's pouring with rain, and so shamed, Will gets the job of preparing the body for cleaning.
So I'm going to do the auction setup, because Will's so excited he can't speak, and I'm, well, just speechless, actually. So what am I going to say about this car? I'm going to say, just in, Rolls-Royce, fun project, complete car, solid car, good mechanicals, can I say that? Steers, drives, stops, £6,000? I don't know. I know it sounds ridiculous, but actually there's one on here in very, very similar condition to that, and it's £6,000. And all we need is someone who wants one as badly as Will wants one, just with a little bit more money.
So that's it. The Rolls lists as a buy it now for £6,000. A complete car needing TLC that stops, starts and goes. I've started the bidding at £2,000 to get people in, but there is a reserve. The rain continues, so Will volunteers to stay outside. At least that's what I think he said. As soon as it stops, I step in. My job is hoovering leaves out of the engine bay.
Will! Will!
What's that?
I think I might have found the trouble. I think that might be the trouble, isn't it? Some of our electrical troubles.
That could. Where did you find that?
Down in there.
Oh. The Rolls is remarkably good under all that dross. Now we can take our auction pickies.
Hope you're pleased with yourself.
Doesn't it look 1,000 times better?
And strangely 1,000 times worse.
Yeah, it is strangely disappointing, isn't it?
Strangely. If we want to get it in, shall we utilise the ancient Grecian pole and push method?
I'll get the forklift started up, yeah?
OK, I'll get a plank.
Cool, I'm going to bring a bit of pressure onto it. Amazing how hard it is to get a car into the workshop that can't even turn a wheel. The wood takes the load at the front of the car, and that allows the rolls to roll in.
Lovely! Who'd have thought we'd have had a Rolls-Royce in the workshop? Look at that.
Oh, I'm pleased you've at least got a positive attitude with the whole thing.
But first, we need to empty the car of rubbish, dirt and stinky old carpets.
Don't breathe in.
I'm not going to.
Ah.
It's like a little archaeological dig. This is ginger. That's the worst ginger thing I've ever seen. Apart from myself, of course.
See, I'm tempted to take this carpet out.
Yeah, it's coming to bits in my hands.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Right, straight in the skip with that lot.
Ah!
I'm starting to worry.
About this?
Yeah.
I started to worry about this a long time ago.
Everywhere I look, there's more and more.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think we're bitten off more than we can chew.
Yeah. For me, I genuinely think if we can't get this started by tomorrow, we should bin it.
That's a bit harsh. I mean, surely we can give it a bit more of a chance. I mean, let's get some wheels on it so we've got a rolls that rolls.
Yeah.
So we owe it to the car.
Yeah, we do. Wheels?
Yes. The first day has been one full of extraordinary highs and quite a few bad smells too. And now we have Gus threatening to throw in the towel if we can't get the engine started.
We've bought a Rolls-Royce that needs a level of TLC that we're struggling to get our heads around. The workshop doors feel unusually heavy and slow to open.
Right, so I have been thinking about what you said last night.
What, about the car?
Yes, exactly, and getting it running.
Yeah.
And I think that a real concerted effort today to fire this one up and see what we can do.
I'm 100% behind you.
Yeah, this is a really good thing. We know we put petrol in the tank.
Yep.
So there's a chance that the petrol's not getting from the tank to the carburetors at this stage.
And we can check that. We can undo the junction, can't we? See if it pumps up. So, we know our engine turns over because we flashed the solenoid, we got it turning over. We know it fires because we actually had it running on the ether we were spraying into it. So, if it was lifting fuel, the fuel would come up to the carburetors would mix the fuel with air, vaporise it, that would suck it into the combustion chamber, the engine would be running, and it's not, so we assume it's not lifting fuel.
Because our fuel pump isn't working and therefore not forcing the fuel to the carburetors, we've got to improvise. So what we've done is we've built a gravity system. We've got a tank that's up high, which will then gravity feed and force the petrol through to the carburetors, which is a good thing. Now, this is going to prove... Here you are, Gus.
Oh, cheers.
Now, this is going to prove two things. A, that our beautiful Rolls-Royce engine actually works, because I really need it to in this situation. And B, it's going to isolate the fact that the fuel pump is our issue that's not letting our engine run. Right, that is now very firmly connected, because we are messing around with petrol here, and we don't want any leaks, don't want any issues, and we certainly don't want our car catching fire.
Right.
Go on then. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Cool, me too.
Go on then.
Hold on. Oh, well, almost. Yep.
That's interesting. Wow. OK, so we've got no spark, so we're going to have to find out why we've got no spark. First thing to do is see if we've got power going into the coil.
So if we've got power going into the coil, but we haven't got power at the distributor, we know that there's no power going from the coil to the distributor, so we can eliminate different things, work our way back down.
But the wire to the coil seems to have died. The coil feeds the ignition system to make the spark via the distributor. So I've made up this fly lead so we can temporarily supply the coil with power, mimicking the ignition supply.
So shall we see if we've got a spark?
Yes.
Knees. Yes!
Oh. Yes! We're now in the money. We now seem to have a spark coming from our king lead.
You can smell success.
Yeah, I can. I'm so chuffed. Right, watch this. I can smell so much success that I'm hoping we don't even need that, but let's see.
Go on then. So that choke's on. That's good. We know that. That should still work, shouldn't
Right,
it?
fingers clear?
Yeah.
Oh. Come on! Oh! Oh!
It ran! It actually ran!
It ran for momentarily, right. Yes! That is what I call...
Sounds nice, huh?
Really lovely. Oh. Wow.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Quite
What a success.
smoky in it. Should we give it a break?
Yeah.
That is fantastic!
Brilliant. She's earned her right to stay in the workshop?
Definitely, no questions. Absolutely no questions.
Yes.
We should get on with it. The only problem is we're never going to sell a Rolls-Royce with a fuel tank on a ladder.
True.
Fuel pumps?
Yeah, I'm going to get straight on there. I'm not going to waste a single moment. In a modern car, the fuel pumps are small, cheap, electronic, disposable boxes. In a car like this, the fuel pump is a larger unit and it's known for going wrong.
While Will digs into the pump, I check out the fuel tank, worried it's as nasty on the inside as it is on the out, clogged with dirty fuel.
That's in very good condition. And the whole tank generally is in good condition. I was going to wire brush it and satin black it, but I don't think I'm going to bother.
And I have just about wrestled the pump out. So this is the offending article. It's the electronic SU fuel pump from our Rolls-Royce. And it's just not working. They've got tons of bits inside of them. They all go a bit crunchy. And after a while, you've just got to sort the whole thing. Which takes me swiftly towards Coventry, where there's a well-known supplier of Rolls spares. They're really on the map if you're working to a budget, like we are. I hope I can get as much stuff as we need as possible. Hi there, good morning.
Morning, how can I help you?
Well, you must be Ben that I spoke to earlier on the phone.
Would that make you Will?
I am, yes.
How can I help you?
Well, so here's the thing. We have got an early 70s Silver Shadow.
Okay.
Now, admittedly, it's not in the best of conditions, and we've got issues with, we think, possibly fuel supply, so maybe fuel pumps. Also got issues with the car not stopping.
Okay.
So we need some bits and pieces, plus other odds and ends as well to get her going.
Okay. Are you looking for new parts, reconditioned, second-hand?
Well, for our budget, we're going to be looking at as much second-hand as we can.
Okay.
But of course, with the brakes and stuff like that, then new parts for that.
I think the best thing is if you follow me over to the recycled parts warehouse, we'll see how many parts we can find in there. We'll take it from there.
That sounds absolutely brilliant. Cheers.
Follow me. So we'll go in here to the workshop and see what we can find.
These guys have been in the business for ages, and they have stockpiled enough bits to build several cars like ours.
So this is the second-hand pump we've got on the shelf. It's all tested, ready to go.
Well, yeah, that is exactly the type of pump that we've got on our car, and that looks perfect. How much is one of those?
We do these for 150 quid.
Oh, right, OK. Yeah, you know, remember when we were chatting on the phone earlier and I was sort of saying that we don't have an awful lot of cash. Our budget's always very, very small on these things. Is there a sort of cheaper option at all?
Well, given it's been stood for so long, it's probably the points that have stuck. So perhaps we need to look at a rebuild kit with new points.
Ah, now I think we're talking. Yeah, that sounds a lot more affordable.
Let's go and check we've got them on the shelf.
Cool, OK then.
Follow me.
You have got tons of things in here. Wow, look at that. For an extra 30 quid, I get the brake pads, and that's probably enough to see us through the next stage of pain the Rolls has in store for us. Without further ado, I'm going to grab this lot, tuck it under my arm, bid you farewell, and also safe in the knowledge that if we can't get our car going, you might be interested in buying it for spares.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
He thinks I'm joking. Back at base, I pull the fuel pump apart and apply the kit. Gaskets, diaphragms are swapped, but the strip down and rebuild takes a while. Saving 100 quid has its price. This is a fiddly old job, but this side's all done now. Just do the same with the other side. It can all go straight back in the car.
It's day 3 for our battered Rolls. It's been a roller coaster so far, mostly in sick-making downward spirals, but we're rising to the top again.
Ha! Good morning.
Hi.
Your timing is perfect. I've just finished.
Just finished what?
Well, the fuel pump now works.
Ah, fantastic.
Which is a really good thing. It's been a mucky, horrible job. I'm covered in sticky stuff and nasty things. But yeah, I can tell you I've successfully fixed it.
Fantastic, that's great. Shall we fire it up?
Well, no time like the present, is there?
No. That's great, isn't it? It sounds lovely, doesn't it?
What a sound little engine that is.
There's nothing little about it. It's massive.
It's nice, That,
however, won't clean the interior, will it?
Are you trying to tell me we've got to go and do that horrible job, which I don't want to do?
Well, I would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Right, OK, then. Cleaning the interior, go.
So when we were up at the farm, I was saying to Will, the seats, they're so crispy. And he was going, no, they're all right. And in actual fact, he's right. They're pretty good. In actual fact, they're better than pretty good. They're really good. So this leather is called colonised leather, and it was a process of spraying on top of leather. So you spray the colour on top of leather. It's made famous by the Connolly Company. And I think if we get some saddle soap on here and clean the spores of mould off, this interior is going to look fantastic. That is ignoring the fact that there's mushrooms growing in the footwell, and I shouldn't really be spending any time in here without a mask, but I'm going to take these outside because they rather handily come out. Oh, mind the door.
And naturally, I'm on hoovering duty. So here's the thing. Gus actually knows that I hate cleaning of any nature whatsoever. I don't mind jet washing, that's fine. I don't really like cleaning interiors, so I just leave the hoover running and sit down and read a magazine for a bit. Well, when I say I'm not going to be lazy, I might be a little bit lazy. Depends if he's keeping an eye on me or not. Good. He's outside.
So that's saddle soap. It's rather lovely.
I've ditched the being lazy plan. The Rolls is one of the most filthy cars I've ever seen, and I can't afford for Gus to go upside down on me again. So I'm getting on with it.
It's starting to come off, but it takes quite a lot of effort because it's incredibly dirty. But it is strangely rewarding.
So this is amazing. I mean, the carpets we ripped out of this car were utterly minging, and they were rotten, they had mould growing on them, they were disgusting. But I'm now just pulling up the under carpets, as it were, and revealing the floor pan, which is really solid, really sound. It's filling me with a lot of hope and a lot of pleasure.
Because basically, the Rolls only has to be good enough for the next person. Good enough for someone to say, yes, I'll take that on. Any good points are critical for us.
You've got to admit, that looks better, doesn't it?
It's the end of the day, and we both need a bath, although perhaps not the same one. We've just won another little victory with the roller, taking it one step closer to the running, driving car we need it to be.
It's day 4. Our Rotten Rolls project was bad enough at the start for people to laugh in our faces, but the boot is on the other foot now. We're taking tender steps towards victory.
I hate to say it.
Go on.
I hate to say it because I actually still think this belongs in a scrapyard.
No.
But we're actually in a pretty good place with this car,
We
aren't
are.
we?
Yeah, I'm feeling particularly chuffed at the moment.
So we've got an engine that actually runs rather nicely.
I always had faith in that little engine. It was going to work well.
We've got an interior where you won't get anthrax if you sit in it.
So you've done a fantastic job of cleaning that.
We have done a fantastic
Well, yeah,
job.
but I only did the hoovering, and you know how much I hate hoovering. It's an awful thing.
The important thing is, what are we going to do next? Where do we go next? That's the thing, isn't it?
Well, you have seen the wheels have turned off, haven't
Yes,
you?
let's drive it! Come on!
These are old truck tyres, the same size as the Rolls. The originals are horribly expensive. Well, too expensive for us. And these were just 120 quid.
Woohoo! Oh, yeah! Look at that. Is that the brakes working?
So, well...
They stop it. They do
yeah,
stop it.
something's happening.
Wow. So it runs, it rolls, and it stops a bit, after a fashion.
We do have a little problem.
Reverse. We did have reverse, but now we don't. And power steering, that seems to work.
Are the lights working?
Lights, anything?
Yeah.
Yeah?
One, yeah. Yeah,
High
three.
beam, low beam?
Three. We've got 3 lights now.
Indicator?
I mean, if we can make it stop properly, we're in a massively good place, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's already gone up in value by a lot. Right, is the handbrake on? Mother of God!
Small steps forwards, and then a step back. This car is like a yo-yo.
This is mind-blowing, this car. This car is like watching a heavyweight boxer go 15 rounds, be knocked down 3 times, and dragging himself back up to the ropes. Fabulous.
It felt really nice sitting in a Rolls-Royce and driving it down there. But I don't want to do it again because this 2-ton tank didn't want to stop when I put my foot on the pedal.
No, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? I think for the next person, they buy this car, it drives, you know, it runs, sounds really lovely. It runs, it would be so nice if it stopped for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Only
it would.
fair, really. Shall we get it up?
Yeah, jack it again. Our poor Rolls-Royce has been sat on a farm in a damp environment as well as muddy and stinky. That's why the brakes are all seized on. So, using a bit of skill, finesse, I'm going to gracefully manipulate the pistons in the calipers and start to get everything moving again. A little bit of lubrication. And it is starting to work already, which is really, really, really good news. Which shows that our Rolls-Royce stands a chance of stopping again. And just get a tiny bit of lubricating oil in between the gaiter and the piston. It's going to start to move more and easily. We don't want to strip the calipers or buy new ones. They're 165 quid each. But we've got some pads, and the name of the game is just to make the system move, really. Brake pads can actually tell you quite a lot about the whole thing, obviously. These ones are like 2/3 of the way through their life, and they definitely want replacing. We're just trying to get the brakes working. We're not rebuilding the whole system. So we're going to put new pads in and clean the discs up and see how we get on.
I'm on a research mission in the pub across the road.
The sunroof on our Rolls has worried me right from the start because we clearly need to do something with it. And Will and I have talked about maybe vinyling the whole roof or filling the sunroof and repainting it. But both those would draw attention to the fact that there's no sunroof there. And actually, both of them are a bit deceptive, aren't they? And that's not really us, is it? It's not really what we've been about. It's not ever what we've been about. So I'm trying to find a solution. I thought maybe if I dug deep on the internet, I could find who made the roof, what we're missing. And actually, I think I'm getting warmer. It seems that the roof we have is called a hooper roof. No shadows came off the line with sunroofs in them. They mostly used these hooper roofs, which came from Bristol. And the thing that we need to open it is a crank, obviously. But it's a little fold-up crank. It's quite a clever little thing. I mean, obviously, they made roofs for other cars. And I was thinking, well, we could maybe find a crank from another car and get our one open. I think that may be the answer.
While Gus remains absent, I'm making solid progress. The discs are slightly cleaner and new pads on all 4 wheels. After what seems like hours and hours and hours, because it has been hours and hours and hours, I've actually got all of the cylinders moving That's been so much hard work, but I had to get it all done. I had to prove to myself and to Gus that this was all going to be achievable. It's good news. All of the calipers are now in a position that when we get it all bled up, they should all work, and this car should stop. Happy boy.
It's our last day, and we've only got 5 to complete our projects, and the Rolls is a biggie that's made us smile, but also had us pretty worried.
Well, who thought we'd get here? The last day in this car.
Yep.
And this car has super exceeded my preconceived expectations of it.
Well, it is a great car, isn't it? I told you it would be.
No, this car is in a fantastic place. This is not a fantastic car.
OK.
So last night I did a lot of research about these sunroofs. They were fitted by a company called Hooper, and a Shadow with a working sunroof goes for a fantastic premium. We will make more money if we can get this working than we will just by selling the car on its own, because people will cut this out and put it in their car. It's that prestigious.
Really?
Yes.
Yes. That can of worms?
Yes, that can of worms.
Riddled can of worms that...
Well, you say that, but this has been delicately covered with filler and protected over the last few decades. I know it's come off now.
That's because it's totally stuffed.
No, very robust. Online, I saw far worse than this opening up.
I would say, even if it is something that is fitted to a Rolls-Royce that's supposed to be top quality...
Definitely.
If you've got to hit it with a hammer, that means it's long since dead and should not be woken from its rusty grave.
Yeah, I think you're hitting with a hammer and my hitting with a hammer are 2 different things. I'm gently tapping it. I'm going to get on with it. I'm going to do that first. Just the Allen key inside, a little bit of wiggle round.
Yeah.
That'll drop down nicely. You watch.
I think that's going to ruin our day. Right at the beginning of the day. That's what I think.
It doesn't look like it's going to open, does it? I have to say it doesn't look like it. And although I was quite bold when I was talking to Will earlier, I don't actually think it's going to open. But I'm going to see, because it will put money on the car if I can get it open. So, fingers crossed.
So you put in an Allen key. Simple. No.
So, apparently, we go anti-clockwise for a tilt and clockwise for a shift. Tilt and shift. I can actually feel it moving. Ah, well, that's either really good news because it's starting to move, or really bad news because if it doesn't go any further, it's just going to leak like a sieve now, isn't it? I'll see if I can loosen it with some gentle persuasion. I don't think it's going to go any further up. Well, that is rusted solid.
So that's how we're dealing with the sunroof to move on. But it fails to negatively impact on a job well done. The Rolls cost us £2,500. We've spent £120 on wheels, £255 on brakes and parts. That's just £2,875 all in. And we won't count the extra shower gel or whiskey we've also needed to get it there.
I know it's a stupid question because I know the answer to it, but do you think we were silly buying a car like this?
I did worry at times that we might have been just a little bit silly. but
when exactly?
Well, from the moment we bought it until, well, some point throughout the fixing of it. But I think essentially, maybe the word that you could be looking for is hero. Or hero, plural, as in we have been heroes in taking on this car.
Yeah, I see it, that this car had one chance, and that one chance was us. If it had missed that, it would still be languishing in the field, maybe in 20 years' time, slowly decaying into the fauna. That's how I see it.
And it's better than that, because we're now going to be giving somebody else the opportunity to take on the rest of the finishing off on this car, and maybe they'll even take it back to its former glory.
It represented something, didn't it, in the sort of late 60s, early 70s. This was more than just a car. It was the best of the best, wasn't it? That's what it stood for. And I've really enjoyed getting to know it, getting to understand the systems in the car, how Rolls-Royce were thinking when they put it together. It's been a real honour, hasn't it, having it in the workshop?
I am very proud of this car. This one hell of a car. What a special thing. And there's one small aspect left. The drive. Well, who's the daddy? Who's the daddy? We are cruising in our Rolls-Royce.
I think the daddy will be making sure that we don't have a massive great crash, or that it doesn't break down and we don't have to recover a 3-ton 70s Luxo barge. That would put a dampener on the day.
Hey, just listen to that beautiful V8 purring away under the bonnet. But traditional Rolls-Royce, you can't actually hear it very much, can you?
All I can hear is the engine. And as you know, the exhaust pipe's in 3 pieces, so all we're going to hear is the engine. Actually, it's not such a bad sound, is it? But the only thing you're supposed to hear in a Rolls-Royce is the clock. And I didn't even know it had a clock in here.
It's right there, but it is broken, so I have set it at 10:20, so it's got a lovely smiley face looking at us.
Well, actually, I mean, I'm glad that the engine's running because it tells a bigger story than just the noise, doesn't it? It tells of our progress and the fact that this car is actually driving now, which is huge, isn't it?
Yeah, correctamundo. This come on leaps and bounds. And I would like to just add at this point, it looks an absolute peach.
And what do you know? We've had Ian over to have a look. His offer of $3,200 is not up for negotiation. He has an identical car and he simply needs some spares.
Ian.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right, how are you?
Well, you know, can't complain.
So what's your plan then?
Well, take a few bits and pieces off it. Grill, bumper bar, stereo, etc. Put them onto my good one. Put this back up for sale.
That's not what we were expecting.
You can buy it back if you want it as well.
Well, we're not really in the habit of trying to buy things back if we can help it.
No.
But it is really good to know that it's going to a good home with some, you're going to get some good use out of it.
Yeah.
Do you want to hand get it on the trailer?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind, we can do that, no problem.
Awesome, right.
Perfect.
Let's go and get things sorted out.
No bother.
If we'd waited longer, we might have got our £6,000. But the Rolls had to go, and we consider a few £100 profit an absolute triumph.
This time on Flipping Bangers, it all starts well.
We may well stand a chance of doubling our money. Yeah. And go slowly downhill.
Steering wanders all over the road and it makes so much noise I can hardly hear.
This bundle of joy
£1,000?
was sent to test us.
Dropped all its oil.
Engine on.
Yeah, that's not working.
I'm hoping you can help me.
Yeah, I thought this was going to fly through the workshop, but that's a lot of stuff to do.
I really wish I'd had a good old look at it before I volunteered to do it. Selling, though, I mean, where are we with that?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah.
It worries me.
We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put £500 in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
You know, sometimes sitting here, I really feel that we're living the dream. I absolutely do. I love the fact that we can zero in on a car,
I can tell you've got something in mind.
OK, well, I have got a suggestion.
Have you?
Yes.
Go on then.
Fiat 126.
Fiat 126. Let's have a little look then, shall we? Fiat 126, produced from 1970 onwards. It was a replacement for the much-loved Fiat 500. They still sold 5 million.
5 million?
And they're becoming rare. Do you reckon that's anything to do with the rust?
It's a lot of rust, isn't it?
It is an awful lot of rust. You're going to like this bit, though. 4 grand for a nice one.
4 grand?
4 grand for a good one,
Exactly. They were sold here until 1993.
Really?
So we should still be able to find a runner. You know, someone may be still driving around on the streets using it as a daily driver.
If we can buy in at sort of £1,000, 1,500 quid, yeah, we may well stand a chance of doubling our money. Yeah?
Well, shall we have a look?
Shall we?
Yeah, go on.
Come on then.
Are we allowed to put our feet on the furniture in the new caravan?
Sorry?
The hunt is on. We don't give away trade secrets, but shall we say that many biscuits were consumed in the time it takes before Will's rusty, musty-smelling Land Rover is ready to roll.
But what car are we seeing? And who found it? You know when you're driving to go and have a look at a car, you're feeling all fired up and you're wondering,
oh yeah,
is this the one? Is this the one?
Definitely.
Well, that's what I'm feeling like at the moment. It's a Fiat 126.
Yep.
And it looks great in the pictures, and it sounds pretty good in the adverts. But the advert's very small and doesn't give an awful lot of information. Fingers crossed.
I think, well, 1,200 offers. That's not a cheap car, but it's within budget. And actually, there's not that many around at that price at the moment. I haven't been around one for as long as I can remember. So I actually think it's just going to be a bit of fun, isn't it?
Hilarious. Yeah. And I remember it with a certain amount of fondness.
Yeah, yeah.
We arrive in Surrey down a maze of streets that will be virtually impossible for the trailer to get out from.
That is her house on the end.
Well, where's the car then?
Well, she said it's in the car park, so it's clearly there.
And so she is, a cherished but slightly crusty 126, resplendent in the early morning sun.
Does that look so out of place in the modern world?
Yeah, it does, yeah. It very much was a car of its period.
Yeah, it was obviously very cool to be square in 1972, wasn't it?
It's amazing, yes, exactly. The Fiat 500, the original, curvy, beautiful, fashion dictated, flat corners.
Yeah.
Hey, Nico.
Hello, good morning.
Good day.
Good day, how are you?
This is beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much. I love it so much.
Oh, so why are you selling it?
We started to work on it 8 years ago, so...
Really?
Righty.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
And I'm looking for somebody who can finish this job and love it as much as I do.
Well, I'd have to say, that is what we do, isn't it? Yeah. That's our thing.
Yeah.
Does it drive?
Yes, it is.
Excellent.
Look what I
have.
Thank you very much.
Easy, Tiger. My go.
Thank you. Oh, cheers. Well, we'll take it for a little spin round the block then.
See ya.
Thank you.
Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, crikey, it's tiny.
It's made for us too, isn't it?
It's a good job we're friends, isn't it?
Yeah. It looks like it might have had a little bit of an electrical prolapse down there.
Yes, but at least all the parts are still here. And it already looks like you've done the wiring, Gus.
It does look like I wired that up, doesn't it?
You can pop that back in.
I noticed that this interior light lens is missing, which, if we want to put it back to original, that might be a problem, mightn't it, trying to find that?
It could be, really, because I don't think the UK was the predominant market for these cars, so we may struggle trying to get bits and pieces like that.
Yeah, I know it was made in Poland for another 10 years after it stopped being sold here. Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Roof lining's missing, isn't it?
Possibly the same again with that. We might have to make one.
We could make one, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Might be quite nice. Maybe a furry one.
That'd be lovely.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Well, this car's not too bad. That's a bit glossy, isn't it? Your seat cover. That's a bit shabby, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like that's a job for you.
Yeah.
What do you think about these? These...
Ooh, very modern.
I think Punto. Probably don't even fit.
Yeah, could be right. Yeah.
Well, should we give it a go?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Ready?
How big's the engine?
Such ridiculous.
It surges with power.
In our excitement, we have not checked for any signs of rust, essential on a car that's known for it. But we're too keen to sample the 126's driving abilities.
This car was not designed for two middle-aged men. It's quite small, isn't it?
It's very small. It's very noisy.
Yeah, it is. This is fun. This is a fun little car.
You want to be sitting where I'm sitting, because it's no fun here. The gear change is awful, the clutch is awful, the brake pedal goes to the floor,
oh, come on,
the steering wanders all over the road, and it makes so much noise I can hardly hear.
What do you say? Oh yeah, I know you're already slating it.
I'm just pointing out what's happening here.
Definitely not a scrappy car. Got a good life ahead of it, I think. Oh, well, if you stop doing that, poor little thing.
It's the slowest car I've ever driven.
Oh, come on, Gus, give it a chance.
I foresee quite a lot of work getting this back up to a level where it's going to be usable, I have to say.
Really?
It's quite a lot of stuff, isn't it, to do? And is there a profit in it after we've done that?
Well,
that's what's worrying me now.
It's going to be dictated by the deal.
She's only had it on for 2 days, hasn't she?
She has.
So maybe if we're cheeky and we make her up, or we might be able to twist her arm, mightn't we?
All right, well, let's go in hard. Really, really pushing.
I love the idea of you going in hard, because you're such a softie at heart. When it comes to such a softie.
But every penny counts. So if we're going to take this car on, we need it to be a nice price. Nice guys or not.
How can something so small make so much noise?
It's amazing. I'm not entirely certain. Better have a look and see. Oh, look.
Tiny.
That is 704 cc's of noise. So
that's the culprit. Yeah, well, this is the more modern one as well. Water-cooled, flat, twin-cylinder. The older ones were twin-cylinder but air-cooled and vertically. Oh, look, these fuel pipes are a bit glossy.
Yeah.
That needs some attention. And that looks a bit dicky, doesn't it, on this cooling pipe?
Yeah, it looks like somebody either chopped that off, which is supposed to go somewhere else, or maybe it's a pipe that they've made do with her.
I don't know, but we need to fix that.
Yeah. It's got a new fuel pump on it. But the one thing, isn't it, in reverse, you can hear the engine moving, can't you? So the other end?
Yes, please. Continue the giggle.
No spare wheel. I reckon that is the spare wheel. What do you think?
Yeah, this one.
Yes.
Because that one and that one don't match.
No. Yeah, that's a shame.
Nice to see it's got all of its mats, though.
Yes.
One of these.
Suspect that fits on the heater there.
It's not bad, actually, is it?
No.
Got another cover here. Fuse box.
Don't you think that's funny? Because that is a modern 90s fuse box. This car looks like it comes from the 70s, but actually it's a 90s car.
Because it's got fuses and relays as well, look. That's posh.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I see we had a bit of welding done down here.
Yeah, but it's relatively solid, isn't it? Looks it.
Yeah.
Will. Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Hello, how was it?
Amico, we love the car, of course we do. But us taking it home depends on how much you want for the car.
I'm glad you love the car. The starting price is 1,200.
£1,000?
The offer needs to be higher than 1,200, not lower.
Well, there are quite a lot of these on the market at the moment, so...
Nothing in this condition below 1,800.
Nah.
You know the market better than we do. OK, what about this? We'll look after the car, we'll get it back up to the level it needs to be. We could even send you some pictures of it. We did all that, but we pay you £1,500.
Watch and learn, Will. Watch and learn.
You got my heart. Take it.
Yes, excellent.
Dear Dad.
Yes.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
We'll load it up.
OK.
Great.
Lovely.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's load it up. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Poor Nico, she's actually about to cry. And our cheeky prize is ready to load up and take a ride back to a place where the days never end and this car truly belongs. Our workshop.
Well, it ain't the cheapest car we've ever bought.
No, it's not.
But it has made me laugh.
That's made me laugh too.
I'm just looking at this online.
This car was made in Poland, 72 up until 2000. And in Poland, its nickname was Mulch, which means the small one.
That's quite a sweet name.
It is sweet.
In England, mulch doesn't sound that great.
By the end of the production run, they were actually badged Mulch, which I think is very sweet, isn't it?
That is nice. So a nickname that actually stuck.
Yeah. Okay, in some regions it's called the Kazlak, the cough, because of the way it sounds. Yeah. In Slovenia, it's called Picky Pocky. Picky Pocky means fast and loud.
50% there, isn't it?
It is odd. Yeah, it's not fast, is it? So it's also known as translations of the little spider, the child. Child's nice, isn't it?
The little petulant little child, maybe.
Polish man.
Okay.
And the mouse's truck. The mouse's truck. Oh, it's little. Got it. Yeah.
Oh, that's my favourite. Yeah, that is gorgeous. They really love them.
Come on, then.
The next day, we trailer the Fiat up to its new home. This is the first of only 5 days we have in the workshop, and we like to look over the car freshly and pick our battles.
It seems to have disgraced itself on the trailer.
Oh dear. Not nice. What is it?
Don't know, 2050, I think. What do you think? It's engine oil, isn't it?
Engine oil. Oh, another job on the job list, eh?
Come on, let's get it in. Oh, actually, I'll get the strap.
You do the straps, I'll do this. The Fiat hadn't been driven for a while before Gus's heavy right foot was involved. So we know who to blame for this one.
You ready?
I'm ready, yeah.
I can't stop it, you know that.
I'm hoping these brakes will work well enough that I can.
If rolling a car into the workshop could be called beautiful, this is it.
What really worries me is how, between us test driving it and us putting it on the trailer, that it's dropped all its oil.
I really don't know. OK, let's take stock of what we have got here.
A really messy little car.
Oh, come on, don't be mean. Initially, this car doesn't look horrendous.
No, it doesn't look horrendous, you're right. Not from 20 yards, it really doesn't, does it?
Let's look at the jobs. The mismatch on the paintwork. I mean, this trim is a bit awful in all this gloss black, isn't it?
Yes.
Go for a bit of satin black,
Maybe,
possibly.
Yeah. It could be a job, couldn't it?
It could. I'm thinking wheels.
Yeah.
Could put trims on there. Or we could find a matching one for that one that looks like it's from a Fiat Panda.
Yeah.
The interior.
Yes.
Trim issues. The seats, well, they need a bit of attention, don't they?
They do.
Now, I think we can repair those.
Well, you could, I couldn't.
Thank you. And the headlining as well. We haven't got a headlining, so perhaps we can find one and fit it.
Yeah.
And if we can't, then we can make one.
Yes, that's a good idea.
And then the rest of the interior, well, it's really mainly that radio and the wiring that goes with it.
Yeah.
If we check the radio out, if it works, put it straight back in, tidy up that wiring as we go, job done.
Yeah, so at least then you open the door and it's like, oh, instead of, oh. That makes a big difference, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
But also, apart from all that, we've got to do the engine, haven't we? I mean, yeah, it runs terribly. So we've got to do at least electrical overhaul, probably fuel system overhaul. But I don't know if we're going to have a chance to do those now we've got an unidentified oil leak, something we didn't think we were going to have to do, but we are. And it's quite a major leak. It's a lot of oil on the trailer.
It is,
yeah. See, already, it's a big list, isn't it? You know, I thought this was going to fly through the workshop, but that's a lot of stuff to do.
If we want to earn some money, we're going to have to really work for it and prove our worth.
On this car, definitely. And we should get on with it.
Not until after a nice cup of tea, though, eh, Gus?
So all the fun we were having at the start has dimmed once again, as a tidy car turns out to be more troublesome than we thought. The engine needs to run before we can even think about tackling any of the cosmetic stuff. And soon enough, we can trace the source of the leak.
I think this is it, isn't it? And I think this is our culprit. Do you think?
Yeah.
The hole's actually designed to show us that we've got a seal gone.
Exactly. So oil's coming out of it, oil seal gone. If water was coming out of it, that would mean the water seal in the water pump had gone.
Because our water pump is mechanically driven from a shaft that is taken off a gearing system in the engine. Yeah.
So there'll be an oil seal which has gone, which we're hoping is going to be right here, because it's easily accessible once we take this pump away.
Let's get the water pump off, shall we?
OK, I'm going to go and get a drain tray so we can drain it all.
All right, I'll take this plate off.
Oil seals do as the name suggests and cost pennies to replace, but labour required to locate them is often miserable, as we've got to remove the thermostat and the water pump to gain access, or more if it doesn't fix the leak. Removing the water pump is a predictably messy job and reveals a fluid that's not very nice.
Is that all right?
Yeah, good timing. Yeah, last one off. 3 hoses, 1 big one, 2 small ones. There's as much water that's gone down my sleeve as there is in that pan. So, to be honest, this might be looking like I'm smiling, feeling a bit soggy. Doesn't that look lovely, that rusty water?
Yeah, that's been in there a long time.
All that there. Oh, yummy. There you go, you'll be able to get to that now, won't you?
Yeah, perfect.
I'm going to leave it with you and go and get dried out.
All right.
Now that Will has done the unpleasant stuff, the idea is that the water pump housing will just bolt off.
This should come off with a bit of a... been caught out. It's dribbled on my knee. So that's the thermostat housing off. It's really corroded. In actual fact, you can see here it's corroded so much that it's taken a sort of bite out of the aluminium here on this corner. This is the thermostat in there, and that basically opens and closes when it gets up to temperature, letting the water circulate round the water jacket of the engine. But it's only a housing, so I'll take the thermostat out and check it in a bucket or in a cup of hot water to see if it's opening and closing. And I'll clean the housing up, and we might be able to get away with putting that back on.
Now I remove the water pump, the next unit along.
So last night we didn't have an oil leak. This morning we do have an oil leak. I've been taking the casing off here, which has come off really easily. All the bolts come out really nicely. But as with old cars, there will always be one. And the nut that is holding the impeller on, so it's on the end of this shaft here, has been running in water with antifreeze in it and is completely corroded. It doesn't have any flats on it. So I can't get it off. So I'm going to have to be creative to try and get this off.
In the end, the grips do the job, and I managed to remove the bolt and the impeller.
Anyway, it's off. That's good. And I can see the seals in here. So all I've got to do is pick them out, which I'll probably do tomorrow. But the great thing about this is it means we're not going to have to split the engine. So we're saving ourselves an awful lot of time. Shall we go?
Yeah, definitely.
The first day closes with a lot of mess everywhere, but a feeling that we're moving in the right direction. Just before home time, there's another quick job to do. I usually take pictures of our cars for an online auction. I forgot earlier with the drama of the leak, so I've rolled the car back outside to finish the job. My usual headache is that I don't know how much the car will change inside and out.
Right, Fiat 126 auction. What am I going to say? It's a small car. We don't actually have to say much. We have to say it's a good runner, it's got good cosmetics, and this is important, no rust. It has an issue. It's got black wheels on it at the moment, and we're going to change those. So I'm going to make a note about that. As for price, the strange thing about 126s is if you move away from the auction sites onto the listings, the price goes up. I've seen them on sale at the moment for £3,500, and that's for a very ordinary car. People are asking £5,000 and even £6,000 for a good rust-free version. So I think what I'm going to do is put the car on for £4,500 on a listing or near offers. What we want to do is cause a bit of a splash, find the person who's been looking through the listings for a really good rust-free car, and that is our car.
It's day 2, and we really need to nail the Fiat engine if we're going to get through this project without too much pain. Hello, Gus.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right. Now, you seem to be in incredibly early. What are you up to?
Well, it's been weighing on my mind that this seal has to seal both the oil side and the water side. It doesn't seem long enough to do both the oil and the water and not let the oil dribble out the hole.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
and I wasn't sure about how to get the retainer out. I've ended up collapsing it, knocking it in on itself, which doesn't seem right. But it's what I've done, and it has come out, and I think it is right.
Okay. Well, you know, I think you've probably found good judgment on that.
You seem to have a nice cup of tea there.
Yes, a very... Oh, would you like a cup of tea?
That'd be lovely, thank you.
Give us a moment.
While Will makes me a cup of his especially weak tea, I finally reveal the site of the water seal. We feared we'd have to go deeper into the engine, and sure enough, that's the new plan.
Before Gus loses his stuff, I've popped to a local trimmer to pick up some material for the seats and for the headlining. We've got to re-trim some bits on our Fiat, and because I happen to be an absolute whiz with the sewing machine, it's down to me to find the fabric and buy the fabric. But I don't really know what to do. Do I get traditional fabric or non-traditional fabric? But I do know that there's a lovely little trim shop just down the road from our workshop. Gary's a nice lad. He's been around for ages and he's well known for doing great work. Hi, Gary. Hello there.
Hiya.
I'm Will, I phoned earlier.
Hi, Will.
You're a trimmer.
I am indeed.
I'm hoping you can help me. What sort of trimming do you do?
Whatever trim you want. Classic cars, leather retrims, bike seats, motorcycle seats.
Wow.
You name it, we do it.
That's the full gambit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perfect for what we want, because we've got a little Fiat 126 and we're trying to get it fixed up so we can sell the car on.
Cool.
Problems with the seats. They're really frayed down the cheeks on the back of the seats.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that I can just do a repair on the seat backs and maybe recover the outer cheeks in some sort of vinyl and basically do a repair on what's there.
Keep the rest original. Just
try to, yeah.
Vinyl might be a better option if you're concerned with fraying.
I am, yeah. So I'm thinking try and make it hard wearing. And
what sort of colour? You've got plenty of vinyls.
The seats are cloth with a couple of bits of colour in them, but mainly grey.
Okay. We've got a few greys.
Have you?
See what we've
Let's
got.
have a look, see what you've got. Oh.
That's a mid-grey. That sort of colour.
Exactly the right colour. That's brilliant. I should have bought a sample of the fabric with me so I could put it next to it. I've forgotten, silly me, but it's brilliant. I love this sort of mottled effect on it as well. That's
just a black heavy green.
Black heavy grain, that's called, is it? That should sort of get round and do our cheeks quite well.
It's a little bit inflexible, but...
Oh, is it?
Use it on a nice sunny day.
That's a handy tip. Yeah. So if it's a little bit creased or a bit baggy...
Get it in the sun.
In the sunshine, and it'll settle onto the cushions.
Yep, certainly.
I like that sort of a fix. OK, well, that solves that problem.
Yep.
So the next thing, car's got no headlining at all at the moment, and I need to find a cost-effective and pretty quick way of putting up something in the ceiling of the car that's just going to make it look a lot more appealing and take a bit of noise out. What would you recommend?
You need some foam backing.
That sounds good, foam backing.
You could stick some foam first.
Yeah.
And then follow up with some nylon.
Yeah.
What's the year of the car?
Well, I think it's early 1980s.
Yeah, nylon. Would have been nylon anyway, so.
Right, OK.
See what we got.
OK.
Same grey for the headlining?
Yeah, same sort of dove grey sort of colour would be great.
That's just standard 1/4 inch foam.
OK, so that's my base lining.
That's your base lining.
Glue that up to the ceiling first.
Get all that up and let it dry.
Yeah. Well, that sounds perfect for what we need. But this looks like the really interesting stuff.
Just nylon 4-way stretch material.
OK, so that'll get around the corners quite easily.
Around the corners. Yeah.
It's almost got a sort of velvety finish to it.
It's good stuff.
And again, stick this with
impact
adhesive, and we're good to go. That's perfect as well. Have you got enough of that to sell me enough to do a headline?
We've got plenty.
Might need two's worth just in case I get it wrong.
You'll be okay.
Gary, that's brilliant. Thank you very much.
No problem.
In that case, we'll do a deal, get this in my car, get back over to the workshop.
Get stuck in. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Gary charges me 50 quid for the materials, which is a nice price. Thanks, mate.
Back at base, I'm carrying on with the engine strip.
So our oil seal is on the shaft. It's got to come out forwards. The idea is I'll screw these into it, give me something to yank off. The downside is it's going to completely destroy the seal, which is fine as long as I can find another one.
I'm not really sure I should be showing you this. It's not exactly from the best practice manual, but if it works, I'll be happy.
Yeah, that's not working. I think I'm going to push it in and see if I can break the seal and pull it out, which doesn't sit pretty with me, but I've sort of run out of options. I don't think it's going to come out. I really don't. Not like that.
Gus needs to get the seal out before I get back. Otherwise, I'll know that he has been thwarted.
Hey! It's out. All I've got to do now is find one.
The battle between Gregory and the oil seal is over, and there is one victor. Will is on his way back with the fabrics, and at the end of the day, awaiting parts, I decide to look ahead at the next stage of work on the Fiat.
I thought I'd give Will a hand by taking the interior out so he can do his seats.
And I might be in luck.
I think they just slide off. Could that be right? How does that work in an accident? They do.
The driver's seat is the one that really needs TLC, so I've got that ready for Will. It's day 3, although it feels like day 33.
So the oil seal was behind the water seal.
Oh, right, OK. There had to be something else in there, I suppose, didn't there? Just to complicate it all.
Yeah, not good.
Oh, I like this, though. Is that a little viewing platform so I can watch you work?
For about a second, yeah. There's so much to do on this.
It's D-Day for the engine. If it can't be sorted today, I don't know where we're going with this car.
Ah, there we go. A beautiful engine. Are you enjoying working on that?
No, not at all.
Oh.
It runs like a bipedal pig, doesn't it? And I'd like to get it running really smoothly. I really would.
You know, that little thing down there just puts the fear into me, to be honest. And I'd rather get stuck into those wheels.
Cool, OK, good.
Right, leave you to it. See you later. Now, we've got black wheels in matte black paint. One of them's odd. These wheels are a bit shoddy, because it looks like the last person that had a go at them was using a tar brush or possibly a brick to sand them down. So I'm going to give them a good bit of sanding, do a really nice job, and then that way we stand a good chance of earning some proper money. If the wheels look nice, cars sell well. And for once, I'm not refurbishing alloys. Gus has found a spare wheel online for 30 quid or so at least we get a matching set. I've only just started sanding these wheels and I've already come up against a massive problem. The paint that's on here is like rubber, it's like elastic, and it's sort of peeling off in great blisters at the moment. The sandpaper's just not having any effect on it. So I think I'm going to have to try something a lot more aggressive.
And while Will hides out, the engine work carries on.
For this engine to run properly, it relies on a delicate blend of fuel and electricity to cause the explosion within the cylinder head. But that is a subtlety that is completely lost on this engine because it runs absolutely terribly. So I'm going to take it all out and change it.
This is supposed to be a DIY job, but of course it won't be.
There's no air filter in here at all, which is not fantastic. This is just a baffle in here which needs cleaning out. When you take an air cleaner off of a carburettor, it's always best practice to cover it up. It's very easy to drop stuff down there, very difficult to get it out.
The coil is my first target for removal.
You wouldn't necessarily change the coil when you were doing an electrical service, but they're just not very reliable. And we've got one, so I am going to change it.
Done the experiments, bit upsetting. Hot air gun, didn't really touch it at all. The wire wheel on the drill, far too aggressive. So the sad fact of the whole thing is, it's back to basics, sandpaper, elbow grease, and a lot of time. And unfortunately, it's not time that we have. And it's going to take me absolutely hours and hours.
But there is a cure for time spent and graft to come.
You want a cup of tea?
I'd love a cup of tea, yeah, definitely.
How's it?
One of those jobs I really wish I'd had a good old look at it before I volunteered to do it. But then I couldn't wish it on you, could I? I'd just about had enough.
So, plug leads come off. You've got to make sure you get those on the right way around in the coil. Spark plugs come out, which is all relatively easy. But the elephant in the room is the fact that there's a screw down here which holds the points on, and it's broken, and I can't get it out. I can't actually move it. There we go. The condenser wire is broken as well, so I'm going to have to get a new condenser. The condenser suppresses the spark that goes to the points, stops it arcing too much. And because that's broken, they have been arcing, so they're massively burnt out and pitted, which is another reason why the car's not running properly.
Into the vise, time for surgery.
I could drill it out, but that would have to be very, very precise, and the top of it is very uneven. So I'm thinking probably first I'll put a punch in there, and that'll lock the advance from retard so it doesn't spin round, so that when I tap on the edge of the screw, it'll take the force of the tap. Actually, that's loosened it. So in with a pair of pliers. Yeah, that's got it. That's fantastic. It's actually come out. So that is a real relief because it means I don't have to attempt to drill it, which I wasn't happy with doing.
So all I have to do is find another one. A lot of this stuff is Will's, and actually less of a mess than I expected.
Yeah, can't find any M3s anywhere. Ah. But there's these little brass M4s. So it would be possible to tap the hole out to an M4 thread, cut one of these down, and use that instead. I think that's what I'm going to do. Tidy it up. And then that should go in nicely. So I'm cutting a thread which our little screw will then fit into. Now that feels nice and loose. So hopefully this will now wind into here, which it is. But the proof of the pudding is if it tightens up, which it does. Fantastic. So I can order my parts, rebuild this, put it back on the car, but that is a job for tomorrow.
Of the workshop, though, I've had enough.
Day 4. As if we needed any reminder that there's only today and tomorrow to sort out the 126, which neither runs nor looks any good. I'm in charge of interior transformation today. Look here, poor little Fiat. Look at his poor seats. Actually falling apart at the seams. I can't believe it. It looks really awful, doesn't it? And we really do need to make the interior of this car look nice, because it is letting it down quite badly at the moment. And like any other job, I don't have loads of hours to throw at it, so I've got to come up with a nice way of fixing this lot so it all looks pretty presentable. So I have actually got a plan. I've already sourced the seat material from Gary to recover the seats. Before I can do that, I need to strip them. It's not rocket science, but it's not easy either. I've got to be very careful. I want to take them all off, keep them in one piece, because I actually need what's here as a pattern for the repair that I'm going to make. It takes a bit of time. I've got to get the headrest off, but the headrest doesn't just pull up like you'd expect. There's a little clip which is buried deep, deep inside of the seat. So you can't just go in there gung-ho, and then it will actually come apart without damaging anything, and it makes your whole job a lot easier. There you go, just like that. This is the bit that I'm after. So my thoughts were that I'm going to be repairing this section down here, and in order to repair that section, I need to take a template from something. But as we can see, there is very, very, very little left of the bit that I really want to template. Thankfully, there's another little layer below, which happens to be exactly the right shape and size. So that is going to be the bit that I take my template from. Making a template is exactly what it says on the tin. The sides of the seats are the only bit I need to repair, so I draw carefully around the seat squab sides and use the durable grey material to make the new ones. I'm very, very chuffed. The template has worked a treat. And it really simply is a case now of just stitching this bit to this bit and then putting the rest of the seat together.
I'm off to find Fiat parts, which are notoriously hard to come by, and I've run into a little hiccup.
The traffic from here up to the shop I was going to, which is just south of London, is atrocious, and it's going to take me half a day to get up there and probably longer to get back. So I thought, I'll swerve off, I'll sit down, I'll try and find the stuff online, and I'll have a bit of a break. But in actual fact, is it just my age? I just find it so frustrating. I can't find anything I want on here.
So maybe I have to do what I much prefer, talk to someone.
Good afternoon, Recambio.
Oh, hi, Recambio. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I think I might have pushed mute on my phone, sorry. It's this new technology. It's not good for me. We've got a 126 biz, and I need some parts, or I need to see if you've got some parts. Can I run a list by you?
Yeah, sure.
OK, so we need a water pump oil seal.
I get through the list, including a 126 bis badge, learning that the points I was going to buy were the wrong sort, and the leads I'd spec'd were not good. That's a save.
Could you give us a quote for that?
You're probably looking around £54
Oh, that's
in total.
fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And could you get that on a courier down to me? There you go. You can't beat talking to someone if you want to get something done. I'm not doing the internet down. It's a fantastic resource. But sometimes the old ways, especially when you're old, are better. And now that's done, I can have a little sleep before I go back to the workshop.
Poor old Gus has called and is trapped in murderous traffic and won't be back for more than 2 hours. At least the workshop is running well. So that actually holds the panel in place, that's stitched there. But the bits that really makes it look pretty is when I now fold this edge over and pull it tight against itself. I'm now going to run another seam down here to give it a bit of detail and a lot more strength. A professional trimmer would charge around £300 to £400 to trim a pair of seats like this. And so our sweat equity is making a big saving. Second side done. It's coming on really nicely. But here's the trick, right? I've now got to line this up with the original back panel. So when I took it to bits, I actually marked datum points here and here. Those line up with these seams here and here. Carefully line that up, get it over to the machine before I drop it or it slips. It hasn't slipped, and I've made a kind of glove for the seat frame. At this stage, I'm full of worry and dread because I spent so long cutting it all apart carefully, making up new bits, stitching it all together carefully. And in theory being a brilliant thing, it should just work. But that doesn't stop me from being worried about it. Right, first look, see how it's come on. Actually, I'm quite chuffed with that. Gone on there quite nicely. The ripples in the side will settle with a bit of time and a bit of warmth in the car. I think the fabric blend works really nicely. Looks quite smart and stylish. Considering, look, this is what it used to look like. Nasty, nasty, nastiness. This makes me a very happy boy. We are still only halfway through the job. That one's done, but I've now got to do the other seat. It's going to take a long time again. A late one for both of us, sadly, but progress is coming.
Day 5. We've got to put the car back together and finish the rest of the cosmetics.
How'd you get on with the seats?
The seats, well, after many, many hours, painstaking, back-breaking work, I eventually got them done.
Did you?
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I'm hoping you're going to like the effect. They worked out rather nicely.
Where are they?
Yeah, they're in there. Do you want a cup of tea?
Yeah, please. I'll go and have a look.
Will hasn't lied. The seats are great.
Tea's up. There we go.
I'm only here.
Enjoy that.
Is that one mine?
It is, yep.
Thank you.
Last day today.
I know it's our last day.
Yeah.
It worries me.
What is that then?
Well, what have you got to do? And I'll tell you the list I've got to do.
Right, well, I've got the headlinings to do. The wheels, they've got to go back on too.
You finished them?
Those are done, stacked up, ready to go on.
Yeah. I've got the water pump to rebuild completely.
I thought you'd done that.
No, because I've only just got the gasket. I've got to do the fuel lines and drop the tank out. I've got to address the trim.
And respray that, rub it down.
That's quite a lot. This is normally the point at which I say we should be jumping to and getting on with it.
Well, we should.
Well, we should.
We definitely should.
Yeah, definitely. Real quick, like lickety-split. Whatever is in the tea does the trick, and the wheels are on in minutes. This is the most amount of work we've ever done on a day 5. And with the tank out, Gus has got to remove the Jubilee clips and swap the knackered hoses. I use the grey nylon to make the headlining. I cut the foam panel, attach that to the nylon, glue the roof, and fit my foam and nylon headliner. Headliner is in.
I'm draining the tank.
You can see the amount of rubbish coming out of the tank, and that is the reason that you would put a petrol filter on an old car, because the tanks are normally full of, well, that looks like rust to me. Oh my goodness, quite a lot of it.
I'm reseating the tank.
So the electrical system is finished, and now the fuel system is finished. We've got new braided hoses on here, which look beautiful, with new grommets in here to stop them rubbing, which is lovely. New filter, and we've cleaned the tank out, put it all back together, so this engine should be good for a long time now.
And my water pump housing has arrived, so that goes on, but there's plenty left to do. Like fit wheels, refit the satin painted trim, and install the radio.
Look at that, lovely. Seats are done and ready to go in. Oh, yes.
And as a final touch, I'm rubbing down the rest of the trim and spraying it with satin black. And we have a Fiat that looks great. The Fiat cost us £1,500. We had to shell out a fair bit on materials and parts, none of which were easy to find. The total still comes in at well under £2,000. If you can find a better one at that price, please don't let us know. We'll simply cry.
It's fun, isn't it? We do a lot of cars, and we build up a lot of affection. I know we both do. Not all, but for a lot of them. But this car was special, isn't it? I would definitely take this car home. I'd pay my money for it.
Well, it is a little peach. It's such a lovely little car. Honest, and now that we've done all that work on it, very, very desirable as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the sort of car you're going to go on a touring holiday in France.
Definitely not.
Nor are you going to take it around a racetrack.
No, definitely not.
But it's a fun car and it's a desirable car. I mean, yeah, I'll buy it as well.
Wait, so I say I want to buy it and then you say you want to buy it as well?
Don't worry, my wife would definitely say no to that.
There is one thing I was thinking that could cloud this otherwise golden moment.
You mean the test drive, don't you?
I do, yeah, I do.
The test drive. She might shame herself dramatically by breaking down in great style or developing an oil leak the size of her own footprint.
Oh.
And then you'd have to take back all those really nice things you said about it, wouldn't you?
And I will take those words back as well.
Oh, you would, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah! Well, this is amazing, isn't it? Because the last time we took this out for a test drive, it was so reluctant. It wanted to stay in the stables all day instead of coming out. And it proved it by dropping its guts all over the trailer on the way back as well.
I am not getting on my hands and knees underneath this car again, which is why I am treating it with kid gloves while I'm driving it.
What was it feeling like then?
Well, it was always slow, wasn't it? But it feels less slow now.
Mm-hmm.
It was always really noisy, wasn't it? But it sounds quieter now, doesn't it?
Yeah, which is amazing.
Yeah, the car seems to be pulling together rather than trying to pull itself apart, which is what it felt like before, didn't it?
It did. Yeah, that makes me think about the selling, though. I mean, where are we with that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, well, it's fine. It's the same as ever. Lots and lots of people looking at it, but no one pushing the magic button saying buy now. So I've lowered the price by 250 quid just to try and entice some people in.
Get all these people off their fence that they're sassy on and get them to come and buy it.
Yeah, exactly. Seems like this guy's interested. He sent me one message, then another message, and then another message, all questions about the car.
Oh, good stuff.
He lives in East Sussex, though.
Cool. Is he coming down?
He's coming down electronically.
Oh, right, OK. I hope you're dealing with that.
He's coming now. Ah, Neil! Is it Neil? Yes.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Now for the video walk round.
Trying to get a good composition for you. There you go.
It looks great.
I'll show you in the back. Let me just show you the drivers. We really need to see around 4,000 for it. Yeah.
After an entirely torturous process, we're getting somewhere.
Well, yeah, 3.8 would definitely be of interest to us. If that's a proper offer, we would accept that, yes. Thanks very much.
And with that deal, we grab around £2,000 profit. We've doubled our money. Well, that all seems very positive.
Yeah, I think we might have sold it.
Yeah.
I was a bit nervous.
Were you? Oh, that's funny. Well, we go celebrate with a cup of tea?
Yeah, a bourbon.
This time on Flipping Bangers, we know what we want.
Soft top car, please.
It's gonna look pretty. They're pretty quick too.
We tick every box.
I like it.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it. I really don't.
Then we get a surprise.
Any number of these could be wrong with it.
A nasty surprise.
What is going on?
It's just madness. It can drive you insane.
Are we finally defeated?
Have we made it possibly worse than it was? We seem to have bought an unfixable car.
We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
What is that up there?
That, my friend, is glorious, glorious sunshine. It just makes the world feel like a better place.
You know what we need to do, don't you?
I do. I have read your mind completely. We need a rag top.
It's like working with a clairvoyant. I think, yes, soft top car, please.
A rag top, but with one of those little tin tops, because the weather's not always guaranteed in this country.
Yeah, good idea. Do you know there's several people that do those? Volvo C70.
Yeah.
BMW 3 Series, 4 Series, Ford Focus.
Yeah, I've got something in mind. A Mercedes SLK. Nice cars, pretty quick, pretty to look at. And everybody loves a Merc.
What are we talking then? What sort of price?
So £2,000 will get you a car. 1,500 quid seems to be where the rotters are.
Yeah. OK, well, if we look, can we look for the compressor version, the supercharged version? A bit more zing and that nice sort of whine.
We certainly can.
Oh, well, I'll go and have a look and I'll come back and baste you in a minute, all right?
So we're on the trail of the cheapest SLK we can find.
It's amazing. I have looked at hundreds of silver SLKs, all with rust spots, and then I found one blue one.
Oh, that looks rather nice. That looks far too good for us.
No, well, don't worry. It's got plenty of issues.
It's got goodness for that.
It's got some limp home mode thing going on, so you can only drive it 25 miles an hour.
Scary black boxes, we hate those.
Yeah, potentially not good. But
The guy said he's had the car for years and years, absolutely loves it, and then this limp thing came on and he's sort of fallen out of love with it, which, you know, he said he can't get it resolved. I don't really know why, whether it's a cost-effective thing or not, I don't know. But it's got other issues, it's got some trim issues. It's not him who's showing us the car, it's his wife.
How much are we looking at on this then?
Last time I looked, it was £600. 2 days left to run. But this car is the 2.3 compressor. It's the proper engine. So it should be a genuinely good car.
Nice car, yeah. How far are we going to roll to go and get it?
Oh, yeah, no, it's Leicester, 125 miles that way.
Technically, we're just south of Leicester. We arrive in a nice cottage in a building project. We're told this won't be a guided tour, as Anna knows very little about the SLK.
Hello, are you Anna?
Hello. Yes, I am. Hi.
Hello,
Yes.
Anna. I'm Gus.
Morning, I'm Will.
Hi, nice to meet you.
We've come to look at your little blue SLK.
Oh, right, OK.
I know from the advert it's got a few issues with it, with a limp home mode and the roof. You couldn't tell us any more about that, could you?
Oof, well, I'd love to. My other half has spent a lot of time and money tinkering about with it and trying to do various bits and pieces, but I just don't have the time really to do any spending more time with it. That's all I can really tell you right now.
Well, that's all right. We can have a poke round it, can't we?
Yeah, we can have a little look. Would you happen to have the keys on you?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
have the
cool.
key.
So we're still on auction at the moment. What are your thoughts on that if we did want to buy it today?
Well, we'd like to see the auction run to the end, but hopefully we'll put the winning bid in and we'll see you again.
OK, well, we'll go and have a look and see what we think then.
Can we drive it?
Yep, just help yourself. And...
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Cool. Oh, cool. Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Anna.
Anna.
OK,
See you shortly. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think the great thing about this being blue is it's hidden its age. It hasn't aged in the blue, and you see the silver ones, and the silver ones just look old, don't they?
They do. It's a beautiful, beautiful colour. I've never really been that keen on the shape of the headlights in these cars.
No. They've always looked old on this car, haven't they?
Yeah.
And these need polishing as well, which will make a difference, won't it?
I think it will. But the front end does have some other great features. I mean, these two bulges here, those really mean something. They look really powerful. It looks like there's going to be a throbbing, great big V8 under there. But it hasn't. It's 4-cylinder, 2.3 compressor engine.
It has got a powerful stance. It's quite an exciting car, isn't it?
It is. Condition-wise, you know, what I'm seeing on this side is really nice, clean, straight panels.
I've got 3 different colour panels here, which is interesting.
Yeah, so have I. So tricolor. But this is a German car, not French, huh?
Yeah. Was that French then?
Oh, oui.
Oh. That is a little bit disappointing.
Oh dear.
It's funny, I remember this. This was a very early soft touch that they did on primary surfaces.
Well, I'm touching it very, very gently, and it's coming off.
Yeah, it's degraded, doesn't it?
Was that heavy?
Very heavy.
Oh, I think this could be... it's that lock, does it, or...?
Yeah, it's supposed to do it automatically, isn't it?
I don't think it's supposed to have a load of oil around the bottom of it.
No, no. But it looks good in there, doesn't it? 20-year-old car.
Yeah, it looks really nice. It's very clean and very tidy, isn't it?
But it's amazing that the way that they've presented it, it looks powerful, doesn't it?
It looks racy. So we got some sort of engine fault with this, and we don't know what. Right, you got it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's drive it.
Yeah, all right then.
Maybe I should drive it.
Huh?
It's my turn.
Because Will's such an awful driver, it's never his turn. The Mercedes is capable of 145 miles per hour, but today we're limited to a fraction of that.
So we were looking for a ragtop to poodle around in for the summer, and we've ended up sitting in a car that will only go 20 miles an hour and a roof which cannot be taken down. And somehow, although on paper it sounded attractive, it's less attractive when you're sitting in it, isn't it?
I don't know, really. I think it's quite nice. I mean, it's a cool-looking car.
It is a cool-looking car.
How does it feel over there?
It feels massively solid, I have to say. The engine, well, that's fine. It's not going above 20 miles an hour, but it feels solid.
It's not screaming or rattling, is it?
No, the brakes are great. It stops in a straight line. When I put my foot down, it stutters a bit, but I would say that it's a very classy car. It's an old gentleman, isn't it?
It feels classy.
It does feel classy.
Yeah.
You can tell
Yeah.
that it was made to a proper price. It's good. It feels like a great car, I have to say.
Would we be interested in buying it? I worry very slightly about the unknowns.
I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it. I really don't.
Heading back empty-handed, we just need to make up our minds what the car is worth to us. I really hate driving home with an empty trailer.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed that she wasn't going to sell the car and end the auction. I mean, it really is a nice car. It's the best one we've ever seen.
I do get that, I have to say. I mean, I understand where she's coming from, but I think the first thing we've got to do is work out whether we actually want the car or not.
I'm pretty certain that we do want the car.
Yeah.
Yes, it's got some black box issues, which scare the bejeepers out of me because I can't just bash them with a hammer.
Well, at the moment it's on for £600.
Okay.
We've still got 48 hours to run. And the thing is, it's got two massive problems, hasn't it? It's got a broken hood and a broken engine. And both of those point to an unloved car. So I don't know if people are going to bid on it, but we know that actually it's a loved car that's broken, don't we?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
So we've sort of got an inside leg, haven't we?
So what are we thinking then? I'm starting to think maybe we'll get lucky and going around about 800 quid?
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Okay, so let's form a little plan. Let's get back to base, have a nice cup of tea, do a bit of bidding.
Yeah.
And did we win the bid? Put it this way, 2 days later, we zip back up to Leicester to collect our Mercedes. And did we get our bargain car for a bargain price? Well, no. Will put in a maximum bid of £1,500 to see off the competition. And we ended up buying it for £1,200. We also discover the Merc falls out of reverse, which is another electronic gremlin.
And you think it's absolutely typical. We find a car we really want, and guess what? Somebody else really wants it too and bid against us, and now we are completely on the back foot.
We are on the back foot. We've had to outbid everybody else to get what we want.
Yeah.
But this is a lot of car. We've had to pay what this car is worth right at this moment.
Yeah. I get it, but that's not clever, is it? And what really worries me is the amount of money that they've spent trying to get it going. It's a high-end engine, which is high-end money, and this is potentially expensive.
Well, let's take stock of what we got. Let's make a list. Let's look at it all carefully.
OK, well, we need to start with the engine. I think we should do a deep dive into the internet. Other people will have had the same problems as we're having now. And maybe, just maybe, that'll stop us having to do any sort of expensive Mercedes diagnostics.
I'm already panicking. Look at that interior. And I don't know what to do about that. Is that something we can repair, or are we going to have to get some second-hand parts and use those?
It's got to come out, because nobody would buy a car of this quality with an interior like that. And my worry is that whole thing about it rubbing off, I suspect they all do, so I don't know what we're going to do.
And we don't know about the roof yet.
No.
We know it's supposed to go down, and it's supposed to go back up, but on the test drive, I was actually too frightened to press that flashing button.
We have actually, rather spectacularly, bought a convertible
that doesn't convert. Gus is usually our resident photographer for some reason. But today, my elderly smartphone and my moderately elderly frame is standing in. And I'm pleased to say the car looks amazing.
So it seemed to me one of the things that the SLK has got going for it is its looks. I think the blue looks fantastic. So in the pictures, it looks OK. I haven't showed the interior because the interior is atrocious. It's only done 75,000 miles, which is great because that's nothing for these cars. And also, it's the 230 compressor engine, which apparently is the one that everybody wants these days. It was the top of the range when they came out. So I'm willing to stick my neck out and say we want £3,495 for this car. And I know it seems like a lot of money, but when you think 20 years ago, this car was worth £30,000. I know there's other cars out there that will be competing with ours, but I just think ours is going to be better.
So as in the old cliche, there's everything to play for, or more accurately, everything to fix. And the work starts here.
Well, we know what our jobs list is.
Yeah, we do.
But what are we going to start on first?
Why don't we see if we can manually get this roof down?
Because give us some space.
Does sound like we're going to be manually opening a can of worms.
Yeah.
I like it.
Manufacturers always build in a manual override for when these things go wrong. And, well, this hood's gone wrong, so we're going to manually override it.
Shoving a hex key into the slot in the roof is where the magic starts.
So apparently, these two cables here are part of the whole thing. It's kind of like pulling a ripcord on a parachute, isn't it? You don't know if it's going to work or not.
Right, that feels unlocked now.
OK, I've got to give these... Oh, hold on. While struggling to get the roof on this car opened, I've found the key fits in there. That comes as part of the kit of the car. Take your key out. Not only do you use it to undo the front, there's a little pressure release valve here. So if I just give that a little turn, that should release the pressure in the rams. Now we're thinking that this lot will come back. Right.
OK, that's out. Yours out?
Yes.
Oh, not only is it out,
it's moving.
It's moving.
Right.
It's on the move. Hold your horses. Ho, ho, ho! OK, so...
OK.
Theoretically, so this push from here...
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that's ace.
OK, that's cool.
Oh, yes. And I've still got all of my fingers.
Me too.
I like it.
Just into the workshop, and the roof is already in place, even if it's still dead. I've left Will to see if he, with the smell of sausages, will just hurry up and find the fault before lunch.
Where have you been then?
Barbecue.
Ooh, good lad.
You not smell it?
I can now. Oh, that's great. Looking forward to that.
That's not an easy fix, is it?
I think that's this car all over, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah.
I just need something now for the rest of the day.
Come on, let's do that. Do the interior.
Shall we?
Yeah, come on. When Mercedes launched the SLK, they were very proud of this dashboard covering. I remember them talking about this soft fill, but it hasn't stood the test of time. In actual fact, you can rub it off with your finger now. I don't think we're going to find another interior that we can put in that will be any better than ours. So I think we're going to have to find something to do with it. But before that, it's all got to come out, which is a headache in itself. But there's two big slots down the side here, which have got turn me written on them. So I'm going to start there and work my way round.
Some cars that we do are made to be tinkered with. Some are built to last forever, not to be fiddled with. I suspect the Merc is in the second camp, but I'm not daunted.
It's always best, if you think you might be running into trouble putting it back together, to take some photographs just to see how everything goes together. So I'm just going to get my camera.
And yes, the skills needed to remove the panels can't be that far off neurosurgery. But
first piece out.
I'd love to give you some useful advice. Something about finding a way not to do it would probably be best.
There's so many screws. I think the maxim should be undo all the screws and then undo the rest of the screws and then finally finish off by undoing the screws. I think we've made it. There. That looks better, doesn't it?
One of the things that I've read is that multiple errors on the roof can be triggered by a faulty ABS sensor. I've just checked the ABS sensor on the other side of the car. You can test them with a multimeter, which is quite handy. And I found it's all OK. The resistance is good and the volts are OK on it. On the other side, it's an old wire. But I've just spotted, as I've got to this side, the ABS sensor's already been changed, which is quite a worry because we know we bought this car with problems. We also know that the guy that owned the car before had problems with it and he tried to fix them. And it's quite a worry because I think I'm going down the same path as he went down. He's changed a load of bits, hasn't fixed the problem. However, due diligence and all of that, I am going to go through the process of testing this and making sure that it does do what I want it to do. So it's a resistance check first. Right. Oh, that's interesting. The other side was about 1100, and I think the other side is the more correct side. So that's given me a little bit of fear. So the second part of the test you can do is switch your multimeter onto volts, AC, in the micro volt range, and then spin the rotor, and it's giving me absolutely zip. So I would say either that sensor is faulty, or where it fits into the back of the wheel hub and takes its reading from the rotor, there might be an issue there. So now it's a strip down job. If we're on the trail of prior errors, it's not the worst thing in the world. Maybe we can do a better fix-it than the last man or woman. Well, OK, so here's the thing. First impressions are, it looks OK. The seating of it looks OK. I'm going to have another look at the other recepting part of it to check that that's all OK. I'm going to bench test this again now with it off the car. And if it's still reading the same, I think I'm then going to have to get another one of these and put that on and see if it's any better. The test reveals the same. I'm thinking the ABS sensor is faulty. Is that good news or is that no news? Well, we'll find out tomorrow. That's enough for me for one day.
It's the second day on our Mercedes project. It's a great-looking car, but it's sick. The engine limps, the roof is dead, and we don't know why yet.
Morning, Gus.
Oh, God.
Ha! Got you. What have you been up to? This is a lot of bits.
Oh, you will not believe it. I have looked and looked and looked online. There are so many combinations of so many things that can stop this car from running properly, stop it going into gear properly, stop the hood going down. It's huge. I've watched 100 videos from 100 different people in 100 different countries telling me 100 different combinations of what can go wrong with these cars. But I've boiled it down to the multifunction control unit, the gear selector unit, and the ABS sensor.
Yeah, no, well, I've done something with the ABS sensors already.
This is where they all link into, and this is where it all feeds back to the other sensors. It's a minefield, an absolute minefield, and that's not counting the rams for the hood and the pump for the hood and the actual gear selector itself. All of which, any combination of these things, create this car to be not working properly. I mean, it's just madness. It can drive you insane.
I feel like I'm in the presence of a man who's...
Genius?
No, not genius. Possessed. Totally possessed.
I've no idea how we're going to do it. I can see no sense and no thread. So I figure we get shot of the lot, we get a new lot in, we put it all in, the car works, we can move on.
Wow. OK, so shall I go to the scrappy?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
And get all of these parts, hoping they're not going to cost us a fortune, and having made sure they're off a car that completely works.
Now, that would be a good idea.
That is the genius today. While I'm at it, shall we get a new broom handle as well?
Yeah, we could do with a new broom, couldn't we?
In most old films, there's a bit where the hero, or one of the heroes, goes out to buy a number of weapons to defeat the enemy. This is similar, except old, possibly broken black boxers aren't that dangerous. But I do part with 150 quid, which is a chunk, possibly for nothing.
So just to illustrate the nonsensical nature of this car, Will checked the rear near side ABS sensor, which wasn't working, but was new. The one on the other side was an old sensor, but it was working. So I've decided to change all the ABS sensors and put absolute, genuine Mercedes sensors on each wheel. And now I'm going to put the wheel back on because when he gets back, we're going to change over the black boxes and we'll get the engine running, we'll get it going into gear, and we can go off down the yard and give it a bit of a test, which will be really nice. I haven't told you the price of the sensors, have I? Main dealers' units are £300, which means the car that we overbid for owes us even more on top. But at least that'll see it working.
Hiya.
Ah, did you get them?
I did, yeah. I have got absolutely everything on the list, including a new broom handle.
Fantastic.
Which we don't need yet, so I'll put that up there.
Well, I reckon if you've got the gear selector and the gear selector sort of modulator thing.
Last thing I took off, so yes, that is on the top of my pile. Watch out, because the bolts are all still in that.
Oh, that's handy, because you know me, don't you?
Yeah, I do know you, but what I didn't know was this was hidden.
Oh, sorry, I should have said
Behind
about
that
that.
palace. That took me ages to find.
Yes, the secret panel,
It
isn't it?
was, yeah.
So what are you going to do, those?
I am, yeah. Well, now I know how it all goes. I'm going to stick them all in there,
Brilliant.
see how we get on, eh?
Brilliant, OK.
We're poorer, but by changing every single element that can be known to foul the SLK, we're close to our only victory with this car.
Everything that I have looked at has pointed to the switch in here being the problem with this gear lever. This is why it lurches when it goes into gear. Or this module here. Either of those two things. So let's hope so.
Mercifully, the new black boxes just clip in. It seems dangerously easy.
This is an ABS control unit, and this is a multi-functional control unit as well. Both brilliant. Both these bits control all of the things that we know we've got problems with on our car. So here's the solution. We wound both of these in here, plug it in, and it's all fixed. We've replaced all the master control units on the Mercedes now. At least we disconnected the power, which we can now reconnect. So, what happens now? Right, OK. All the black boxes are in.
Oh, good.
Battery's on.
Oh, we can start it?
Yes, go on.
Fruity!
That's gorgeous. That's a million times better than it was.
That's amazing. And it's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's
That's
working.
great. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Gear?
Gears, go on then.
Ready?
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh. So we've solved one problem. Out of all that, one problem we've solved.
I think the theory's sound. It's just the car's resisting. We seem to have bought an unfixable car. I mean, what else is there to do?
I don't know what to say. I mean, you're the one that's done all the research on this thing. I was convinced that was all going to work out great. So...
I'm going to go home. I've had enough of it.
You're not going to stay up all night researching it all again, are you?
I might have another little look, but not now. What a pain. What a pain.
That's the sound you make when you want to break something, but instead,
It's only day 3, and we've got 5 to turn around a beautiful Mercedes SLK. That has a roof that doesn't work, a gearbox that slips, and a limp mode that might have gone. We're not very happy. So we're not in a good place with this, are we?
No, we're not in a good place at all. It's sort of unsaleable at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the engine does sound great.
It really does sound great, doesn't it,
Yeah.
ironically?
So that's got to up the value a little bit. You know, we're heading in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, but it's just the gearbox, isn't it? Nobody's going to buy the car with it like that. Nobody's going to buy the car with the interior like it was either, are they?
No.
Even if it's just selling it on as a project. Because, honestly, if we can't fix that, I think that's the best we can expect, to sell this car as a project for someone else.
We have still got all of the bits I got for the roof.
I've still got people coming in to do the interior, so...
There we go.
So if we get the interior sorted out, get that in, actually, then it's looking better, isn't it?
Well, it's then a really good car with everything working, apart from a slightly dodgy gearbox.
Yeah, so you're selling on a project that at least has the sort of shine of a complete car. I think you're right. I think that's what we should do. I think that's definitely what we should do.
Yeah, me too. So in case you missed it, we're throwing in the towel. We're giving up on the gearbox and simply polishing a Merc. Because we're changing the tack on the way that we're going to sell this car, i.e. it's now going to be a project car rather than a completely finished car, we still need to iron out some of the issues that it's got. The hood is still not working. Now, we know that we've fixed the electrical side of that, but we've still got issues, which is good because we've also got mechanical bits that can be fixed as well. Now, that is my speciality. So I'm going to get into the mechanical side of it all, change all those components, and bingo, bango, we should have a hood that's working. And the roof's all in the boots. That's going to make it a bit more difficult, isn't it? Experience has taught me that these pull cords should allow me to operate the roof manually. And for my last salvo, I'm going to replace the pump that powers the roof system. It's hydraulic though, and that means pipes, and lots of them. This is our replacement pump. Hydraulics, always messy, so I'm going to put a bit of paper down in the boots. And it is complicated. There's a lot of pipes, but I'm going to be very careful. I'm not going to go just disconnecting this lot and then not knowing what they are. I'm going to go through it methodically, small groups of pipes at a time, make sure I can't get anything wrong. The hydraulic lines are fitted with Allen key mounts, so they come out easily enough. But I really do hope this pump is a dud, because if it's not, there is very little left to try. All the hydraulic lines are all transferred to the new pump, but I still have to put these hydraulic rams in as well. And I'm going to do those before the pump goes back in to get good access to them, because this one goes in here. And I shall also be connecting up the hydraulic lines to the pump as I go. All of this sounds a bit scary, but the resources online are amazing. And I would say try this yourself, providing you have strong nerves. Got to get all these pipes the right way round. So the bottom hose, that's the one that goes to that port there. Let's see where the top hose goes to. That goes to this port here. There's a control cable that locks into this position. I'm going to go and put that in position first. The idea now is that the roof will work, and one of the big bogey aspects of the Mercedes will finally be sorted. Right, now for the moment of truth. I'm doing things the old-fashioned way, the mechanical way, the me way. And I've got all of my fingers crossed because I'd really like this to be the fix for it all. Let's try and open the roof. So I think the flashing light means it's not working and it hasn't done anything. Gonna try closing the roof. Ooh. 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 Oh! What on earth is going on? I don't know. I really don't know. What I do know is that electrical boxes hasn't worked. Mechanical stuff, replacing everything that we do know did work on the other car, hasn't worked on this car. I don't know where to go next. I really don't. This is absolutely baffling me, and I am stumped. I think I'm going to go sit down and think about it for a bit, or do some research, or forget about it, or ignore it. I'm going to ignore it for a bit. There's no shame in something not going according to plan. We've had cars in the workshop in 400 bits before, and we've had more luck with them. I think we've finally met our match. I hope Gus is getting further on.
Well, in the cold light of day, this looks disgusting. It's had cola poured down it, it's puckering up, it's sticky. I don't really want to touch it. Suffice to say, we're never going to sell a car with it in this state. But salvation is at hand.
We're good at lots of things, really good. But we accept there are people who are specialists in their trade. And our friends Steve and Pete know a thing or two about refurbishing interiors.
Ah, Steve, Pete, hello.
Hi there.
You all right?
How's it going? All right.
I'm a little bit embarrassed to show you this because it's so bad, isn't it?
It's pretty bad, but we can sort that out. No problem.
Can you?
Yeah, all this yucky stuff will come off.
So I'm leaving that with you, yeah?
Yeah, leave it with me. I'll get the tools. Yeah.
Seats, bit baggy. Is it worth having a look?
Come on.
Go on, you have a look. I'll tell you what, you have a look. I'll put the kettle on.
Any artist or decorator will tell you that prep is everything, and these guys have specialist industrial cleaners to strip away the gunk on the dash. The main panels are stripped down to the grain of the plastic and resprayed with a soft touch texture paint. This has cost us £200, around half the cost of a good replacement interior, if you can find one.
What's going on here then, Steve?
Well, it's literally just touching up a few bits of the plastic, tidy it all up, a few chips.
Yeah.
Steam the leather out.
And the seat?
The seat.
Coming out, is it?
It's coming out.
You're joking.
Little bit of steam, little bit...
I meant it's coming out, because in my mind, we should change the seat.
No, not at all.
Really?
It's absolutely fine. That'll all come out. The leather's not too damaged. It's just a little bit stretched. That'll all come out, colour up. That seat will look like it just come off the forecourt.
That's amazing. Well, I can't wait to see that. I really can't.
Perfect.
He has a steam cleaner which softens the surface of the leather. This can then be colonised or coloured, as the guys are able to spray flexible paint.
Well, that's it. We're all done.
That's amazing.
All finished.
But what a transformation.
Certainly is.
It's difficult to comprehend, isn't it, that it can go from that to this. I mean, you've saved the car, because no one would have bought the car like it was, would they?
No.
And this looks fantastic. I can't wait to put it in. In actual fact, the one thing I'm a little bit worried about is that I didn't label anything.
Oh, dear.
We're going to park the fact that the Mercedes, while able to drive, still slips out of gear and the roof doesn't work. But as a car to buy, at least it will present well. But before I relist it as a project, I have one more thing to try.
I'm retiring to the caravan, and I may be sometime, because I'm not coming out until I find an auto electrician who is going to be able to cure our problems.
Auto electricians are often specialists in certain cars. I need to find someone who knows the SLK, and more importantly, who isn't booked up for the next 6 weeks like most of them seem to be.
That stupid, overcomplicated tin top, which is driving me mad. I'm running short of ideas. All bar one, which I think I'm going to go and try now.
While Will disappears in a cloud of smoke, in the end, it's a friend of a friend who knows someone, who's heard of someone, who is a Mercedes electrician who pops in on the way to another job.
Ah, Mark!
Oh, hello, how are you? All right?
Well, I've had better days, to be honest with you. This has been an absolute nightmare.
Well, I mean, what's the deal?
So we bought it, and it was in limp home mode. Engine wouldn't run, hood doesn't go up or down, and it lurches when it goes into gear. But we've changed absolutely everything. Everything that we can get hold of, we've changed, swapped out. The engine now runs quite nicely, actually, but hood doesn't go up or down, and it lurches when it goes into gear. Oh, and the dashboard's lit up like a Christmas tree.
I do love a good Christmas tree. Yeah, I've owned a couple of these, and I've worked on God knows how many. Would you mind jumping in and starting the car up for me, please?
Certainly will.
Can you pop it in gear as well, please?
Right, into drive.
Oh, switch that off. I don't like the look of that.
No, it's horrible, isn't it?
Let's have it off. Let me go grab some kit and let's get it sorted.
OK. I think Mark might be our man. Can you imagine if he can fix that? And he said he's had several and he's worked on lots of them.
It would be better still if Mark operates a no-win, no-fee setup, but I don't think he does.
Right, here we go.
What you got then? What is that actually doing?
This would be a Bluetooth interface for be able to carry out a full diagnostic, and we hopefully be able to find out what the problem is.
Oh.
OK, if you wouldn't mind, be able to turn the ignition on for me, please.
Of course I will. So this does diagnostics of the whole car?
It's just going in, just doing a check to see if that module exists, because it's checked it against the database.
Yeah.
And then it'll give you a table of content with the faults reported on each one.
Oh, OK.
And then you do a report.
Yeah.
Then you can then delve in deeper on what you think is going to be causing the issues.
Got it.
So quite often if you've got a code in one module, it will then repeat that into multiple modules because they're interconnected and they rely on the same information.
You might as well stop because you've lost me already, but it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's down to what you know. It's your experience, isn't it? And specifically, it's your experience of these cars, isn't it?
I do love these cars, but they have had some headaches and some trouble. but there's not one that's beaten me so far.
Well, that's good.
Well, it's now finished scanning. We're looking at 7 modules so far with about 21 codes. It looks worse than what it is, I imagine. I can see that there's a couple of modules which are fitted on here which are not communicating, so they're either dead modules or they've lost power or they've got a wiring fault.
So is that stuff that we've swapped out, you think, that we've done that? Have we made it possibly worse than it was?
I don't want to point the finger, but possibly.
OK. OK, so where do you go from here, then?
Let's have a look at what's been changed and do some wiring checks and power checks, and hopefully we get to the bottom of it.
Mark goes around every single module on the SLK, a car that seems to have an endless number of error codes and trips. He resets all the units until he's left with 2 faulty ones.
Which one are you going in on, then?
So you've got the power distribution module in here, which is responsible for powering up multiple components throughout the vehicle,
right?
Which is my favourite one to go for.
Are you saying that's a common fault?
They're that common, I even keep one.
You're joking. You would not believe the hours of research that I've done on this car and the hundreds of videos I've watched about things that go wrong, and no one has ever mentioned that.
Good old Google. That bit checks out OK.
That's the fuses, yeah?
Just going to pin this one out a second. So, connector C, pin 4, there's no output. I'm just going to power them up. I can already hear that the ABS module is kicked in, and if you like to check, I would imagine the ABS and BASR light have gone out.
What? Well, they have.
Excellent stuff.
Does that mean we're on the right path?
I think we're going to be getting there. Let me get this module out, check the part number, and see if it's one I carry in stock.
Wow. OK.
So you cleared all the fault codes?
Yeah, we got it down to, well, eventually just 1 code left. So the power distribution module sorted out all the communication errors, but we still had the BAS light on and the ASR light on, which I then found this module, which somebody changed.
We've changed both these.
Unfortunately, you changed it for one, was no good, so you changed a fault for another fault.
Will said the car was running when it went in the scrapyard. That's why we got that one.
Let's blame it on Will. OK, so that's done. This one, however, it's the incorrectly configured module for this vehicle.
But it's the right part number on the right car for the right year. It's even the same colour.
Instead of it being 15.21, it's
15.4.
You've got to know these things, but it's fixed and we're happy.
So, hang on, so you've cleared the error. You reckon the car's fixed?
I'm pretty damn sure it is, so...
You think the hood will work, the gear change will work? Can we
crossed.
try it?
Let's give it a go.
Right, ready? Here we go. All the lights are out. Engine runs sweet. Shall I try putting it into gear? That is fantastic! Oh, come on, that's great. Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Look at that. That is fantastic. That's not worked since we've had it. That is fantastic. I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. Thank you a million times.
God, it works.
It's fantastic. I can't believe you've done it.
Well, they don't call me the 5th emergency service for nothing.
Do they call you that? Could you explain some more about these codes to me? Because I'm absolutely fascinated to know how many revisions are there?
Will has made a 4th trip to the scrapyard, and he's back with gifts.
So you've bought a silver roof, then?
Yeah, I have. The reason for that is, it's a bit of an admission. So, you know you thought that it was all electrical faults with this car?
Yeah.
I had to disagree slightly, so I thought I was going to get stuck into all of the mechanical parts at the back.
All right.
So I've changed over the pump.
Oh.
I've changed those rams.
Yep.
I've had a really good look at it.
Excellent.
And still, I've got absolutely nowhere. I've driven myself around the bend with it, almost into depression. I didn't know what to do.
No.
So I've gone back to the scrapyard.
Yes.
I thought I'd continue in the same vein of changing things
Yes.
until it starts working.
Yes.
So I've got a whole roof with
Yes.
all of the bits we need.
I got it. We need to have a talk. Come and have a cup of tea.
We have 5 days to fix the bangers that we flip. This Merc was about to be resold as a project car, but it's had a last-minute reprieve. It now starts, the gearbox works, the roof works, and the interior is king. The last day is adding the finishing touches before, hopefully, the sale.
Our SLK is starting to look really, really good. But there's still one thing that's really letting it down. It's these headlights. They're showing their age. The sunlight, the UV has got into them and really, really damaged them. I know a neat little trick to restore them, to make them glow again and look really, really fantastic. And it's not even going to take me very long. A little masking is needed before the fun starts. This is the most worrying part, isn't it? Because these headlights, yeah, they look horrible. But I'm just about to start sanding them with 500 grit sandpaper. They're going to look really awful in a minute. Consistency and being very, very careful, even strokes all over the whole thing is the trick to getting a nice job with this. I use finer and finer papers to grind away the discoloration. Followed by a similar process with a cutting compound. Sandpaper seems to have done the trick. Going down through the grades has really worked. Last thing to do on it is a bit of polishing compound now, and I think we are there. Apart from there is the other side to do as well. There we go. Very nice. It's really pleasing. What a remarkable difference that makes. They just look fantastic. Then, new plates and a clean, and the SLK is back to a proud best.
So let's do the maths. The car cost us £1,200. We spent £200 on spare modules we didn't need, £300 on ABS sensors, some of which we didn't need, and £100 on a silver roof that we didn't need, £200 on interior spruce up, and £350 on our electrical check. We're in for £2,350. It's a chunk of money, but at least we've got a chance of getting it back.
On Wednesday, I wanted to beat this car with a birch twig. I wanted to kick this car, and I wanted to punish it for what it's done to us.
I can quite understand. I mean, let's look on the bright side. At least we now have a cracking little car. And the best thing is, it now works.
Yes, that's true. That's absolutely true. And I think we should try and apply some Eastern philosophy and maybe learn some lessons for this, do you think?
Oh, philosophy. Oh, no, OK. So let's look at it like this. Perseverance will eventually lead to triumph.
Nice.
But in this case, let's change it a little bit and let's go, hey, if somebody else has bought the car and they've spent loads of time trying to fix it and loads of money trying to fix it and can't, then don't buy it, because the chances of us fixing it are really slim.
Yeah, and that does sound like good advice.
Is it worth pointing out at this point that we didn't actually fix it?
I think it is. Well, hold on. If it wasn't down to our sheer diligence, perseverance, and boneheadedness...
There's some tenacity in there, isn't there?
Yeah, a little bit of that too. Then we wouldn't have got as far as our saving grace. Our friend Mark.
Yeah.
What a diamond. He really pulled us out of a hole then, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did. I know I've said it before about cars that we've had, but it's absolutely right for this car now. This car is absolutely at the correct age, 22 years old. The scrap yards are full of them. It's ripe for it, isn't it? You buy a good one,
and then you can make it the best one in the world by picking bits off of other cars, can't you?
You can, and that's where this car really, really wins out, because we've already done that. This car has now, we've gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. Every single component on this car we know has been changed for something which we know is good, has then been checked by somebody who we know is even better than us. And this is a buy and use car.
Yeah, it's a great car. I've never been a massive fan, but it is a very good car. It's very solid, isn't it? It's classically German. I know it's a German car, but it's a solid sort of barn cruising car. I love it, really.
But it feels luxurious with a nice element of muscle about it too.
Yeah, no, I would have to agree with you.
So I'm intrigued, and though this car has put us through the mill so much, I almost daren't ask, but here it is. I'm going to pop the question. It's about the sales.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
How's all that sort of looking?
Well, we haven't sold it yet, but you know, we're definitely going to sell this car, aren't we? Because the first person that comes to see it is going to love it.
The SLK is currently on for £3.5 grand, but it's so good now we slap another £750 to the price. And a week later, a bid comes in.
Well, we've had a bid.
Ooh, oh, that sounds good. How much is it?
1,650.
Right, okay. Well, it's nowhere near what we wanted, is it? Okay, but that's only one bid. That's a good thing. People are bidding. It takes a bit longer, but eventually we get an offer of £3,900. It's not a double your money, but it's close enough for a biscuit.
Did you get that?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, actually...
Can you live with that?
Yeah, I can. That's not bad, is it?
That's amazing, isn't it?
If that's market price at the moment, we are doing very, very well.
Have they got a let's bite his hand off emoji we could send back?
That's the one we need to send, definitely.
Here, cheers.
Yeah, well done, us. This time on Flippin' Bangers, we want something different.
A Tokyo show car from 1990.
It's a concept car that's crossed with a shopping car.
What's not to like?
We get something different.
It must have been based on an aeroplane.
Oh! But is different good?
It still looks like an absolute shed.
We've made a terrible mistake with this car.
We take the risk.
No, you'd have to be a fool to buy a car looking like that, wouldn't you?
We've played big this time. It might just pay off.
And await reward.
I'm very, very, very happy. Cheap, quick and easy.
Yeah.
What could be better? We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, flipping bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
Our usual headache is what to fill the workshop with.
You know, I was thinking, we see a lot of really cool cars in this game, don't we? But we don't do many Japanese cars, do we?
No, they don't really work for us, do they? The engineering is bulletproof, so you never get a broken one. If you don't get a broken one, you can't get a cheap one, and if you can't get a cheap one, then there's no profit margin for us.
I wonder if we shouldn't revisit that to see if that is actually the case.
Maybe if we lower our horizons a little, you know, that's in sunny, maybe?
I like sunnies.
Yeah, sweet.
What about this? Toyota, I don't know if it's pronounced Sarah or Sarah. Gull wing doors, project car.
Nice. How much is that?
£2,000.
Yeah, it is. It's a concept car. Let's cross with a shopping car.
What's not to like?
Well, I'll tell you what's one thing to like. It's a good one, this one. £4,000.
Maybe it's exactly the tonic we need, something completely different from what we normally do.
Yeah, a concept shopping car.
I'll phone them.
Perfect.
So, Toyota Serra, or Sarah, whatever, we're on our way to see you.
We're going to Grantham, which is the home of Isaac Newton.
Wow, are we going to pop in?
I don't think he lives there now. I'm not sure.
I was just reading on here.
Well, that's a fair old slog. I hope you've got something to keep me busy and keep my mind off driving.
Yes, well, in-car entertainment is going to be me regaling you with facts about this car. The Serra came out in 1990, which was apparently boom time in Japan. Finished production 6 years later. I don't know if there's any relevance to that. They only made 16,000 cars, and the name comes from the French être, to be, which doesn't really make any sense, does it? Because it's called a Serra.
Yeah.
Do you think that's got something
How did they get that name?
Well, I wonder if it's got something to do with the sort of Serra. Is it? I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know.
It's going to be a learning curve.
Yeah, well, apparently it's about the future. It's got an amazing sound system. It won several design awards. Blah, blah, blah. Sounds quite clever.
The seller has 3 Serras, a nice one, a spare one, and a gold one, project car that they can't or they don't want to fix. And that's the one we're looking at. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, crikey.
You're right.
I parked in the tree. Sorry.
Look at that.
That-
Super cool, that.
That's groovy.
Hi, Sujato.
Hi.
I'm Gus.
And Will, good morning to you.
Hi.
We've come to see your Serra.
Oh, the gold one.
Yes.
Here are the keys.
Okay.
That doesn't run.
No, it said on the advert it doesn't work, but we have a look round it and...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Fantastic,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is it smaller than you thought?
Yeah, it's a lot more compact than I thought it was going to be. Apart from this gap, look. It actually looks like somebody's been stuck under the bonnet and it's been jammed down on them. It's bent, crazy bent.
But look at the rake of the screen. That is so cool, isn't it?
It's beautiful, but it leads directly to, look at that. That's another problem. Look at this here. That's going to need a load of fixing. That's rubbish.
Beautiful aftermarket wheels there.
I've got to admit, those are nice. I do like them. I'm with you on that.
And wait for it, William. Are you ready? Going doors.
I've done my research. Actually, butterfly doors.
Your butterfly, my Gullwing. Have you seen this interior?
Let's see, let's see.
Grubby, isn't it?
I love the shape of it.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it does look nice. Awful, awful colour.
I think I'm applying the yardstick here of if a car looks super fast and super cool standing still, we should definitely take it home with us.
Can I apply the same yardstick? Yeah, it's heavy.
I think that's broken.
Oh, and it's broken. If it feels like I'm going to break it by just opening the back,
Yeah.
then we don't buy it or
Yeah.
take it home, because that's a very expensive bit of glass.
Yeah, and that strut is clearly broken.
It is.
There's a lot of overspray here. I have to say, almost every panel has got overspray, or actually underspray here on it.
So you've got too much paint at your end. Down here, quite a lot of it's missing, where that's why somebody's reversed it at high speed into something paint scrapey, like a wall.
Don't you think that this, I mean, it's just totally amazing, isn't it? That it must have been based on an aeroplane, mustn't it? That's the window.
Stylish, cool.
It's aeronautical, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, we know that doesn't work.
Yeah. I'm really thinking if we were given this car, and even in our 5 days, we wouldn't have enough time to get it done, and we wouldn't have something we could end up selling. And again, the engine doesn't work.
No, we don't know what that is either, do we? We don't know if that's taking the engine out and getting a new one. I think you're right. I think it's just too much work, sadly, because it's great.
It's literally a non-starter.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think it's lovely. I think they're absolutely amazing. I've never seen one before, but I've completely fallen for it. But this one in particular, it's just too much work. We've only got 5 days to do it, and we're not going to get that done in 5 days.
I can't help but notice you seem to have another one over here. What's the story with that?
Yes, I bought this car for my husband in 2013. He was driving it and we liked it a lot. So we bought that one. But that runs, but it consumes a lot of fuel.
Oh, OK. So you're not actually having a lot of luck with them, are you?
No, not really.
Well, as we're here, and that's there, would you be interested in selling it? Could we have a look at it?
Go and have a look and see how you feel.
OK.
The keys are in the car.
Can we run it up and down your drive?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
OK, I'll get him not to go mad. Thank you.
Cheers, Gus. To me, that's already looking a lot better.
No way. It's just not as cool.
No, it's not. But it does have the same dent in the rear bumper as the other one.
Same driver, maybe. The thing about the paint is, though, it is original colour, isn't it?
It is. It's a bit grandad, but that might be in our favour, really. Gull-wing doors?
Butterfly doors.
Oh, mind you, how did you get in?
It's much easier to get in as a co-pilot than it is as a driver.
I think this is the shaped door you have if your back bends the other way.
Yeah. Does yours?
No, it doesn't. No, it's quite difficult to get in.
It's baking hot as well, isn't it?
It is. It's greenhouse temperature. Yeah.
You'd want to hope it had really good air conditioning, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
as standard.
As standard. It's averagely bland on the inside. It's very Toyota.
It loses all its impact. All the impact of this, to me, is lost in this sort of gunmetal grey. Does it actually start then?
I've just spotted the keys.
Oh, yeah. The keys
Standard. It's like an American movie.
Yeah, you have to do it like that. You have to do it like that.
I'm quite a long way away from the steering wheel. All right, OK, ready. There's no lights up. There's no
flat battery. Get the starter pack.
Yeah.
Not as easy to get out of.
Our trusty starter pack. You can't leave home without one.
Shall I do the handbrake? I am the co-pilot. I can do that.
Well, it's more on your side.
Especially if I lean over this way. So what am I allowed to operate on here then? Am I?
I think anything you can reach, you're allowed to operate.
OK.
But not at the same time as me.
It's quite squeaky in the suspension area, isn't it?
Funny noise coming from the back, yeah. Hold on. I can't see anything out of these really. So much glass and so little vision. Stone wall. Stone walls?
Yeah,
stone
try
wall.
not to hit the stone wall.
That's why they've all got bumpers.
Hang on, what's this here? What's that? It has got AC. Go on. Oh! Ooh, that's actually cold.
Hold on, is that forwards? I always worry with automatics. You're never quite certain, are you?
Well, D, I think. It's the international language of forward in automatic.
It didn't have that really sort of nice, definite,
crisp clunk.
You have clumped into a gear feel, so I can't see a thing.
Once you've gone back,
yeah.
Shall we go forward again?
Yeah.
This is not the most exciting test drive ever, even allowing for Will's bad driving.
This is a shared experience, Gus.
Well, I think bodywork, uninspiring but original. Mm-hmm. Some of it original, some of it not. Yeah, that's a very good idea. It's very hot, isn't it? Engine, obviously trouble, but it doesn't seem that that would be too much, does it? Some sort of flow issue going on there?
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, all the fuel filters. And there's, on the top, there's a...
rail.
Yeah, that rail. Might be something to do with that. But I'd like to buy it because I think the car is cool. I think it's got something
Has the car
about
got potential for us to make money on it, though, realistically?
Yeah, we could be looking at about 3 to 4 grand for this car.
So if we could get it for 2?
Yeah.
2.5 or something.
Let's give it a bash, Gus. Let's take a punt on it.
But this Sarah isn't really on the market. Can it be bought for the same price as a non-runner?
Sujata, hi. We've had a good look round your car and comprehensive test drive up and down your drive.
And depending on how much you would like for the car, we would like to take it.
2,500?
Will?
What?
Sujata said she wants 2,500 for the car.
Sorry, mate. Sorry. Thinking a little bit, hoping we might be able to get it for a little bit less than that. If I use my most persuasive smile, might be able to bring the price down a bit.
Would you say 2,000? Would you be happy with that?
I was thinking.
If you take it away today, then you have got a deal.
Excellent. That's fantastic.
That is lovely. Thank you very much. Would you give us a hand putting it on the trailer?
No, no, no. That's your job.
Oh.
Specifically your job.
Well, there you go. Usually, Will's attempts at bargaining don't really work, but this time we win.
And since the Sarah, or Sarah, drives, it's a quick job to get it locked and loaded, ready for our trip south. What we've got on the back is nice.
It's very un-Japanese, isn't it? I don't know where to categorise it. And that's sort of a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll, a little bit coupe, a little bit town car. You're going to feel different buzzing around town than that, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, and it is a bit of a mismatch of stuff. And honestly, I think that's probably what I'm worried about, because it looks cool. And it being Japanese, we know that we're kind of sorted on most of the mechanical stuff, so we're not going to have to worry too much about that. But if we can make this work for us and we get it all back together easily, then we might be onto a real winner. Just the fact that it's odd.
Is it at this point that I should say que sera sera, or should I just shut up?
I don't know. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
The next day, after a long but nervous sleep, we get to look at the Sarah with fresh eyes.
Well, what are you thinking?
I'm feeling suitably reassured at the moment.
Are you?
Yeah, this is the thing. I was doing a bit of research last night on the internet, and I was actually looking at Honda CRXs, which I know is a completely different car to this, but then I started looking at other Japanese cars, and interesting Japanese cars like this one, and I really am getting the feeling that Japanese cars, interesting Japanese cars in particular, are going up in value.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing, because I look at this in the cold light of day, I feel massively underwhelmed. I can't help but think we've made a terrible mistake with this car. So that's good. Phew.
It is, yeah. I'm getting the feeling we've been clever rather than silly, which is a really good feeling.
Really?
So that's a winner.
OK.
But we are at the stage we still don't know exactly what our jobs list are. I think we need to take stock of what we've got here.
Yeah.
And what we need to do to this little beauty.
OK, front to back, things that we actually know. We know that we know it's not running very well. We know it's running too rich because we've got the MOT certificate, haven't we, saying that it's running rich.
Yeah.
So we know we've got a problem there. We know that's got to be fixed before we start moving our way back, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. I've got some thoughts on that. EFI engine, early sort of thing. We need to look at the choke. There could be a temperature sensor in the choke system on it.
Yeah.
The biggest job.
I know where you're coming from.
I know. Is the car just, I mean, the colour, the body, it is just so boring, so dull, so depressing. It's such a letdown.
But it's difficult to understand how they've done that, isn't it? Because actually, if you look at the top half, it's quite clever and quite funky. And then the colour and the style of the rest of it is so ordinary. The problem is we were drawn in by the gold one, weren't we? With those lovely slab-sided, slotted alloys. It looked great, didn't it?
It did.
And this, it doesn't look great, does it? And that's where we've got to get to with this car, because that is the car that got us. It looked futuristic, didn't it? It looked fast. This just looks boring.
Exactly. We bought the right car.
Yes.
We just need to add some pizzazz.
The other thing, which looks rubbish, is the interior. And the problem with this roof/door is you can see so much of it. But it genuinely looks like it's been owned by a mechanic who's rushed home without taking his overalls off and who did really greasy jobs and then hurried back again in the same overalls.
And I think he was a part-time compost smuggler as well.
On the side. The other issue that I have with this car, though I have many, is the wheels. They are the blandest of 1990s wheels, aren't they? They've got nothing going for them.
It does look like somebody's taken them off a caravan.
Yes. It's a lot, and we should definitely get on with it.
Yeah, I think we need to stop thinking about things for the job list and...
Have you got the keys?
No. So, we've got to fix the engine, start up the inside and the out, easy peasy. Next up, a few shots for the internet listing.
Well, they say the camera never lies, but in actual fact, with a little wash and brush up, our Serra looks fantastic and completely belies the fact that it's been sitting underneath a beech tree for the last 4 years. And I've put it online and I've said that it's got brand new MOT, that it's mechanically sound, that it's a Japanese concept car for the road, that it's a future classic, of course, and that it's mechanically sound. Did I say that? And also I've said that if anyone wants to come and test drive it, they're welcome, which most of it's true, I have to say. The one issue that I do have is that the photographs portray a rather drab, grey little Serra. And that's sort of criminal, isn't it? Because it's an exciting car, sort of an exciting car, in a very drab colour. We need to do something about that. So we need, if we do that, we need to change it online because, well, just because we're going to have to if we change the appearance of the car. Pricing was really, really interesting and really difficult because normally I take a cross-section of several classic car sites, well-known classic car sites, and work out, you know, a price according to mileage, condition, things like that, just what normal people do. But there are none. There are none online. There are none for sale in classic car sites. Oh, well, there was one, the gold one, but we know about that. We've seen that and we don't want it. But it's the first time that's ever happened, which I thought was really interesting. Anyway, I've put my finger up and I've said the Serra is going to cost £5,495. If anyone wants to buy it, that's how much they're going to have to pay for it. And I was going to put it on an auction, but I actually don't think there's any point because they are so specialised. If anybody wants to buy a Serra, they will be looking, they will know it's for sale.
So in we go. And the first job is the engine, of course.
It's awful, isn't it?
Seriously, Gus, I don't remember it being that bad when we bought it.
No, you'd have to be a fool to buy a car looking like that, wouldn't you? It's awful, isn't it?
You'd have to be absolutely bonkers, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, my understanding of the injection system is that air comes in through here, petrol comes in through here and is pressurised in this rail and it all meets up down the bottom of the manifold there and squirts in.
Yeah.
So I would have thought that taking these off and cleaning the contacts on the sensors has got to be a help at some point or something we should look at.
Well, I think it's a really good plan to start with the simple stuff and then work our way up. I mean, for starters, let's have a look at the air filter. Because if that's all clogged up, that's not going to help the fuel-air mix, is it?
No, that would certainly make it run rich, wouldn't it?
Which it's not.
No,
I mean, it's not in perfect condition, but for the time being, that'll be fine. We're not worried about that.
No. Well, it's got plenty of oil in it, and that's the fact. The oil's pretty clean, and I think, because they did talk about an overheating problem, didn't they? But there's no contamination in the oil, so, you know.
All right. The fluid level in the radiator is a bit low, and peering in there does look a little bit scuzzy and sludgy as well.
Well, do you think that offers us the opportunity to flush that out, flush the engine out, and flush the fuel system out? If it fixes it, then great, but if it doesn't, we can move on from there.
An engine flush involves using a solvent to dissolve sediment in the oil system.
Oh, what you got then?
Well, just reading the instructions, actually, for my part of the whole thing. This is lemon juice.
I can see that.
I know, it says it all over it, doesn't it?
I know the bottles.
So this is an old man's trick, something which I heard about years ago.
OK.
I've always wanted to try it. You put it in the cooling system.
Yeah.
Yeah? So mildly acidic mixture.
It's an acid, yeah.
Yeah. And then run around the system, churning everything up, dissolving all the nasty bits, picking it up in the water, 20 minutes worth of running, and then drain it all out. It's biodegradable, it's organic.
Yeah. It is also mildly unquantifiable, isn't it?
Well, yes, but I mean, you can see it's going to work. I mean, I've never done it before, but I've heard about it. I'd like to try it.
I mean, we could just buy some coolant flush, couldn't we, and tip in there?
Yeah, or we could just put this on our pancakes.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good idea, and I'd like to try it.
I think it's a good idea. I just want to point out that my grandfather had a trick as well. He could take his pants off without taking his trousers off. It never really worked for me, I have to say.
I'm going to give it a bash.
Yeah.
Certainly worth a go, isn't it?
I'm going to take this and put it in the petrol tank.
Well, that sounds a lot more reliable than mine.
The truth is that if the flushes don't do the business, there aren't a million places to go on the car. Remember, a person who has owned 3 of these couldn't get it to run right. We let the Serra cool and head home. Day 2. This is the day we find our Grandad Grey Serra no longer has an overfueling issue, thanks to our hard work.
We do need to remove the flush, though, before we can fill it up with new oil.
We need to flush out the coolant, which smells of rust and, oddly, lemon. So we top up the coolant and oil and ask, have we solved the problem?
The engine runs like a different car. Assuming the emissions are okay, and we do, we've done it.
That's fantastic. That is what I call a cheap fix.
It's really worked, hasn't it? Fuel system flush.
Brilliant.
Wowee.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, that's a massive step forward, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, leaps and bounds. I'm very, very, very happy. Cheap, quick, and easy.
Yeah.
What could be better?
Good.
I'll tell you what could be better.
Oh, is that leaking?
That radiator's throwing coolant out all over the place.
It wasn't doing that before, was it? Is that your lemon juice that's done that?
No, it wasn't my lemon juice. That's a justified way of doing it. It's just...
That is a problem for us.
That is a massive problem.
I do not think that we'll be able to find one of those radiators.
Well, it's got a plastic cap on it, so I can't even fix it.
Are you going to take this out?
I am. I'm going to have to pull that out. It either needs fixing or repairing, or replacing.
Well, do you want me to see if I can find one? I think the radiator is going to be a problem. I don't think we'll find one off the shelf
Why
either.
did we buy such an unusual car?
That's your fault.
Well, I'm going to get them spanners. This is what we call a one-step forwards and a one-step back situation. We fix one thing and reveal a new problem.
Finding service parts for this car is incredibly difficult. All the things that you think, oh, well, I'll phone up our parts supplier, give them the registration number, they'll give me a part number, we'll order the part, all's good, it'll be here within the end of the day. But that's not the case with the Serra. You phone up your parts dealer, you give them the registration number, and they're like, well, we don't have any parts for that car registered. And you start thinking, well, surely there must be something similar. So you think a Starlet's similar, because that's what we've read about when we bought the car. But it's not the same. It's different. It's different sensors. This engine's different power. Everything for this car is bespoke to this car, which was only sold in Japan. And ours, of course, is in the UK. It's exactly what I thought when we bought this car. My major concern was that this is an imported car, it's going to be really difficult to get parts for, and the parts we can get will be really expensive. And that is what I'm discovering now.
But maybe there is a way out of it, because we don't want a new radiator, we want our radiator refurbished. And that should be possible. So I thought I'd give my mate a try. Good morning, Jason.
Morning, Will. How are you? All right?
I'm very good, mate. Very good. Now, as ever, I'm turning up with an unusual radiator that's got some problems.
Right, OK.
Yeah. Right, so it's got a crack in the top.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it looks a bit sad. I mean, what would you say we should be doing in this situation?
To be honest with you, Will, the tanks always go up there, so what we normally do is replace them with copper and brass tanks and put them on a new copper and brass centre.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we may have one in the workshop that we can put together for you, and then you can have it by the end of the week.
That is totally amazing. I'm really impressed.
But fingers crossed I've got one out there, so we'll have a look.
That's it. Well, should we go and have a little look-see?
Yeah.
Shall I bring this through?
Yeah, come on through.
Cool, cheers, mate.
That's all right.
These guys often work on an exchange basis, so they swap a refurb for a broken radiator. But I need a fix, as my casings are rare. So this is your little Aladdin's den, is it?
Yeah, this is where the magic happens.
Wowee. Right, what we got then?
Right, let's see if we've got a core and some tanks for this Toyota radiator. Yeah, I've got a core, so that's a good start. So we've got the centre. That's that there. What I'll do in a minute, Will, just see if we've got a couple of tanks for you, so we can solder them on there.
That looks brilliant. That's exactly what we're looking for, yeah?
Should be, and it should be a lot more harder wearing as well. And hopefully these are the tanks, copper and brass tanks. So that'll get soldered on there. And yeah, this must be your lucky day. That one will get soldered on there.
This is my lucky day, isn't it?
I think so.
Those are what you say, copper and brass?
Yes, they are, yeah. So, like I said, they're a lot more harder wearing. They can take a whack in that.
Well, that's exactly what we need. Right, OK. And when do you reckon you can get it done by then?
Yeah, I'll get it done by the end of the week, by Friday.
Magic. Right, well, if I gave you a hand carrying this lot downstairs, then that will help you get the job done even quicker for us.
Might even get it done by Thursday, then.
Well, I've got all of my fingers crossed, mate. All of my fingers crossed. I'm looking at 150 quid, but that is cheaper than fabricating a whole unit.
It's day 3, and our Sarah is coming along despite being undrivable and looking a bit unloved inside and out.
So I stayed up last night looking, and this is ridiculous, isn't it? Just to find a distributor cap, a rotor arm and a set of leads. I stayed up last night going through page after page after page on the internet. In the end, I found a set from different places.
Really?
Yeah, and when they said they'd be here tomorrow, maybe the next day. But I'm hoping it's tomorrow because, actually, if you think about it, we haven't gone anywhere with this car yet.
No, we haven't. And it still looks like an absolute shed.
Yes, exactly that.
Which I shouldn't have mentioned, because that means we've now got to clean it.
I think we should. I think while we're waiting for that, why don't we take all the interior out, get it outside, clean it all up, go, you know, and look at the carpets.
I think that'd be great. I don't really like cleaning very much, but yeah, it does need doing.
Well, not my favourite job, actually, either.
No, it's not. I was thinking more about this T-bar bit between the two doors, you know, the roof bit that's all pretty glossy.
Yeah, the paint's coming off.
Yeah, could do it once over, couldn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So you want to do that, then?
Yeah, I much prefer that to cleaning.
All right, I'll take the seats out and do the carpets. OK, good. Good plan.
Excellent.
Our test drive was too quick, and we were so hot we didn't realise how tatty the interior was. Because our Sarah is particularly rare and an import, everything that is on it or part of it that is original has to be in as good condition as possible. We have to preserve and save everything we've got. Actually, anyway, cleaning up the interior of a car is a fantastic way of adding value. It's relatively simple. I mean, it didn't take long to take everything out. And I have got a few tools in my armoury. I have the agitator here. I have a wet and dry vax. I have a normal vacuum cleaner, which isn't very good, actually, but it gets the bits and pieces off. And then I've got some sort of sprays and squirts, just upholstery cleaner, really. I found these in the back. I didn't realise they were in there, but these are original mats from a Sarah, and they're in terrible condition. And I'm going to have a go at getting that out as well. I mean, they're rubber back, so they're a quality item, so I might be able to get it out. I don't know. I'm going to have a go anyway. But, yeah, well, we'll see. See what happens.
The lacquer on this section of the car, on the T-top bit of it, is all faded and broken and peeling off and stuff, which is quite common with lacquer. Now, I could respray it in the right colour and then re-lacquer it, but that's going to be a bit boring. We want to do something fun with the car. So, what I want to do is change the colour to satin black, also change the lines of where the paint comes to, because the normal paint line is just to here, and there's this wonderful triangular shape at the front of the car that blends into this T section here. So I want to save that. So I'm going to paint everything within the edge of here. It's going to look great. Also, with the satin black, it means that we future-proof it as well. So if we decide to do something else with the colour of the car, this is already looking great, and this will already work with anything else we choose to do. I've got a problem here because this area here in the centre, all the lacquer's come off, but the lacquer across the back of here is still very, very solid, so that's going to stay on. But it leaves me with this little step between the two. And if I just paint over that, it's going to be very, very visible. So in order to make a nice transition between unlacquered and lacquered that I'm going to paint over, I've just got to feather off the edge of this to make a beautiful transition between the two.
It's a funny thing about cleaning anything, isn't it? You forget how dirty it was once you've cleaned it. But luckily, I've got this in here to remind me. Look at that. So no matter how dirty you think it still looks, it's that much cleaner. It's really scummy. But look at this. I was really pleased with this. Look, it's really come up nicely. I mean, it's all come up nicely. It's not perfect, and there is still stains on a lot of it, but it's much, much, much better.
So, after some artful masking, I'm ready for paint. I just use a rattle can. It's fine, it's just a small job.
I'm thinking about that exterior. There's no way that can be painted, so maybe a vinyl wrap for cost and speed? We've done it before and we know it works, but what colour?
So have you ever agonised for hours, sometimes weeks, months, over what colour to paint a hall or a bathroom? Get little tester pots and you paint the pots on the walls. You see it in people's houses all the time, don't you? Well, buying a wrap for the Serra is very, very similar to that, because not only does it define the car, the colour, but it also defines whether you're going to be able to sell the car, which is perhaps more important. You could choose a colour that you think is fantastic. The rest of the world might not think the same, might they? So it is going to define whether you sell the car or not. So I've been looking at 70s Porsche colours. They've got some fantastic yellows, some fantastic greens, oranges. I'm sure you know the palette. They're bold without being brash, and that's the sort of thing I was looking for. In my mind, this Serra has always been a sort of 1980s concept car, the sort of car that I've seen at a show somewhere. I know this is a 1990s car, but it was developed in the 80s, and it has that feel to it. So I was thinking that we should do something really bold, something metal flaky, something gold. I don't know. I mean, I was thinking of asking Will, but he'd just say ginger, so he's not really going to get a look in.
So the colour will be a little surprise then, as long as it works with a black roof.
Day 4 out of 5. It's getting close. So what does today bring for our Serra, apart from some cold grey rain? It brings a wrap. Not the musical one, the plastic one.
So are you excited?
I am very excited because today's the day we're going to get to make this car the car that we originally wanted.
Yeah, it's finally come, hasn't it? It fills me with a little bit of an intrepidation, I have to say. Because it can go either way, can't it, when you're wrapping a car?
Yeah, horribly wrong or just wrong. No, I'm only joking. But we're not terribly experienced, are we?
We're not.
We've had a few goes in the past, and thankfully it's worked out OK.
Yeah, I think this will work out OK. It's not that much of it, is there?
Prep is the thing. All the nooks and crannies need to be cleaned with a solvent. And we fill and flat the little bits of damage here and there.
So what colour did I choose? A yellowy, goldish thing.
It's going to make it stand out, isn't it?
It's on the higher level of vivid, isn't it?
You know, it's an original colour, you know that?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I'm sort of quite surprised when I look at it. I mean,
Grello.
That is a Grello.
Green and yellow, I guess. I don't know. That's what it's called.
That's a funny name, isn't it?
Keep them as big as possible.
Like that. Cutting.
Our wrap jobs don't always go well, so we're being super careful.
Should we make a cut across there?
We probably should, I think.
A wrap like this can take around 3 days, but we're doing it in 1. We're having to cut our cloth or our plastic according to our resources.
How much you got over your side?
Quite a lot.
Well, give us a bit my side, so I'm right on the edge there.
Pull it then.
Go on then.
Much better, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
One of the tricks we've learned is that we need to keep the plastic warm to allow it to be more flexible. But it's a real pain to get it looking good.
Yeah, I guess we'll go along there, shall we?
I'm feeling quite a lot of tension.
Yeah, me too.
After an extraordinarily frustrating morning, we take stock.
Oh, we haven't even finished it yet, have we?
We haven't even finished the bonnet yet. OK. Final push.
Right, a bit more?
Yeah.
Right.
From the middle.
Right. Let's have a look.
It's not bad. It's as good as we're going to get.
That's a great colour, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good colour.
Very carefully made a template of the other wing so we could cut it. But it just saves us so much time, because if you try and hold this out against the car and cut around all the edges, it's just a bit of a nightmare. So templating it and working at the bench just makes it so much easier. Don't tell Gus. I'll cut it the wrong way round. And we've only just got enough fabric to do the job.
What have you done?
Well, normally I'll try and cover this up with bravado and gusto and all of that, but you know when you carefully think things through to lay them out.
I see what you've done. You've cut two the same side.
Yeah.
We better get some more.
Yeah, because we have only just got... I'm not going to ruin that one, though. I'm just going to fold it away neatly, just in case that one we just fitted goes horribly wrong at some point.
So we'll spare you the tears, but it's a long night before we get anything that looks even half right.
Well, that was a long old day, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a long day. I thought that was supposed to be gold.
Yeah, it's not really the dream that I had in mind, but nevertheless. We bought a car that is so rare it scares us. But we're making it go and fly with its cool new colour.
Today is a cleaning jamboree.
Well, I think it's working really well, but it's so difficult to see.
And I make a new cover for the yucky armrest.
And I get some cool Serra wheels online for 750 quid.
Look at these.
Oh, wow. Oh, crikey. Wow. Yeah, look at that.
You will never, ever find another set of those. They are incorporating the water droplet at speed, which was the whole inspiration for the Serra project.
Well, it's a bit of a damp...
No, it's supposed to be a water droplet. That's the whole
thing.
What it is?
Yeah,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, that is news to me. I didn't have a clue about that.
What are you up to, then?
Look at that.
Yeah, it's a Ben Lambda sensor.
So, this is the Lambert sensor out of our car.
Yes.
Now, we know that it failed its last MOT test on horrible emissions, don't we? And I'm pretty certain, and I'm no expert, but they're not supposed to be as bent as a banana.
No.
Because this second-hand one that I've got...
Slightly less bent.
Which is, a lot less bent, which is brilliant. But we know this one has come out of a car that works really well.
Yeah, well, if it comes out of one that works, we should be all right, shouldn't we?
Well, we are clutching at straws now. We can chuck this on in there and see if it can't solve all of our problems.
That would be great, wouldn't it? Because we do have a car that looks amazing, don't we? It's not the colour we wanted, but it looks great.
No, I'm surprised at the colour too.
It'd be great if it ran all right, wouldn't it?
It would be nice.
I'm going to put these
We
on.
can see where we get to with this, yes?
Yeah, OK.
The emission sensor being swapped for a reliable one, plus our flush, should see the MOT back to us. Gus's wheels go on, and the Recon Rad is ready as promised. Here is the finished article, ready to be fitted, which I'm going to crack straight on with.
car is now actually cool. It got its zing back and gets to realise its full concept car potential. It cost £2,000, but the rad was £150, the wheels £750, the wrap was £400 and other bits were £150. The lemon juice was from Will's lunch, so that was free. So the Sarah owes us under £3,500. Cool bananas!
You know, I've got a question. I've got a question that is so hot it's going to burn my lips when I say it.
Ooh, maybe a bit of caution could be recommended in that situation.
The question is, have we been idiots? With all the work that we've done on this car, and this is a very, very niche car, it owes us a lot of money, doesn't it?
I think you've got a good point there, and certainly worth thinking about. But firstly, I mean, look at this car. Look at it. Doesn't it just absolutely fantastic? I mean, that is now a showstopper, yeah?
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's funny with this car in particular because I was very hot and cold on this car. I'm very cold on it almost from the point that we bought it, in actual fact. But very hot on it ever since we've wrapped it, because wrapping it has shown its absolute true form, hasn't it? All the lines, it really stands out. And it looks to me like a Tokyo show car from 1990. I think I've seen this at the Tokyo show. It looks that good now.
Well, it's interesting you say that, isn't it? Because when we first got this car, yes, it is a very interesting car because of the whole concept of it all, but it was hardly a head-turner, yeah?
No, it wasn't. But I mean, it was just rare, wasn't it, when we bought it? We bought it because it was rare. But the grey, to my mind, would appeal to the aficionados, and we know they're out there because we've had contact with them, haven't we? And I think that we've taken a risk by wrapping it this colour, and that's what worries me.
OK, well, that is the sort of guys we are, isn't it? We're not the boring, middle-of-the-road people. We've got a car with a lot of potential, and we've decided to push it as far as we can. And we don't know, but we can always keep our fingers crossed that somebody from Japanese Japan may well see our advert and go, hey, I want that car. Obviously, they say it in Japanese, but we've played big this time. It might just pay off.
Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so.
Well, sometimes you have just got to go for it, and that's exactly what we've done. We've gone for it, and we've created this crazy car. And I think it is starting to have a bit of an effect on me. I'm becoming really attached to it.
It's getting to you, isn't it? I can see that.
It really has, yeah. Yeah, through and through.
I get it.
We need to drive it. But where? Where will suit this showstopper, which doesn't have an MOT yet? Luckily, the interior go-kart track is helping us out for 6 bottles of wine. Oh, yeah! We should be wearing, like, really cool sunglasses, silver shirts, suits, shiny shoes. Oh, it works, isn't this car cool?
What we should have done, of course, is raided your dressing up box before we came, shouldn't we?
That's exactly what we should have done. That would have been brilliant.
We could stop at a second-hand store if you want.
Yeah, all right then. Well, I don't think we've really got time. Let's just put this car through its paces, shall we? See what it can do.
I do think, though, if you think about this car, it's a city car, spec'd for the future. I mean, I was thinking about this last night. Designed in the past for a future that is now really the past, isn't it? But it's stood up pretty well, hasn't it? With its super mini engine. I mean, this interior is fantastic, isn't it?
It's amazing.
And butterfly doors. I mean, it's stood the test of time, hasn't it?
What could be cooler than this car? I mean, this, I think, is the sort of car that some shrewd investor should buy and put in a hermetically sealed, air-conditioned cube so you can still see it from the outside and store it away for 20 years. And I think it would be worth so much money. It's a good investment, a small fortune even.
Well, I don't know about a small fortune, but I do think you're right. I do think that it's a sort of collector's car for the future. I mean, we always say that, but this in particular, I mean, everyone we talk to about it is like, oh, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I do think you're right, but it's difficult with Japanese cars, isn't it? Because some cars work and sort of start accelerating in price. I'm thinking of things like CRXs and S2000s. They're on the rise, aren't they? But there's really cool Subarus and Isuzus, which are just really left as niche cars.
Yeah, well, this is one of those niche cars, which is uber cool, but there's very limited numbers of these. I think it has every possibility for the future.
Well, I've updated the site as soon as we finish the car. So, if anybody wants one,
yes,
they'll know that it's for sale.
We wait, and we wait slightly longer. Who will buy our wonderful Sarah?
Well, so I know we've had no offers on this car. Well, not enough to make us a decent profit on this little Sarah.
Yeah. I think in hindsight, we should have been able to see that it wasn't going to be a quick flip, shouldn't we?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, hindsight is 20/20, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, you know, well, I think it's best for us to wait. I don't want to go giving this car away.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I think it's where we are, isn't it? It's just, that's what it is. We'll take it out, we'll sheet it up, we'll wait, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's the best bet. Yeah, definitely. We've never done this before. We've never sat on a car.
And actually, at time of press, we do get an offer, full asking. But until the money is in the account, the Sarah stays put. This time on Flipping Bangers, we play it smart.
That's quite exciting, isn't it? So simple, so basic.
Well done us!
Well done us!
This was a cracking idea, wasn't it?
We use all our skill and cunning.
It's genius, isn't it?
But sometimes the best laid plans...
Oh, it's going to be a beautiful work of art.
If it's not hard work, it's not worth having.
...are just a hill of pain.
Hey, let's just rip it apart.
What?
Oh, no. Well, we bought it, so we better get it out, haven't we? I don't think this is going to be able to be done.
We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car.
You know what we need, don't you?
What's that then?
We need a product of the Ford Motor Company.
Oh, Ford, right. OK.
But I'm resisted saying that because I know exactly what you're going to say.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what I'm going to say. The prices of those things are totally crazy. I mean, yeah, OK, a few years ago, you could go out and get a Mark 1 two-door Escort for a couple of grand, and that was great. But I mean, look, two-door, 2-litre Pinto. 20 grand.
See, that's why I never bother saying it. But we're not going to be looking for a Mark 1 Escort, are we? Because Mark 1 Escorts are stratospheric, and I agree with you, we're not going to afford that. But what we're going to do is we're going to play a brilliant game. Really? What we do is we go through all the old Fords until we find the right level for likability and profit. What do you think?
Let's give it a bash.
OK, Mark 1 Ford Granada.
Now you're talking. That is a great car.
That is a great car.
I love those cars. They're brilliant. I love the shape of them. Big, fat, 3-litre V6.
Yeah.
What could be better than that? But I'm just not entirely certain that's going to work well for us.
OK, Orion. What about
that? We could. But they're a bit like an Escort, but not very pretty at the back.
Styling is subjective, and you have to be careful, don't you? Because you can offend people.
People like you.
People who look and act exactly like me.
So motion carried. The Orion is a good idea. They're cheaper than Escorts and have a good following.
Right, so I've given myself some homework.
OK, what's that then?
My homework was to find an Orion the right spec for us. And I thought,
We'd get a gear, because obviously if you're going to buy an old car, you might as well buy the best spec car you can.
Good plan.
And a good gear will cost you £5,000 or £6,000.
Okay.
So then I set about finding one for under 3.
Very sensible. How's that going? Oh, a blue one.
Yes.
Great.
For 1,895 English pounds.
Well, that's about half the price of what you've been saying, so you now have my attention.
Well, that's fantastic. So now is the time for me to say that it does have a couple of little bits of badness about it.
That sounds about standard for us. What are they?
Well, firstly, it's not been UK registered, which strangely puts a lot of people off.
Well, isn't that amazing? But we know that that is quite a simple paper trail, really.
Yeah, but it's simple, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's a piece of cake.
The other thing is that it's left-hand drive. But that's okay, isn't it? So we should just enjoy the journey.
Well, that does make things a little bit different. And it does put a massive ceiling on our ultimate value.
Well, it's Preston, so we've got a good long time to think about it, roughly 4 hours. So let's just buckle up and enjoy the journey, shall we? Many gallons of fuel later, we eventually arrive in Preston to meet Rick, who sells Ford spares for a living. He picked up the Orion from Europe. Oh. See, that does look smart, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hello, Rick.
Hey, chaps.
Don't get up.
I won't stay sat if that's all right.
Yeah.
Hello, mate.
Hey,
All
you
right.
okay?
Oh, I've got to say, that is a pretty tidy-looking car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
It looks like, to me, that it's come from the sunny part of Portugal rather than the rainy part.
South Portugal, that's spot on.
Do you know anything about it?
I've had a right good look round it. There's a little bit of rot in boot, only something minor. Apart from that, it's good.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah. Can we have a look round it?
Of course you can. You're more than welcome. Fill your boots. I think keys are in it. Won't go inside because I'm cooking.
Yeah, right. See you shortly.
Fantastic. It looks strangely disproportionate, doesn't it, that boot on there?
It does, yeah.
Now, remember
You're
at the time, that Ford saying that they made a booted Escort because Continentals didn't like the hatchback. But it just looks weird, doesn't look right with the line. And it's absolutely cavernous, isn't it?
That is literally the size of a van in there.
Oh, it's difficult, isn't it? Because, I mean, it's so remarkably clean, but it's clearly got a lump off the boot there, and there's a couple of lines in the paintwork. And it's got RS wheels on it, hasn't it? It wouldn't have had those. Probably would have had pepper pots, would it? I would think.
Yeah, definitely.
And bizarrely, because it's a Continental spec, it hasn't got a sunroof and hasn't got side repeaters, which that's going to be a problem for us because it probably won't get through an MOT without side repeaters, I wouldn't think.
Oh, it really sort of takes me back. Look at it. So simple, so basic, so, you know, utilitarian almost. But Ford produced a good car here, didn't they? They offered all the little things that people wanted to see on their new car. Look at that. Front speakers, back speakers, left, right. That was cool in its day. I used to love driving these things. They were pretty good. Interior's great, but the door cards are the thing that really, really let it down. Shall we have a little listen to the engine?
Yeah, go on. Hey!
Wow. Oh, that's amazing, actually. That is really clean and tidy. We're not going to have much difficulty selling something that's as tidy as that.
No, it's funny, isn't it, with that engine, because it was so maligned, wasn't it? Everyone used to say, oh, the CVHs are so harsh and so rattly, but actually, they were really tough and eminently tunable. And this XL3i spec is, I don't know, 108 or 106 horsepower.
That's how I remember it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I mean, this should go pretty damn rapid, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Shall I have a chat with Rick and see if we can go out in it?
Yeah, do.
Rick, can we take it for a drive?
Of course you can. You're more than welcome.
We will bring it back.
You better add.
All right, thanks. The Ford isn't legal on a UK highway, but a private industrial estate round the corner allows us to drive around, as long as we don't break the speed limit. Sadly, Will's behind the wheel. But we know it looks half decent on the outside, don't we? But we really need to ascertain whether it holds together while you're driving. The clunks, the rattles, the cracks, and actually, we haven't got a lot of road, so we're going to have to be quick, aren't we?
Yeah, but I mean, I can tell you already, it does feel quite nice. And the mileage, which is, wait for this, 78,841 kilometres.
Imperial kilometres.
Imperial metric kilometres. So that would be about 50,000 miles. And that feels quite genuine. I mean, the car feels tight.
Could you give me a little bit more solid data on which to base my purchasing opinions on?
Well, I mean, older cars are nowhere near as heavy as modern cars, so they're lighter and easier to drive.
Yeah.
Apart from the fact it doesn't have power steering. I mean, it does feel quite nimble. It does feel kind of nice.
Oh, so do we do want it or do we don't want it?
I can't see an obvious way that we can actually make any money out of this car.
It's a great example of Orion. I know it's an Orion, but it's a
Is it?
great example of Orion.
It is, yeah. I mean, this is a spanking little car,
Yeah,
isn't it?
so surely you buy the car, you make the plan afterwards.
Yeah. So given it's a tight little motor, we decide to buy it. But for how much? It's on for $18,950.
Well, I don't know, but I was thinking about 15. What was it up for?
It's more than that. Let's try and push it a bit.
You all right, chaps?
Yeah.
Did it behave?
It did.
Good.
It behaved very well.
Good.
I mean, what are you thinking deal-wise on this, Sam?
There's not a lot of wiggle room in it. What are your thoughts? It is a good one.
It is a good one, isn't it? It is a good one. I mean, I was thinking about 1,500 quid. I don't know.
I was hoping we could try a little bit less than that, to be honest.
Is
but
it a bit late for that now?
It is a bit late for that, yeah. I mean, what do you reckon?
I'd like 1,800 quid for it, and I'm not going to move much more than that, really. Well, I'm not going to move at all. 1,800 quid it's got to be.
It's not worth me trying to push for a deal of 1,700?
No. It's cheap enough. Well, I think it's cheap enough.
Yeah.
You know, and if you compare it against anything over here, it's...
Yeah. I mean, personally, I don't think 1,800 is bad for it. I think it's good.
Yeah.
Seems fair, doesn't it?
That's what it's got to be, really.
I'd do 1,800 as well, yeah.
You fancy it?
Yeah, we're
Deal.
good.
Happy days.
Yeah.
We'll keep it on the trailer.
Take it away, get out my way.
Brilliant.
Excellent.
Good
Right,
work.
Pound
catch you
notes,
later,
no
mate.
check.
Oh, yeah, it will be. Don't you worry about that.
Ta-ra.
Cheers, mate. See you later.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rick's right, this is a cheap car. We don't really know how much money we can add to it, but we've been in worse spots.
So, are we happy?
Yeah, I'm definitely happy, yeah. You?
Yeah, I am. I mean, we've got a wonderful car sat on the trailer, looking all perky and great. It's all about making some dosh, isn't it? That's the bottom line.
Yeah. We can pat ourselves on the back. We've done what we set out to achieve. We've bought a second-hand Ford that wasn't overpriced. Well done, us.
Well done, us. The next day, the Orion sits ready for a right reel going over.
Hello, world. Hello, Orion.
Morning, Gus.
Hello, Will.
Don't forget me.
I had a bit of a dream last night about this car, and in the dream, I had a plan.
Wow. Is it a dream that we're both going to agree on?
I think we'll agree. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, I do. Come on, shoot.
So the crux of this car is its left-hand drive, yeah?
Yeah.
Left-hand drive scared everyone off. That's why we got the car so cheaply. So we change it to right-hand drive, but we do that for under £500. If we don't change it and we do everything, get it road registered, we'll be scratching at £3,000–4,000. If we change it to right-hand drive, we'll be getting £5,000.
Wow. OK. I don't know if it can be done.
Well, I think it's probably time-consuming.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Especially from a mechanical point of view.
Yeah, no, I agree. If we don't do that, this car becomes fairly linear, doesn't it? Like, we do the dent, we do the paint, we find some pepper pot wheels to put on it, and get it road registered. I mean, we've still got to do that, haven't we? Yeah, well, I mean, maybe the thing to do would be to do all the things that we know need to be done to it, and then see what time we've got left, shall we?
Yeah, OK. Well, let's call that a motion that's been tabled and carried, shall we?
Excellent, OK. Yeah. Should we crack on?
Yeah. Okay. It's on this side. So I'm on snapping duty, and from most angles, the Orion looks decent. I'm writing the advert for our Orion, and it's not easy because there are some parts of the car that I can't really show yet, like the dent in the back. It might have different wheels on it. It could be right-hand drive by the time it's done. And all of these things really, really affect the value of the car. So I think I'm going to put in some close-up pictures of the car and be relatively abstract with the description of the whole thing as well. It means there is almost nothing to say. All right, Ford Orion. Low mileage. Was absolutely rust-free, isn't it? Nearing completion for sure. And more pictures to follow. Well, that makes it sound quite nice, but What price do you put on something that does sound that nice? We have been thinking along the lines of £5,000. That's going to be on a fixed price auction as well. It's a buoyant market for these cars. I can also raise the price if I need to at a later date.
So cleaning, driving, and now writing adverts. Another job on the list that Will no longer be allowed to do. So the Orion is in and we are locked and loaded.
Shall we have a go at the exterior of the car first?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
The fierce continental sun has faded the paint on the bonnet.
I might give this a T-cut, see if it comes out, but...
Yeah, I think it's a nice thing. I'm not entirely certain that will.
No, it depends how deep the paint is, doesn't it?
It does.
I'll give it a go anyway. This is our main problem, isn't it?
Yeah, we can't get away from that. That's definitely going to need a tin of paint putting somewhere near it.
And that, what do you think?
Well, we need to have a little go at it. I think it's a risk, but I'd like to have a little tippity-tap-tap at that and just see if I can bring it up a little bit better.
Yeah. The trouble is with all these, isn't it? You see it, and it goes a long way, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I just need to bring this corner out a bit.
If you're happy doing that, you do that. I'll try T-cutting that. If that doesn't work, I'll take the paint off of this.
Cool. OK, then. And we can see how we get on with it all.
Yeah.
Cutting off the top surface often brings back the shine, but the paint has to be thick enough.
It is 100 times better. But is it right? The trouble is, with T-cut, it's never not going to be cracked, and it's crazed and cracked all over it. And I think we're going to have to go so far through the paint to get past the cracks that we'll be into the primer, or maybe to the metal. I'll give it a go with a little bit of light wet and dry, so 1200 grade, and see if I can get down to something that polishes up beautifully.
It's quickly clear that the paint has faded too much to be savable.
So I've taken that back as far as I think I can with wet and dry. If I go any further, I'm going to go through the paint, and in actual fact, where this is polished back up, so I've repolished it, it's a lighter colour, and I suspect it's going through to the primer, actually.
We'll need to paint on there, there's no two ways about it. We mask up. Aside from the bonnet, we want to cover all the areas where the lacquer has peeled.
Right, so the car's all masked up. Just got to rub the paint off it now.
Rubbing down is time-consuming, tiring, and not all that much fun. And if it's not done right, you pay for it with a poor paint finish.
At last, a chance to knock things about. The dent, I'm managing to get it up by hitting it along the ridge of it, ding, 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 and it's coming up slowly. It's quite worrying because I can only just sort of see it, and the boot lid's all flopping around. I'm working upside down, but using a rubber hammer actually gives me a much better impact than a metal hammer. It kind of softens the blow. But there's a bit here where the crease is still quite deep, right on this corner. The goal is to get the dent 95% right. Just using a bit of sandpaper on a block, I can see where all my high spots are. Starting to take shape. I'm quite surprised because it's such a nasty crease in such a difficult to get to area. Do you know, I think I'm actually going to be able to get this to the stage pretty soon now where it's only going to take a very thin skim of filler just to finish it off. It's quite amazing. After a bit of sanding and a bit of primer, we can see how we're getting on. We're nearly ready for paint, and so the badgers need to be prized away. And I get into the paint. Oh, look at that.
Which we've had mixed locally using a Ford colour code.
Solid paint like this is much easier to work with and comes up really nicely. It needs to dry overnight, so that is a fantastic place to be stopping.
A local trip, and also time for a confession. I had this idea about a right-hand drive conversion, and I really felt someone had to see it through. That someone being me. I found a car that has all the parts we would need.
Okay, so the good news is, found a donor car, I bought it online, I couldn't not buy it because everyone was bidding on it, so I just bid on it, bought it, and that's what we're going to go and pick up.
You bought it already?
Yeah, that's the good news.
Oh, brilliant, that's good news. How much?
Well, that is the bad news.
Oh, no,
it was
what?
£1,000.
What?
Oh, no.
£1,000?
I know, I couldn't believe it.
It's not that many years ago that I was taking these things to the scrapyard.
I know, it's weird, isn't it?
That is crazy.
I guess it's just the fact that, to the right people, the sum of those parts of a dead Orion is worth £1,000.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, and we do need all those parts, don't we? So, you know.
Well, I mean, theoretically, we could possibly sell off the bits we don't need. The engine, you know.
Well, yeah, we're going to have to, because £1,000 for the parts we need, that's on the steep end.
It is actually in a field as well, so it might be a little bit of a faff getting it out.
You are kidding me.
No.
Oh, well, at least it should be quite exciting. I do like a challenge.
Yeah, good.
So, although the price of the spare parts is high, we stand a great chance of seriously improving the Orion and getting our money back on the other end.
Ha! There it is.
Well, we bought it, so we better get it out, haven't we?
Yeah, good job I've got my bushwhacker.
Stand well back.
Yeah. God, that is some thick old barrel. And stingers. Ow! Oh!
Ow! Oh! I can't get out now.
Do you want me to go in there? I've got my shorts on.
Actually attached to a rose bush.
Oh, my God. I'll go and get the car and trailer. You bleeding much yet?
Yeah.
You are.
Right.
It's right over the other side.
Oh, well, it would be, wouldn't it?
We're using the tried and tested pulling method to get the Orion out of the field. It's ugly, but it works. Now, where's the electric winch?
There is some sort of proverb about if it's not hard work, it's not worth having, isn't there?
And that's it. We're now the owners of 2 classic Fords.
We have 5 days to turn around our cars, and this is a number 3. The idea is that we make one good right-hand drive Orion from a pair of them. On paper, it's very simple.
Big day, yeah?
Yeah, this is a big day. A big day of slightly unknowns as well.
What, the weather?
A, the weather, but B, the unknowns about swapping this car over to right-hand drive.
Yeah, I am filled with an enormous amount of dread at the moment.
Can't wait to get stuck into it, because it's going to be, well, it's a proper job, isn't it?
Yeah, me too. There's a lot to do, though. And, yeah, the only way to know if it's all going to work fine is just do it.
But I do think you're right. I think it's going to rain. I think we should put that in here.
Yeah.
Should we move this back?
Yeah, come on.
Oh, no, there's no steering wheel this side.
The old Orion has been off the road a while and doesn't move easily. The idea is this. We strip the old Orion of its steering rack and dash, as they're the main items we need to convert the car over.
That's in pretty good nick, isn't it?
First part of our left-right-hand conversion.
Yes.
That's quite exciting, isn't it?
A very small part in a very large jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah.
Have you washed your hands?
Of course I've washed my hands. Look at that. They are almost clean. Well, they're a lot cleaner on the side that I'm going to be using.
I was just thinking something. That in my mind, this is our donor car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, OK, let's just rip it apart.
Uh-huh.
But this is actually the dashboard we need, isn't it?
Yeah, so if any bits get me slightly vexed or annoyed, I've still got to be really careful with them, yes?
Yeah, we've got to count to 10.
Right, OK. We've said this so many times over the years. Cars of this vintage can be dismantled far faster than a modern car, but we've got to be careful and systematic, as so many of these items will be carried over. Oh. That was close.
It broke it.
Yeah, almost.
That's brilliant, isn't it? So we can actually see what's going on in there now, can't we? All the wires come up from the back, join up with the harness, come up round the driver's side, because obviously that's the shortest route, into the fuse box there. So to change it over, the fuse box has got to go that side.
Which is slightly tricky, because on this side, there's the battery.
Yep.
And the bracket that the battery bolts down to, which is welded to the body of the car.
Yep.
So that lot would have to come out and go over to that side.
And it can't go this side because the wiper motor bracketry is then have to go this side.
And then that makes that even more difficult, because the wiper motor brackets are connected to the wipers, which are in the scuttle, and the holes are in that side of the scuttle, meaning that we would then have to change the entire scuttle panel.
Yeah. And that scuttle's had it.
It's completely rotted through, yeah, so massive problem.
Yeah. Well, it sort of leaves us only really with one option, doesn't it?
At the moment, yeah.
Yeah, to cut the loom.
Yes, extend it, move it over to the right side of the car where we need it.
Yeah, yeah.
Do a nice, neat, tidy job on it, though. Carefully cut, soldered joints everywhere, no crimp-up connections.
No, heat shrunk conduit.
Oh, it's going to be a beautiful work of art.
I think it is going to be a work of art. Do you think this is a good time to take that one apart now and do a sort of compare and contrast? Just
yeah, before we get too deep into this and find ourselves backed into a corner that we just can't get out of.
Yeah, shall we?
Yeah, I think that's the way forwards.
Okay.
Messing around with the wiring loom, the only way to make our conversion work isn't for the faint-hearted. We have to tread very carefully from now on.
You know, Gus, I've come up with a good idea.
What's that?
Well, I think these wheels, because they look really, really nice, but they could do with a tidy-up. I think could get them refurbed.
All right.
I leave Gus to the meticulous unpacking of the wiring loom and take the Ford wheels from the donor car for a refurb. They're the desirable pepper pot design, and it'll be another way for our donor car to give us some more value. Hiya!
Hello, sir.
Oh, hi there.
Hi, how can I help?
I'm Will. I called earlier. You Nick?
Yes, nice to finally meet you.
Yeah,
I heard you got a little project going on with this.
Yeah, we have.
Okay.
These are the very sad, sorry wheels I told you all about.
What I'm thinking is a lovely white on the face of the wheel. Okay, that makes it pop, that makes it stand out. What colour's the car?
It's a nice sort of midnight blue sort of colour.
Perfect. So the white works with that.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking also, if you look behind you here, we've got a diamond cut wheel here, right? So this is done by a very skilled lathe operator who will skim away the face of the wheel.
I think that we can't do that to that.
I wouldn't say on the whole face. Maybe the outside lip of the wheel. We can get that in a diamond cut finish with that mirror machine-like finish, and then on the face of the wheel, we can do that lovely gloss white to make it pop. How does that sound?
That sounds brilliant. The guys chemically strip the wheels, but I'm not allowed to see that as it's their trade secret. The wheel is then sandblasted, primed, and baked. The wheel then receives a glorious coat of Ford Glacier White. Finally, the CNC machine diamond cuts that top lip away, leaving a polished surface. This gives it that extra level of detail that we were looking for. Wow.
Happy.
I am really happy. It looks fantastic. And it's now been through every single one of the 139 processes,
That's it, spot
steps
on.
that it needs to be done.
So the only thing left now is the one little bit missing.
I think that finishes us off absolutely beautifully. And do you know what? It's been a real pleasure seeing exactly how this is all done as well. Cheers, mate. You're a star.
Thank you.
Since Gus blew $1,000 on the donor car, was it so rash for me to chuck another 300 quid at the Orion? No.
Back at the ranch, I've got to the bottom of the wiring, and very soon we'll be able to make our left hooker a right-hander. If I can do this, you probably can too. I'm protecting myself every step of the way with meticulous labelling.
You know those moments when your world falls away from under you and you feel your stomach coming up? This is one of those moments because it makes me feel so stupid. So, I've just taken a picture of our bracket on our donor Orion, which is supposed to go here. And what's dawning on me, actually, as I'm speaking now, is that a whole premise for this car, to change it from left to right-hand drive, the whole idea of purchasing another car, a donor car, for bits and pieces, which was a genius idea, even if I say so myself, at this point, seems to be one of the stupidest things we've done, because this bracket will not fit on that firewall there. Because we assumed that the body shell was symmetrical. There would be one body shell for left-hand and right-hand drive, and we would literally just move stuff over. But it's not the case, which means that I don't think this is going to be able to be done. I think that this has all been for nothing. So we now have a very good donor car, completely in pieces. We have a very good left-hand drive car, completely in pieces. And we just don't have the time or the money to do this. This is a big engineering job to do this. Which is genius, isn't it? Absolute genius. Well, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to have a chat with Will in the morning when he gets back. But, yeah, clever, really clever.
Oops, so day 3 ends with a little sting in the tail. Day 4. We have 5 days to turn our cars around, and never has so much needed to be done by so few in just 2 days. Can Will find a way to make our right-hand drive conversion work?
Well, the basis of the whole project was that we assumed that this was one shell for left-hand drive and right-hand drive, that it was a symmetrical car, but it's not, you can clearly see.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is get that bracket out of that car to fit onto this firewall here.
Yeah.
Right, OK.
Well, the plate as well. The plate's got to come off, hasn't it?
OK, well, let's see if that makes any sense. Let's have a little look and see. Right, no, it's completely different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can see that straight away.
It's not the fact that I think we couldn't do it, because I think we can do it, obviously, given the time, but it's the question as to whether we should do it or not.
I think that's the point, isn't it? Because to get that one to fit onto there, that's going to be a whole engineering epic. And even if we do all of that work, we're still not going to meet manufacturers' standards, are we?
No, exactly that. So I think we should put that back together, because it's in 1,000 pieces, isn't it?
Yeah, that's 1,000 pieces. This has cost us 1,000 quid. We need to get everything we can out of this car. It's time for this car to donate.
Well, let's get it out, shall we?
Yeah, defo.
Since Will has removed the wheels of the donor car, it no longer moves, and so we use our specially designed occasional trolley for the job.
Good.
Is that looking good?
That is looking good. That's looking really good.
It's all right this
I'll
side.
lower the jack.
Go on then. Here it comes.
There it goes.
Oh.
Now we've got to work like mad to get the left-hand drive car back together.
I'm so glad I labelled everything, otherwise this would have been a complete nightmare.
We're trying to make the best of a bad situation at the moment, so it comes down to the minutiae. The bumper on this one is better than one on ours, so I'm going to get this off, change them over. Actually, the more you look at it, the more stuff the donor has. Bumpers, trims, door cards, mounts, screws, vessels. Gus was right all along. This car is a little gold mine. Spotted another opportunity. The header tank on our car is slightly UV damaged. This one is much better.
That looks better.
Yeah. What if he said? Looks like Gus's hawk eyes have spotted something he wants.
The seats are fine to swap.
Our donor car has gracefully given all it can. They ain't perfect, but they're a lot better than what was in here before. The last ones were all split and horrible.
Well, we've got a very tidy left-hand drive car again.
We have, and it has progressed a little bit. We mustn't be too hard on ourselves when we look at the bumpers, the door cards, the seats as well.
Yeah. Should we go home?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Day 5, the last day to make our left-hander Ryan the best left-hander out there. Maybe even grab the $5,000 we put it up for.
Hiya.
Morning.
Wow, they look fantastic, don't
yeah, they're great, aren't they?
It looks so deep, doesn't it, the paint?
I know, look at that.
Oh, yeah, nice in silver.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice.
I'm going to stick them straight back on the car.
Great.
Trying to stop my trolley from rolling away. We've taken a risk with these. Ford fans are notoriously fussy about period details. Time and offers will tell.
And now to the donor car. What are we going to do about it?
This was a cracking idea, wasn't it? When we wanted to convert our car to right-hand drive, this was a brilliant idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was only a brilliant idea for a very short amount of time.
But it's got worth, hasn't it? Somebody is going to want to buy an XR3i engine with an injection system, aren't they?
Yeah, and we know that that is a good running engine because we were told by the previous owners of the car.
Yes, exactly
and
that.
that is gospel.
Yeah, it drove when they parked it up.
Yeah,
and there's other bits. It's got indicators.
It's starting to sound like we're going to part this car out.
No way, no way.
I don't want to spend any more time on this. It's been a deep upset. I think we just need to write an advert, get it sold ASAP.
Yeah.
This is going up for $599 or near offer.
I'm just reading through this leaflet about how to register your car for UK roads. It looks a bit daunting, but it's laid out brilliantly, and it shows you step by step what you have to do. You have to fill in your V555 form. You have to pay your £55. And if you want an age-related number plate, which I assume you would, because otherwise you'll be getting a Q plate, and it's very difficult to sell cars on a Q plate. So if you want an age-related plate, you have to prove the age of your vehicle. And we've got the Portuguese logbook, so we can prove the age of our vehicle.
So that's OK. A little bit of fiddling about, and in an undisclosed period of time, the Orion will be UK registered. But for now, we're done. The Orion looks amazing. We spent £1,800 on the car, £1,000 on its little brother, £300 on wheels, and another £200 on other bits and pieces. The total is £3,300. But we'll sell the RS wheels and the donor car for at least £600, so let's call it 2.5.
Well, we did start off with a good car.
Yeah.
But now we look at it, we have a poster car.
That's not a poster car. It's a poster paint colour. And a poster car's like a Dino 308 GT4 or a 914 Porsche or something like that, isn't it?
Fords of this nature are hot property. We've been saying that all along. I mean, people of a certain age, a bit like us, are prepared to spend pretty good money on cars such as this. I mean, look at it. It's in a lovely colour, and the wheels are highly desirable.
Yeah, the wheels look fantastic. I mean, the car looks fantastic, and I actually think you're right. Because if you wanted an old Ford, then a Mark 1 and Mark 2 Escort's going to cost you a fortune, isn't it? Sierra Cosworth now will cost you 60 grand plus. So maybe this is the hot ticket. Maybe this is now the right car at this moment for the right price.
The local gliding club allows us to drive the Orion, as the paperwork hasn't arrived, so it's not road legal.
I think this car in particular is a good lesson in what old cars can give you. Or maybe I should say what old cars don't give you. It's very basic, isn't it? 1600 engine, 5-speed gearbox.
Yeah.
Just about box standard, but it's a lightweight car, it's got a torquey engine, so it's fine, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because all of that is enough to do what it's supposed to do. You've kind of got a classic car, but you've also got a pretty modern car as well.
Yeah.
It's a fun car. It's a capable car.
Yeah, you're not going to be going 100 miles an hour and to have a laugh, have you, basically?
No, you haven't.
And I think that's what the Ford fanatics know, don't they? Do you think the fact that it was designed as a left-hand drive car and we decided in our ultimate wisdom to change it to a right-hand drive car and then realised how incredibly difficult and dangerous that was going to be, so left it or put it back as a left-hand drive car. Do you think that any of that is going to affect the price of the car?
Yeah, I do. I really do.
We keep the price at £5 grand because the car is so good, and 3 weeks pass before we get a call.
I have got news.
Oh, yeah, really? What's that then?
Well, you know this was left-hand drive, then we wanted to change it to right-hand drive, but we couldn't, so we changed it back to left-hand drive, which it was originally left-hand drive.
Yes, but that's old news. I want new news.
That's not the news. The news is I've just had a phone call from someone who wants to re-import this back to Europe. Does that work for us?
Well, I mean, that could work because we don't have the UK registration document yet.
Yeah, I think the only fly in the ointment was he was saying he wanted the price to include taking it down to a port, but I don't see that that's a problem, is it?
I would think if he's prepared to pay our asking price, name your port.
Yeah, I think so.
Providing it's not too far away.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that.
Cool.
The deal actually takes a bit of doing, and a couple of £100 goes west. But we will end up almost 100% in profit when all the money we're due lands. Yes! This time on Flipping Bangers, we get to grips with an off-road bargain.
I love the buzz of a cheap, cheap car.
Cheap, cheap, cheap.
Hooray!
With jobs that even fools like us can tackle.
It's quite pleasing, isn't it? But maybe fools like us should know.
Ah, that could be a problem. It's horrible.
Cheap does not always equal good.
There's work to do all over this car, isn't there?
We've said goodbye to our day jobs and invested our own hard-earned cash as we try and make it in the cutthroat world of second-hand cars.
You've got to buy well, but you've got to sell well.
We have a goal.
We need to double our money. If we put 500 quid in, we need to see £1,000 back. But we're forced to the very bottom of the market.
We buy cars that nobody else wants.
Who else would buy that car?
Can we keep our business afloat, Flipping Bangers?
There's so many things to do to this car.
We've turned our backs on our regular jobs and attempted to carve out a new living by buying and selling cheap cars.
Evicted from our previous workshop by angry neighbours, Will has sorted us out with a new base, and apart from having no working toilet, it feels like home.
We've raided our bank accounts, and this time we have enough to invest around £500 to £1,500 on each car. What next? Ah yes, a car. I'm thinking, if we want to make any money at the moment, we could start to have a look at things like 4x4s or SUVs.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Everyone drives them, don't they? I think if you're thinking of a timeless 4x4, it'd have to be a Defender, wouldn't it?
Of course.
But, I mean, actually, if you think about it, anything from 83 to present day, doesn't really matter how old they are, all really expensive.
Yeah. Well, there are other options. I mean, maybe we could look at Range Rovers.
Yeah, if you want that badge. But then again, they're also massively expensive, really expensive to fix, and I think probably go wrong quite a lot.
Yeah, I have heard that. OK, well, you know I have a certain penchant for early discoveries, don't you?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, bizarrely, they are the only Land Rover product that aren't going through the roof price-wise at the moment. Even ones that haven't been driven 1,000,000 miles by you.
Which is amazing, isn't it? Because they are really good cars.
But do you really want another one in the yard? I know what would happen. If you had one in the yard, you would pick it clean for bits for yours. And that's not a lie. You can't even deny that, can you?
Yeah, I probably would, yeah. OK, then. Maybe Freelander.
Yeah, don't know much about them. I know the later one's massively popular. You see them about everywhere, don't you?
Early Freelanders. They're very good cars. I know they get slated a lot, but in my experience, they're very good, very reliable and long-lasting. Good little trucks.
OK, so you want to have a look then, shall we have a look?
I do think we should have a look, yes.
OK.
So I've been looking at Freelanders.
Yes, good.
Three-door Freelanders.
Yeah.
Which are nice. I mean, they are pretty much a sort of lifestyle-based car.
Yes.
As you can imagine. But this one's petrol, which is good, because there's high demand for petrol. Why are you laughing at me
I'm
so
just
much?
laughing. You're saying it's a lifestyle-style car. You've clearly looked at something on the internet because it's got nothing to do with your or my lifestyle.
That's what it said on the advert. Freelander market is quite big, so I've been looking pretty close to the bottom.
Hey!
And
Right.
then I decided to look right at the very, very bottom.
Hooray!
I know. But they're quite affordable, so I thought, you know, let's just go for it. And it's got to be cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap.
I can see exactly what's happening here. You're taking us to the first wreck that you found in a field, and you're trying to dress it up like we've won the lottery. Hey, lucky us.
I know, and it is almost as good as that. So it's a bright orange.
Of course it is.
Three-door Freelander, which used to be a nice little runner.
Used to be.
Yeah, and then it failed its MOT.
Of course.
I mean, say hideously would be a fair way of putting it, I suppose.
So we're going to see a car that looks interesting,
yeah,
but has absolutely nothing else going for it.
The Freelander owner is heading abroad. Sold the car at auction, but the buyer didn't show. So we get first look. All good, except for it's all the way down in Cornwall.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
We've come to look at a Freelander. Is it the right place?
Yes, it is, yeah. Through the gate there, on the left. Keys are in it. Help yourselves, have a look, and then give us a shout when you're ready.
Amazing view.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, really
Dartmoor.
beautiful.
Oh, is it? Thank you.
No
Cheers,
worries.
see you shortly.
Cheers.
I didn't tell Gus the selling price was $350. I mean, how bad can it be?
It's better than you said.
Yeah, it's great. Do you like the colour?
No.
Oh, come on, it's brilliant.
It's horrible.
I love that colour.
These need a lot of work, don't they? And I've got a very good trick for that, although there is a lot of it.
That's going to need a whole load of loving. This tyre's knackered.
Yeah, this one's knackered as well.
Oh, I'll tell you what I didn't notice in the advert.
What's that?
It's actually the ES model.
You don't know what that is, do you?
No,
I don't know what it is.
We've got a bit of grot around this. It looks like the rubber's eroded away.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? But it's stainless, isn't it? So it's not going to rust, is it?
No, should be okay. Couple of dings up here. And look, and crikey, it's from here all the way through the whole lot. Yeah, I think that's hit a gatepost or something.
Yeah. It's funny, when these came out, they were so proud about this detachable back bit here. It was almost as if the design team had snuck something through in production, you know, something from a concept car, because it was so space age. The other thing they were massively proud of is the fact that this window used to drop down. Oh, it still drops down. Yeah, it's a weird mechanism, isn't it? It sort of folds out and takes off.
It's funny, isn't it? Because everything does that now, doesn't it?
I think it was the first.
They were trailblazers.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all right. It looks all right, actually, doesn't it?
Well, no, not really. Not from where I'm sitting.
Oh, OK. Well, this seat's all right.
This has got some pretty big holes in it, and that one's going to be quite tricky to fix right there.
This is a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a pity. It's all
rest of
pretty
it?
grotty. There's a bit dirty and, yeah. I don't know, really. I mean, look, it's done 127,000 miles. I think it's going to be, yeah, a bit of tear in it here and there.
It just needs a clean-up in it, really. Well, and that
Yeah,
needs sewing up.
I think it'll be all right. Should we have a little listen to the engine?
Oh, it's got a hole in the exhaust.
It certainly has, yeah.
It is actually in there. It's just a long way down, isn't it?
Really tiny little thing.
It sounds all right, doesn't it?
It does. There's no nasty knocks or rattles or anything.
There's a bit of smoke coming out of there.
I think that's just a bit of oil dripping on it from somewhere. It can't be that bad.
There's quite a lot of oil, actually, around it. And there's no fluid in it.
The old gaffer tape issue. Not a good look.
It looks a bit unloved, actually, I have to say.
Yeah, OK, so it could do with a bit of TLC. What always gets me about these things, these Freelanders, is like, it's this engine, the K-Series engine. They were normally used in things like the MGF, the Lotus Elise. They were lightweight sports cars, weren't they?
Are you saying that this might be a little bit underwhelming?
I think it might be dreadfully disappointing.
Actually, I think this is closer to a scrapyard than we think, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think we need to give it a chance. I think we'll take it for a drive.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going to grab some coolant. See you back here in a mo, yeah?
All right.
While the coolant is topped up, we reflect on the fact that the Freelander failed the MOT on multiple issues. So aside from whatever they are, we've got a mucky, dented car with a noisy exhaust and bad tyres. But it drives.
This car is a clever thing. A four-wheel drive, lightweight car. Freelanders, I don't know if you know this.
I don't.
Actually incredibly good off-road. At least they would be if the actual four-wheel drive system was connected, which I didn't tell you about before. But yeah, it does say in the advert that the viscous coupling has got in the centre prop shaft, so it's been taken off.
So it's not a clever four-wheel drive car, is it?
It's not. No, it's half clever two-wheel drive car.
The one thing that I do remember about them is that yellow button. And they were very proud of that as well, and that was their hill descent. It's electronic hill descent. And I think it's interesting because actually it's an answer to a question that was never asked, because actually if you were going downhill, you'd just go in a low gear, wouldn't you? But it does show you who they were trying to sell these cars to. It wasn't enthusiasts, was it? It was just general public, people who wanted to feel like they could have a bit of off-road and they could have hill descent at the touch of a button, huh?
Brilliant, yeah. It's so very, very refined, but I can tell you, with the lack of four-wheel drive on this car...
Or traction.
Yes, exactly. I'm not going to be looking for any hills to try out the descent control on.
I suppose it won't work, will it, if only two-wheel drive?
No, because we'll end up sliding down the whole thing and wrapping this around some old oak tree.
I don't know, I suspect that it had an uneconomical repair, like you say, viscous coupling or whatever it was, and it's just been left, and here we are with it now, and we have to work out whether we want it or not, don't we?
Well, do we want it? I mean, I'm quite attracted to it personally.
I know you are.
I know.
That's just the colour.
It is the colour, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I still think it's down to money.
Yeah.
Really. You can't go to Cornwall without having a pasty, can you?
No, you can't. You can't, definitely not. Hi, AD.
Oh, you all right, guys?
Yeah, good. Well, that was fun.
For you.
I loved it.
I know.
Enjoyed?
Yeah, it was all right. We're giving it a good old drive around, and yeah, I think we're interested, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
I know you've had a bit of trouble already, haven't you?
We did. We put it online, and the sale was stopped because they believed that the people that were buying it were scammers.
Oh, right.
And then we had a phone call from you guys.
And we're not scammers, are we?
No, we are not.
You're not scammers, apparently.
So this must put us in a pretty good position for getting a good deal out of you.
Possibly.
But the thing is, with the amount that's wrong with it, I mean, it's really not worth 300. I mean, I think probably 200 for us. It's got no MOT. It's got a lot of stuff wrong with it. We have got a lot of things to do on it.
But it's a lovely colour.
He's playing, he knows.
You can tell I'm ginger, can't you?
See, perfect match for the car.
Yeah.
How about we meet at 250?
Personally, I think 250 is about right for it.
OK, save me the hassle of getting a load of grief off Gus on the way home. 250, I'm happy with that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
OK.
These probably cost over 25 grand when new. Can we really have just bought one for 1% of that figure?
I love it. I love the buzz of a cheap car, and I'm never going to get over it. And it starts in my head, and it works its way down and comes out of my toes.
In Europe, when they were released, they were the most popular 4x4 for 5 years. We got one on the trailer, it works, and we bought it for less than the price of a radio. That's the sort of deal I like.
Yeah. I mean, when you say it works, some of it works, but I think you're right. I think maybe we've fallen on our feet with this car. If we can help it up off its knees, get it back on the road, we can make some money out of that car. And I think we're on a bit of a roll.
I'm liking your enthusiasm. But for us and the car, there's a fair way to go.
The next day, we look over our new purchase and formulate a plan.
Right, so what do we got?
Well, we have a very cheap car with a lot of mechanical issues. And we're going to have to work very, very hard on those if we're going to achieve the money that we're chasing on this car.
OK, I think we need to have a team talk, because we have a 4x4, which actually isn't a 4x4, is it? I can't help but think it would be better to sell a 4x4 as a 4x4, wouldn't it? Because there's not many of this age that are 4x4s anymore, is there?
No.
So we need to definitely do that.
We do. And there's also the exhaust system, obviously.
Yeah.
And there does seem to be some noise coming from the suspension as well.
Some noise. It's really clattery.
It only seems to be on this corner, though.
In actual fact, there's work to do all over this car, isn't there?
Well, what do you think to the look of the car, then?
Obviously, there's dents at the same height either side, isn't there?
Yeah.
The bumpers, we can sort those out, can't we? That's no problem. But I do think you're right. I think mechanically that's where we need to put all our effort, because if we do that, then it's worth doing the seat and it's worth doing the bumpers. But if we can't do the mechanics on it, then there's little point doing the bumper or the seats, is there? Colour's growing on me, though.
It's nice, isn't it? I do like it. I would say it was a lovely shade of ginger.
I think it's called Kinver Sand.
You've looked that up, haven't you?
No, it's where my father-in-law came from, Kinver.
Is it?
Yeah.
And let me guess, the sands are red.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
I've been the photographer a lot lately. Maybe I'm doing a good job. Who knows? And the car looks pretty good. You can't see any of its faults. Advert for the Freelander. Well, it's quite good so far because I've got a really nice selection of pictures for the car. It's in a fantastic colour. We'll have done all the work on it, so the four-wheel drive system, that'll all be refurbished and working. It's going to have a new MOT on it, all of those suspension issues and exhaust system problems, they're all done. So we've got a car that looks good, drive well. Funny thing is, it's difficult to sort of price a car like this. I'm sort of really struggling with it a bit.
Struggling with what?
I'm thinking about the price on the Freelander. So, I mean, it's a tight market, isn't it? There's quite a lot of them out there. You know, they're quite old cars now.
What did we buy it for, 250 quid?
We did, yes. It's a very cheap car.
Yeah. I was thinking about 1,500.
15. I wasn't thinking quite... I was thinking more like £1,000, to be honest. Should we go somewhere in the middle?
Yeah.
12.50?
Yeah.
12.50, and let's say first person to view will be compelled to buy this car. Blimey, only £12.50? Maybe I'll buy it myself. The one thing we both agree on is we need to get the Freelander mechanically straight as a priority. We need to get eyes on that 4x4 system that's missing that prop shaft.
Right, let's have a look then.
I know, you know what? It's much better down here than I know it's covered in cow muck, but it's actually that's your fault. But it's better than I thought it was. It's not rusty.
No.
I mean, there's a very large piece that should be here that's missing, which is a bit sad. I guess it goes to a garage, they take it off, they chuck it away. It's the way it is. I mean, luckily, we will be plundering the wealth of Freelanders that there are in scrapyards, won't we?
Well, yeah, they do all suffer with a similar problem, though, so there might be a lot with that bit missing already.
Actually, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Well, OK, well, that could be a problem.
Yeah.
We know about this, don't we?
Well, we do, and we found out exactly where it's actually been completely detached. Right, OK, well, we know how to fix that then. We need a new piece of exhaust system from here to far over there.
That's one piece all the way down.
Yeah, it's a mega exhaust, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can find it, shall we?
That's the thing. That's the thing to do. Yep, defo.
So we need to find a used prop shaft, find an exhaust, take off the old one.
Remarkably, this exhaust pipe has 2 bolts here, and the rest of it is only held on by rubbers, so it's actually quite wobbly. It's not supposed to be quite that wobbly because actually this bit moves independently of this bit where it's broken here, which is why it was making so much noise. So I'm going to take this off and find another exhaust pipe. But I have learnt from taking off lots of very, very rusty nuts that when you just undo them, they tend to break. But if you clean the threads up, then you can get past the really rusty bit here, and you've got a chance of not breaking them. See, I was waiting for it to break too, but it didn't, did it?
And now, just the rubbers to go.
Ah, there's another problem with the exhaust pipe just there. Something extremely exhausting about doing things upside down. I can't get this apart because it's rusted together, of course, and my health and safety head says I shouldn't be grinding it off with the neoprene petrol tank just there, so I've gone for the manual option.
So, after a slightly inelegant removal of the exhaust, we have to wait for some new parts. So I may as well look at these seats. This port seat here is showing signs of extreme wear and tear. Seam has split here, the seam has also split here, and this cheek is quite worn as well. I'm going to give it the TLC that it needs. In order to do that, it has got to come out first. It may seem a bit pointless fixing the seats now, but it's all about improving what we call buyer's expectations. So, I take everything out that needs a bit of TLC.
Oh, are you going to clean that?
I was hoping to put it on my tomorrow's to-do list.
Oh, no, let's go on.
Yeah, good plan.
So that's an OK day. We've seen the worst of the Freelander, and it's not half bad.
Day 2 on the faded Freelander. We only paid 250 quid for it, and we're hoping to add £1,000 onto that. We both have things to bring to our party.
Ooh.
ANSI roll bar drop link mounts. One for the side that you're on over there, which is the rattly one, sorts out that problem.
Yes.
Second one, precautionary measure to make sure they're both done and everything's as good as it can be at the front of the car.
And they'll look very shiny, won't they?
They will do, yes.
Well, I've got a new exhaust pipe, so I might crack on and put that on, although I suspect it might sound better without it.
Oh, yeah.
But I better put it on.
Drop links can really transform the way your car sounds when it goes over a bump. This drop link connects the suspension to the anti-roll bar. The anti-roll bar links the suspension on this side of the car to the other side of the car. So when you're doing some hard cornering, for instance, it keeps compliance and balance between the suspension on both sides of the car, stops the body from rolling too much. And when these ball joints and each end of these are worn out, which they do on a regular basis, these little links rattle like crazy and make a tremendous noise and affect the capability of the roll bar as well. That's why we're changing them. And you can do this as well. Effectively, they just bolt on, but please be aware, sometimes they're a bit rusty. Penetrating fluid is always a big help. I always find it very, very pleasant when I take something off like this to find that the previous fitter of said components has put a little bit of copper slip on all the threads. It makes it so much easier when you come back to change it in the future. And for an amazingly cheap car, an incredibly cheap job at 25 quid the pair. Gus is still on the exhaust.
Well, actually, I was quite proud of the fact that I didn't have to cut these off, because normally everything I touch breaks. But I'm going to treat the exhaust pipe to a new set of nuts and bolts, only because I can. I've got a set in here, which will do the job. Right, so first off, there's an interesting little twist to get this up and over the subframe at the back, which is there. It's quite tight, actually. Aha! It's in. Then that joins up on there with that gasket. But this is a pattern pipe, so it's not an original manufacturer one. So I'm going to put a little bit of, just a little bit of sealant on here, just in case it's not fantastically flush.
Again, we're counting the pennies. The exhaust was only £78. A Land Rover part might be higher quality, but we can't justify the higher cost.
When you're doing a flange up like this, you've got to do it equally. You can't do one side, you can't tighten one side right up and leave the other side loose, because otherwise you're going to bend the flange and you won't get a proper gas-tight seal. So you've got to walk them in together. A little bit this one, a little bit this one, a little bit this one, a little bit this one.
And the back box comes with a kit as well.
Well, the engine on our car is definitely not looking at its best. And if we want to sell our car for top money, which is what we do want to do, then we've got to sort these problems. And the problem is the rocker cover gasket is actually leaking oil all the way down the front of the engine, covering the alternator in oil, dripping down onto the exhaust manifold, so then it smokes and looks awful. Thankfully, it's quite a simple fix. I just changed the gasket. But there are little telltale signs that you can see when you take it to bits. For instance, along this front edge, where it's supposed to be making a perfect oil-tight seal, you can see where it's not making the seal. Of course, there is oil spewing out all over the place, but the telltale sign is on the surface of the gasket as well. I have a new gasket, but before I fit that, I need to clean everything up. I'll remove the old tin rocker cover gasket and clear away any debris on the edges. It is essential to get all of the mating surfaces where the gasket goes together super clean. When there's old silicon-based gasket sealant all over the place, I find it's best to scrape it off with a sharp blade, and also be aware that you're not going to let any of those bits drop in the engine. You don't want all those old bits of gasket sealer floating around inside the engine, clogging up filters, and then eventually, in worst case scenario, oil ways as well. These K-series engines use what I call a crush gasket. So it's a tin plate which has been shaped. As it's clamped together between the two components, that crush gets formed flat and it makes a really good seal. Personally, I don't always trust them that much, and I know these K-series engines have got a habit of leaking quite a bit as well. So I've used some nice high-quality sealer, got it on both sides of the components that are going to bolt together either side of this gasket to give it the best chance that we can. And that is it, job done. Our engine should no longer be spewing oil out all over itself, which means it's going to present well, and it's not going to create a nasty smoke every time oil drips on the exhaust pipe. It's cost me a couple of quid in parts, not very much in time, and it's going to really improve the saleability of our car.
Surely something is wrong. How can this car be so easy through the workshop? Oh, that's right, because so far we've only really scratched the surface. One of the most unattractive aspects of the Freelander is the pair of dents on the side, which look unfixable. So we've got an expert in to help us out.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, you must be Paul then.
I am. How are we doing?
Wicked. I'm Will. Thank you very much. Yeah, good, thank you. Wow, you found the car then?
It's not too bad. I mean, it's obviously taken quite a whack. It's repairable. I've done a lot worse in my time.
Well, I think the best thing for me to do is not slow you down by hanging over your shoulder and watching you do what you do and asking zillions of questions. I can kind of leave you to it and see you shortly,
We'll
yeah?
crack on, yeah. Should be good as new.
Awesome. See you in a bit. Paul masks up the Freelander. Grinds down the dent to bare metal. Welds on a lug and uses a slide hammer to gently pull it out. Needs filler to bring it back to a decent surface. That's where the art is. That's amazing, isn't it?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
I mean, I've been trying to keep out of your way, as I said I would, but I've been keeping a bit of a spy on what you've been doing. I love that electric slide hammer.
It does its job. It does its job. I mean, have a feel. I mean, you can see the dents. Nearly there. It's nearly there.
Yeah. Then it's a final fill. And if you want to learn how to use filler, then just watch this chap go. Paul flats it all down perfectly. A good layer of decent primer. Another masterclass in delicate application. A bit of accelerator drying. You get the idea. It's very process heavy, but every single process is incredibly important. We're getting close now. Final round of masking. And paint. Blended as far as the door. This is amazing for a mobile service, and it's only cost us 300 quid. Whoa.
All done.
Wowee. Do you know, that looks absolutely amazing, but it does mean that I've got a massive bone to pick with you.
What's that?
Now I'm going to have to polish the rest of the car and try and match this standard, which I'm.
Wow.
It's going to be blooming hard work, isn't it?
Like I said, I was going to try, and yeah, there you go. There's the end result.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
While Will watches someone else do the hard work, I'm popping out. One part we still need is that prop shaft. Our local breaker will have the cars, but will the props already have been taken off, as it's such a common fault?
Freelander number 1, no prop shaft. There's 2 more this way. Number 2, no prop shaft. Another one this way. Yes, 3rd car, and there's a whole prop shaft, so it's coming home with me. I've got to get a jack.
It's 50 quid, that's fine.
That's amazing. So there's 4 Freelanders in this yard, and only one of them has got a prop shaft. So I managed to jack it up, I managed to scrabble around underneath it, and I managed to get it out.
It's day 4, and we've got 5 to sort out our Freelander that is literally rough around the edges. Our biggest job is to replace the missing prop shaft.
So most Freelanders of this age are 2-wheel drive, not 4-wheel drive, because the 4-wheel drive system has a tendency to break. The viscous coupler here seizes up, they stop working, and instead of replacing them, which is expensive, people just take them off, throw them away, and just run it as a 2-wheel drive car. But there's plenty of these cars in scrapyards at the moment, so if you can find one that's had some other sort of damage done to it and it's still got its prop shaft intact, then you can take them off. So I'm going to change the bearings on here and put it back in the car. But the system itself is worth talking about because it's actually a clever system. If the front wheels start spinning, you know, if you're in a field and you're on mud or whatever, this viscous coupler starts heating up, and as it heats up, it starts to grip, and then it starts spinning through the sort of shock absorber here, the rear prop, and therefore starts to rotate the rear wheels and help the car on its way forward. So it's a clever system. But it's the viscous coupler that seizes, and when it seizes, it smashes the gears in the gearbox that turn the drive 90 degrees to head down towards the rear wheels. So that's the basis of it. I'm going to sort it out, put it back on the car.
You'd think this would just be a reversal of the removal, but when you haven't removed it in the first place, somehow it's more difficult.
The way this came off is I took this coupler off first. This is the coupler that goes onto the gearbox. So I took that off first. So that's going back on first. It's a bit tricky. the wheels are off the ground, I'm actually able to turn it round and get to the other side, which is great.
The prop is in 2 bits, and now I've swapped the bearings, the rear section bolts onto the shaft.
So, to the cosmetics. This poor seat really has seen some hard times. I mean, just look at these splits here and here. But it's not the end of the line for this seat. I could probably fix that. I'm going to give it a go, see how we get on. But it's not that good for the back of the seat, is it? Because the actual leather has worn away on this corner here, and no amount of trying to stitch that back together will really work. So that is in a very, very poor shape. However, I have been a clever chap, and I have been internet shopping, look. It doesn't have the hole for the widget that makes the seat go backwards and forwards, nor does it have the hole for the lumbar adjusting thing either. Now, from what I can make out with these seats, they come apart quite easily. As you can see, this one's coming apart already on its own. This is all bust, so I might have to fix that in some sort of way. They've just got really natty little plastic edges that just hook over the edge. Here we are, so just got to peel one edge away, get it going. There was me thinking it was going to be a piece of cake. And it's totally not. It's quite tricky. There we are. These ones got little pegs that pass through an expanding end on the other side, so you've got to push them through. Sometimes they go through one way, sometimes they go through the other way. That's the little pin. And now the little collet, which has been expanded by the pin in it, is now reduced. So this should now come off like that. Just going to get this one to the last bit of thread, just holding it on there. Then nip round to the other side of it, undo the bolt in the other side, get that all ready so that I've got the smallest amount of time with the whole thing just holding on one hinge. Don't want to do any damage to the mechanism of the seat because that's just going to make more work for me. I managed to strip the base away and then I can hopefully re-stitch the lower units. Finally free, I think. Now at the bit we can start looking at the seam and seeing how stitchable that is going to be. I could run the seam through the sewing machine, but if I miss the old holes, it's not a good job. So this is a hand stitch. There we go. Centre seam is done. On to the next one on the side. And on this seam, I can use the machine. Makes my job a bit quicker. So that's all looking really lovely. It's just the back of the seat to do now. Shouldn't take me too long.
Not a bad day. We've broken the back of the Freelander. Day 5. The Freelander project, unusually for us, has gone pretty well. We've done the mechanicals and some of the cosmetics. Early bath? No. The job list is still long.
Do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, I know. It's the last day on this car, and there is an awful lot to do.
Big day for the Freelander.
It is. A clean is on the list, and I volunteer for it. There's a first time for everything, you know.
We both scrub away, and the years are rolled back.
So I have had a bit of a thought for our planning, Gus.
What's that?
Well, maybe we should clean it before we put it in the workshop and take the wheels off.
It might help.
Yeah.
Our Freelander is quite bumper heavy, isn't it? It relies on the bumpers as a part of its styling. And UV damage means that it's all lost its colour. And there's a couple of ways that I know of bringing it back. And the first way would be using a petroleum jelly, which I've used for forever on bumpers, actually. And it does a really, really nice job. Obviously, it'll come off eventually, but if you wash your car with normal soap and water, it's not going to come off just with that. So that's the first way, which works really nicely, if you can be bothered. The second way is with a heat gun. So the Vaseline is replacing an oil onto the top to take it back to the true colour. But with a heat gun, you're drawing the oils out, so it's more permanent. But you've got to be careful because the wings on this car are plastic, and I suspect that plastic is thinner than that plastic. So you see what I'm saying? You could go through that. You can damage the lights. You have to be careful. You can even burn the plastic if you're not careful.
But we are careful. And with gentle strokes, we bring the as-new look back to the Land Rover with our 20-pound heat gun.
Like I said, it's a lot of bumper, isn't it?
Even the wheels get a proper once-over and some new tyres.
I can't help myself.
And that, my friends, is a £250 Land Rover. Well, it's not £250 anymore. We paid £359 on assorted parts, £300 on dent removal, so it's now £909. Still cracking value.
Could you just remind me how old this car is?
Well, yeah, I could, but I've got to rely on my numerical and memory skills.
Oh, dear.
But based on those, not being brilliant, I would say this car is 18 years old, which means it's not the oldest car that we've ever done.
No, it's about average age, isn't it? I've never particularly liked the design of this car, but I think it really stands the test of time, doesn't it? It really works well now, and I have read that these cars are on the up.
Well, that is really good news because, again, relying on my memory and my mathematics, I'm pretty certain that we paid 250 quid for this car.
Yeah.
Which is amazing, isn't it? You get an awful lot of car for 250 quid.
Are you suggesting that we have an eye for design and a nose for a bargain, and that our business is going in the right direction?
We might be able to pat ourselves on the back and think that our business is actually on course.
Are you now regretting standing there, not here, because I'm clearly going to get to the driver's seat before you?
I've already covered myself for that one,
You
and
nicked
the
the
door
keys,
is
haven't you?
locked and I have the key.
Oh, I couldn't do it anyway.
We head for a track not far from the workshop to see if the Freelander can still cut it.
When Land Rover developed this, they weren't thinking of a replacement for the Defender, were they? At all, in any shape or form. But it's still got that Land Rover-y thing going on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. I mean, it's fair to say this is more of a soft roader than a proper off-roader. And if you were a shepherd with goats and sheep and string in the back, then, you know, you'd be more in need of the heroic Defender, I would have said.
I think we should make up a little scenario, right? So we're going to the supermarket and we're going to buy some biscuits.
Yeah.
And the road's blocked on the way home, so we've had to go off-road. And here we are.
Yeah, well, it's more than capable of handling this sort of stuff. It's got a Gucci little 4x4 self-control system, viscous coupling. It's got electronic hill descent for when the going gets tough, going down hills. You know, it's a good little car, very capable little car.
I think, as a word of warning, if we hear any nasty, graunchy noises, we should definitely stop, because we're only really here to make sure it all works, aren't we?
We are, yeah. I don't want this to be a very expensive day out, but it is kind of nice to know that our whizzy little 1800 engine that's sitting in front of us at the moment is very capable of pulling along this very lightweight, nimble 4x4.
I think we should try and enjoy ourselves, and we should definitely try and get it dusty.
Oh, I think we're going to be able to work very well at that. It's going to be dust-tastic the whole way.
The Freelander performs so well and looks so good, we up the price to £2,000. But the calls don't exactly tumble in.
So have you had any meaningful contact about this car?
We have had a couple of people paying compliments to us online.
Well, that's nice.
It is, isn't it? And amazing. A couple of my mates are interested.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, because they're my mates. They don't want to pay what we want for the car.
So I think maybe what we should do is relist it, but relist it as an auction and just see what happens.
Isn't that going to take a really long time to sell, though?
Well, I don't see why it should take any longer. It's got to go because we need another car, don't we? So we put it on as an auction and we let the market dictate what we get for it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
7 days later, the price reaches £1,650. Let's just hope the buyer turns up.